Just as a reminder, these meetings will be recorded. Prior to handing over mic to Chair General Hopper, just want to remind you that we are taking minutes as well as recordings. So please identify yourself, be recognized by the chair, or you ask your questions or comments. And if you would like to make a comment, we ask you just place your name tag in the vertical position so General Hopper can recognize you. Later today, I think we've all been looking forward to have public comment, folks from the public, and they will actually be here in person. Those who want to be here in person, those others would like to provide their public comments via WebEx. We have the capability to facilitate that as well. So if there are no other questions of me at this point in time, I'd like to turn it over to Joe Hopper, and he can go ahead and open the meeting. Sir.
Thank you very much, Eugene. Good morning, everyone. If you're like me, you had a conversation with your hips, knees, and ankles after the tour yesterday. See if everybody's still okay. But that was an excellent opportunity, and I want to thank Alan Trent. I don't know if Alan's here yet. Thanks for putting that together. I saw a lot of things, and of course, we haven't been here for 2 years, and we haven't really toured before that. So it was a great chance to get that done. What I'd like to do for the next 10 minutes or so before we start with the presentations is just give cover 4 groups, give the various groups a chance to make a comment or two about what they saw and perhaps questions that they have. So we gather those things down. So I'll open the floor and if you've got a comment, please, there's Dan.
Yeah, can you hear me? Dan Rosenfeld. I just want to say, I thought yesterday was the most positive single day. Congressional in housing was very impressed with the quality of the units. Being in that business, I was very impressed with, and I think we should take great pride in private making housing, and particularly tiny. There were 3 suggestions that came to my mind that I'll introduce for the subcommittee. One is that we make a special emphasis on women, veterans, and children. Make sure that they're involved in the crafts and their provision for housing them. The second is the idea of creating a revolving fund for redevelopment and construction funding. We look at the cost structure of those units being built that are $500,000 to $600,000 a piece. It's the most obvious way to reduce the cost. It's not by shortening the construction cost. We shouldn't do that. It's by shortening the time and reducing the financing cost. We can talk more about this, but if there was a fund they could draw on to move quickly with pre-development funding, we could get more housing in campus. And the third is each of the housing developers have lessons learned about getting permits and different governments, things they would do differently. And if we could candidly convene them in a discussion of best practices and lessons learned, I think we would learn a lot about it. Facilities are a great day.
Thanks, Dan.
I too agree with Dan on the prioritizing, ensuring that we have space for veteran children, veteran women. And I do think that I agree that it's the most positive day we've had considering our standards. No, I do think that the progress on this campus is really remarkable. And I really look forward to seeing what we can do the rest of the campus to ensure that we take a 21st century look at how to serve veterans. And I think progress is fruitful thus far, but we really do need to make sure that we have those 2-bedroom units and we're thoughtful about the amenities. And we're really thoughtful about how we're bringing civilians into this space as well. Because if all we do is serve to further the civil divide, then we're made. There's so much value that exists in intermingling the civilian and veterans population. Not the least of which is the idea that your job in service in the military is over, and you've got to go into society. You've got to thrive. It's really hard to thrive with only, one common thread. I think there's a lot of value in figuring out how to push both our folks here out in the community and the folks in the community.
Very much. Marshall.
Morning, General Hummer. I would like to thank Mr. Rosenfeld and Mr. Becker for bringing up something very important that we discovered yesterday. Repeatedly, we asked developers, where is the housing for women, veterans, and their children, male veterans, how they're trying to escape family violence, toxic environments, and that. And it seems to me, unfortunately, that again, this has been brought up several times, and to me, it's not inclusive of our veteran community. There were developers that explained that they had 2 bedroom units. I incorrectly assumed that these were for our veterans with children. Instead, I was told that they were manager units. So again, this is a big priority that President and I have discussed in depth, that we need to make sure that we take care of this issue, because every single time we talk about the housing for female veterans and it ends up in the plan, somehow it disappears again. So I'm glad that the chief is here, being a fellow female veteran, and know this is very important as well. And I just want to thank those of you who have supported this effort, even though you are not female veterans, you see the importance of it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bamble.
Again, I want to echo everyone's comments. Really exciting day. A few points. One, for the CPRS, I really want to encourage that the VA here tries to link CCRS to permanent housing. What we heard is that everyone who's in the tiny homes goes into another transitional housing. You need to start rolling people into permanent supportive housing from the minute you walk into those small tiny homes. You should all leave there towards permanent housing if they're going to get that. If they're on track, you shouldn't get into it. 90 days, 120 days is sufficient time to get people straight from the tiny homes to permanent housing. There shouldn't be a small interim to do something else and have a policy. That's one. Second thing is the different developers, as you said, Dan, they don't seem to talk to each other. And I don't understand that. There's different successes and challenges that each of the developers have achieved. They should be communicating in the best standards. The third thing is there are a lot of supportive housing around the country that it feels like the developers haven't been exposed to. New ideas of architecture, 1811 Eastlake, Seattle comes to mind, Como I've brought to this group before, in South San Francisco. We have 2 other buildings in San Francisco that are specifically designed to have nursing spaces on the ground floor so that everybody who goes out of the elevator as the exit have to walk by the nursing space. That's a design that has to be done from the jump. As concrete gets poured, that's not going to be changed. And then lastly, I just want to say the wow factor of the 3 buildings that Shangri-La are developing. Walking into those sites and seeing those arched windows just is such an extraordinary opportunity. Some that we've been on the streets for many years to find a home that's going to really be extraordinary.
Thanks, Dr. Bamble. Two comments.
Absolutely blown away yesterday. It was very exciting. You know, when I first got here, we had a whole bunch of conversations about water pressure, and to actually see it move beyond just water pressure to seeing ceiling fans, doors, drywall, all of those things. It's been quite the journey. You guys have been on this road way longer than I am. Hi, Heidi. Good to see you. Good morning, everybody. So, but the opportunity to just see that move has been fantastic. I agree, we still have a lot more work to do, but I do think personally that we're off to a good start. The other thing that stuck in my mind that I'm wrestling with, and I probably shouldn't say it out loud, but I'm going to, is the fact that 100% disabled veterans wouldn't qualify kind of haunts me. And I'm just, I don't fully understand all of the ramifications, but it just seems to me that a veteran who's 100% disabled, even with that disability, falls below the poverty line, most 9 times out of 10. So I just don't fully understand how they would qualify, and I don't know what other things we could do. But I do worry that having someone in that category not qualified just kind of haunts me. And that's what I kept thinking about last night, and I just couldn't shake that piece off. And so that's kind of where I want to kind of pick that scab more. And I've already made a call back to DC, but I want to see what opportunities we have for that. And maybe it's just another funding stream that doesn't tie into tax credits or however it all works. But we've got to, that just seems to be an unanswered question in my mind. Like, we should be able to also, if we have a 100% disabled veteran who is homeless, I can't understand why we're not able to kind of figure that piece out. So that's my own homework. But I just wanted to say that publicly. Other than that, I am really looking forward to today, the public comments. You know, we're going to keep plugging away. We're not giving up. This is my 4th trip here, and I'll see you again in 3 months.
Thank you, Chief. Any last?
Morning, everyone. Christine Snelling. I just wanted to point out, or something to keep in mind throughout the conversation today, is a lot of the data based on the units was from the organic country. And often women come to the VA for support and are turned away, or there isn't a solution. So the data that's coming out now doesn't that reflect what's going on in the community. So maybe our engagement with the local nonprofits that support women veterans directly to have a better picture of what it is for permanent supporting housing.
Okay. Those were welcome, Rob. And we're going around gathering comments from the tours.
I just think, thank you, General Rob Eglin. I just think, I shared this with a few folks yesterday, that the progress in 205, 208, and 209 is remarkable. I hope that the VA finds a way to celebrate and publicize the success. I do think that's going to be one of those big opportunities to change the perception of the campus of Los Angeles, really in the very near future. So I thought that was really encouraging to see that level.
Okay, well, those were great comments, and Chief, thank you for making some comments for yesterday. But some work to be done, and we'll get after that. So we'll move on with today's agenda. First up, I think we have Sir's presentation. Our expert is Mr. Matt McGarren, Chief Community Engagement and Reintegration Services. Welcome, Matt. Just before you get started, Dave, you have a hard copy now.
Morning. Thank you. I'm Matt McGarren. I am the Chief of the Community Engagement and Reintegration Services, which is our homeless programs here for the greater Los Angeles area. And I would challenge the idea that I'm an expert in this. I happen to be the one in charge. So I hope I'll do my best here. And please ask me questions as we go along. I'd like to have a conversation rather than a presentation. I want to thank everybody for attending yesterday. The tour that I was on was really fantastic, and I echo all the comments with the tours. And I do appreciate the comments, especially about the women veterans. And I've looked at some of those issues already, and we will have some hopefully more strategies in the future for that. But also in particular, the comment from the Chief about the 100% service-connected veterans and their not being eligible for properties here because of the income that they make. And the income that they make is not that great, but it doesn't make them eligible for the criteria here on campus for a lot of our other project-based units in the community. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So I've been here for about 2 years, a little over 2 years now. And in the 2 years, it's been mostly a pandemic time. So things have been unusual. As you know, you haven't had the chance to visit here. Like we would have liked to have you visit here. We did most of our communication over the Teams meetings, and that was good, but it wasn't. It doesn't give you the full flavor of coming to the campus, which I think you got a lot of that yesterday. I hope that we can continue this in the future. But when I did get here in 2020, May 2020, a lot of you showed a lot of interest in CTRS yesterday. When I got here, CTRS was 25 tents on a parking lot right next to our Eisenhower Gate. And at the same time, we had a kind of a mirror encampment right outside our gate on San Vicente Boulevard. And they had about 16 tents out there on San Vicente. And over time, that encampment outside San Vicente grew to 60 tents, and our encampment grew to 50 tents first, and then we moved out to the Great Lawn for 100 tents. And there was kind of a back and forth between these two encampments. And when we finally, in October, got our first tiny shelters, we were able to entice some of those veterans to come onto our campus. And with the help of other community partners like the Sheriff's Department and EPAN team and other organizations, we were able to clean up the encampment on San Vicente. And a lot of those veterans came to our tiny shelters on CTRS, which is now 140 tiny shelters, as you saw yesterday. At the same time, so I'm going to talk about CTRS, and I added some pictures which you don't have in your handout. So I just wanted to show you an evolution of CTRS because it seemed to show a lot of interest yesterday. And the pictures are very, they show a nice evolution of how it started and where it is now. At the same time, we had, during the pandemic, we had a decrease in our transitional housing programs across the community. So we have about 1,200 available beds in our transitional housing or grant per diem and our healthcare for homeless veterans housing programs, transitional housing programs. These are temporary housing programs. And they are, during the whole pandemic time, they've been generally about 50% full. And during a lot of that time, months at a time, some of them were closed to admissions due to having outbreaks in their own sites. So even today, the census in those programs is about 50%. A little over 50%. We also have and I'll talk about all these things going on, so I'll give you a little preview. We also had we have our voucher utilization, which I'll be talking about, which continues to be low. We do have more vouchers than we did last year. We were at a higher rate at the beginning of this calendar year, and it's gone down since we got new vouchers. So the more vouchers we have, the harder it is to utilize all those vouchers. And we also had we alleviated some of our staffing challenges, which is a chronic problem with us with GLA and social work staff in general across the county. It's a very sought after job, a hard to hire position. And we've increased our staffing by about 10% in the last 2 years. And we've been able to maintain the staffing, but the staffing that we had are generally new staff. So their productivity isn't as great. A lot of our old staff have been looking for different opportunities, moving on to other experiences. So we are still catching up with our staff to get more experience so they can be more productive to serve these veterans better. This is what I'm going to go over. A little overview of the homeless programs, the demographics, so we can do some projections of the homeless veterans population. Projections are difficult. I'm sure you know it's hard to predict what the homelessness will be, but we have trends from the past, so we'll make predictions about the past, about the future from the past. And information about our project base. Oh, and the projections will also include addressing the current and the future medical needs of our veterans. I have information about project-based communities, which I will point out the area median income and the requirements, the criteria that all of our project-based units have, in which Chief Bradshaw was saying about the 100% veterans not being eligible for these units. And then I want to talk about our 1,500 housing goal, which includes the efforts that we use with our technical assistance team that came out earlier this year, and it's helping us reach that 1,500 housing goal, also helping us to improve our processes so that we use all of our vouchers in the future. So this slide shows a couple of different things. Just the bullet points on the side are just an overview of the department in general. And the graph shows our catchment area, 20,000 square miles. And then underneath that, the line graph is the point time count for the last several years. Now, last year's point time count was not done out on the street. It was done only for sheltered homes. Point time count usually counts sheltered and unsheltered homes. So that's combined. So veterans on the street or people on the street and people living in shelters. So we combine those numbers. And for the last 5 years, you kind of see the trend. And 2016 is pretty low, nice big bump in 2017. And then it went down and it's trending back up now. So by this trend, they do a trending calculation. We're looking at maybe 6% increase this coming year. We're not sure yet. The point time count has not been. Yes.
6% increase over the number in 2020 or the number in 2021? That's, I mean, 50,000 coming out of my.
If you're gonna make a comment, please.
Sorry about that. Is that you think a 6% increase over the 2020 number or the 2021 number? Because the 50,000.
Over the 2020 number, the green number, I'm sorry, green line is the veterans. Red line is the total.
For sure.
And I'm predicting 6% increase in the green number if the trend holds. So we don't know if the trend will hold. The point in time count hasn't come out yet. Last month, we did the point in time count in
January.
oh,
January.
January.
Everybody got it beforehand.
Plans together.
Do you think that 2021 number is accurate or like what's the reason for that big?
I think the 2021 number is most accurate because those are only sheltered homes. So we knew though where those people were. The other point in time counts are best guesses. There, and Heidi might be able to speak to this better, but there's an algorithm for counting homeless persons and predicting how many of those are veterans. So those numbers they're the best numbers we have.
Heidi Marston. So the red line you're saying is also only sheltered from 2021
Correct.
for those regions.
Correct.
So just for, it might be better for comparison to have the sheltered counts all from 2016 to current versus the unsheltered counts, because like you said, 4,300 to 846 shelters. So you can see whether it is sheltered higher than 2020 or lower. And then
Sure.
when you have 2022, obviously you'll have the full data set again. But it's misleading to say it looks like it went from 71,000 to 21,000 overall. Yeah, so there's a way to just caveat that.
Okay. Right, those are sheltered numbers rather than total. We do have the point time count for Ventura County and Kern County, and those are much lower overall numbers for veterans. So in Ventura County, 2020, there were 94 homeless veterans in Ventura County, and they've increased in the last 2 years to 120 homeless veterans. So that's a 27%. And in Kern County, in 2020, there were 108 homeless veterans, and they decreased to 95. So that's a 13%. And this is just an illustration of it, not that it's surprise how expensive it is in Los Angeles. Specifically, in the last 8 years, 39% increase in housing, but 14% of that has been in the last year. So even in the last year, the housing prices are going up substantially over the year, and the cost, the value of the voucher doesn't pace with this. And you can see the darker red areas are the areas that are more desirable for veterans to live closer to the medical center. And veterans would like to live in the area that also happens to be the most expensive areas. So it's difficult for veterans to live in those areas.
What's your data source for the median rent? What's the data source for your median rent?
The Zillow rent index.
The LA County median rent? The third bullet on there
The LA County.
from Zillow.
The slide shows our capacity for beds and the of each one of these programs. So starting with our VA domiciliary. So on the campus tour yesterday, you did pass the domiciliaries to nice big buildings. They have a 212 capacity now. It's reduced due to pandemic spacing. The actual capacity is 289. Sorry, the number is actually at 190 now. They're at 900. My mistake. So they are pretty well occupied, the domiciliary. Domiciliary has undergone different management, and they've done a great job at increasing their treatment. And these are treatment beds that you tend to stay 90 days, 120 days, and they're for substance use treatment, PTSD treatment, sexual trauma treatments with women veterans, and there are usually around 7 or 8 women veterans in that program. CTRS has 141 tiny shelters, as you saw yesterday, and generally runs about 108, 110 veterans in there every day, along with 3 or 4 significant others that are also allowed to stay in that on that site with their spouses, their veteran partners. Our grant per diem and healthcare for homeless veterans residential treatment programs. Right now, there's 1,089 available beds. Typically, we have 1,200 available beds, and it's 575 of those beds are occupied. So there's a lot of vacancies in those programs, as I mentioned. Our VA supported housing program, which is our supported voucher program. We have 8,228 available vouchers, and we are only using 5,184 of those, which is about 63% utilization rate. Our goal is 90% utilization rate of those vouchers. Or as far back as our records go, we've never reached 90% utilization. The highest it's been, I think, is 2013 or 14. It's about 80%. Usually runs in the 60s. This is low because we had started off the year with 7,300 vouchers, so we had an extra 900 vouchers, about a 12% increase, and we were at 71% and an 8% drop. And the PBV units, project-based units, those are projects where veterans can use their vouchers for units that are specific to veterans in buildings in the community. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a couple of slides. And we have a total right now of 1,221 of those available, with more coming online this year. Another 535 are supposed to be available by the end of this year. Occupied right now is 968, and I'll show a slide later that shows how many veterans we do have in the application process. They're in the process of being moved into those units. So it's about 80% occupied now, might go up to 90% by the next couple of months.
Quick question, sorry. Patty Martin, I just want to make sure I understand. So the VAC allocation, you have 82,828. And then is it fair to say, so folks know the veteran apartments in the community, 1221 is a subset. So like
That is
the
a subset.
8,200, 1,200 or so are project based.
That is correct.
Okay, so there's not, and then those are essentially like vacant units as opposed to like a tenant based, which is somebody.
Well, the difference between thanks for bringing that up. The difference between the two is what Heidi's pointing out. There's project-based units, which are in a building that's specifically for veterans, or part of the buildings for veterans. The units are specifically for veterans, and the voucher stays with the unit. And there's a tenant-based out in the community where the voucher stays with the veteran. The veteran uses that voucher to find a private landlord tenant relationship with, and it could be with any landlord. And we have a number of landlords that we have regular relationships with. We don't have enough landlords, so we're working on that. And the number in yellow is a subset. Yes, Dr. Vanderburg.
Thanks. So of course, I can't this opportunity to point out the fact that the number of vacant units, vouchers, and available transitional units is about the same number as homeless veterans in the entire county of Los Angeles.
That's correct.
So we have resources. We have another, I don't know how many units in the pipeline here on this beautiful campus. 250 that are coming in the next year or so. I don't know the number. Why are there homeless veterans in Los Angeles? And for the record, this is an opportunity that is an administrative challenge, right?
Yes.
Not finding units, not having staff to engage people, not finding the units that veterans want. We can do this.
I agree. I thought we can do this, yes. You're absolutely right. And we are concentrating on our project units because we do have more coming online, including the units here on campus. Another 500 or so that will be online by the end of the year, 500 including the 180 on this campus. In the next 2 years after that, another 500 units will be online. So that's another 1,000 altogether in the next 3 years, or 2.5 years. So I'm confident that those will be filled like they're being filled now at 90% capacity. There are some issues with the income requirements, and whatever we can do to relax those, we're exploring those options. The real challenge is not so much the staff engagement, although that is a challenge. It's a lesser challenge than the housing availability, the housing stock in LA County. This LA County has less available housing stock. I think the LA Times called it a competitive sport looking for an apartment. Oftentimes, tenants or rather landlords will get applications, 10, 50 applications for every unit that comes up. And there's some drawbacks to renting to a person with a voucher, and one of those things being the timeliness of it. So we are working with our technical assistance team to see if we can find ways to hold units for landlords so that the landlords can hold on to the unit while the veteran is going through the voucher process, because it takes 30, 60 days just to process the voucher so that they have the voucher. We want to do this within, or it sometimes takes 120 days. We want to get that done within 90 days, we are getting faster at that. And the faster we get at that, then we'll be able to engage more landlords. We have a housing locator contract that has just started right now, which also will help us engage more landlords, find more landlords in the community. I have all this on a future slide, but I don't want to miss the point. I don't want to think I was letting it go. We're also using our disaster emergency management team. They're coming out in July to help us move veterans into these units that we've already identified. And then we have another training our staff to be better housing locators with this technical assistance team. So I agree with you. This can be done. It's, it sounds easy, but it sounds simple, but it's not easy. It is simple. It's almost a 1-for-1, right? It sounds, in my mind, it's every day I wake up and I see we have these vouchers, we have these veterans. Let's just bring these two together. And I wish it was that easy. That's a good point.
Anthony Allman for the record. I have a question. It's more of a data clarification issue, because I think there's repeatedly when we talk about the availability of vouchers, VA references their data in terms of the catchment. In terms of the catchment area, which is 5 counties. It's not just LA County, it's the surrounding areas. And I think the difficulty when looking at this data is, for example, if we're looking at the subset of project-based vouchers in a community, we're looking at approximately 1,221. I don't know where this is coming from, what the source is, but I imagine if you were to talk to each of the public housing authorities to get their project-based voucher numbers, we would see a different number. And I would just encourage VA when assessing the supply to have a direct line of sight with the public housing authorities that are in their catchment area. Because I don't Something tells me this number is wrong.
So we do get the number from the public housing authorities through the resource management system.
Okay. So when VA is projecting these numbers, it's a number presented by every public housing authority in the catchment area.
Yeah, all of these PBVs are in LA County. There aren't any others in.
There's no project-based voucher programs for veterans outside of LA County.
Not specific for veterans on this list.
Well, I think it's just a persistent issue. I know the federal government has, or specifically VA has a different way of capturing and looking at data compared to the
That's
local.
true. And so that's one of our challenges is the pairing up the data from the housing authorities and the VA. We do have different systems that talk to each other. And that's part of our challenge with our core data entry system. The design that we'll talk about it again also in a few minutes, but challenging to have the data marry each other so that we are speaking the same language.
Right.
But we do meet with the housing authority regularly. And we do often reconcile data basically by hand, right? And it's cumbersome and time consuming.
And when you say the housing authority, you're specifically talking about the City of Los Angeles Housing Authority, the County of Los Angeles Housing Authority. Because there's 8 or 9 different housing authorities in LA County alone.
We have about 13 altogether.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have a question. I think sadly, when we simply look at the number of units being, Philip Van Gama for the record. Sadly, when we look at the number of units being created, that has to be understood within the context of how many newly homeless veterans are coming in the front door. So the easy long division of, or the easy addition and subtraction and long division here is compromised. So I'm wondering, do you have data that would indicate, say, over the last 5 years, how many newly homeless veterans hit the system, and then how many veterans were housed during those years, so that we would have an understanding of either how we're ahead of the problem or we're continuously falling behind?
Yes, we do keep the data, the point in time count. We do track the point in time count with veterans that are coming in. Now, we don't have the names of the veterans, we have the numbers. We do try to keep an up-to-date by name list, working with our county partners. Veterans get entered into the system, the homeless management information system. Go on by name list. We try to track whether the veterans are brand new to us or they've already been with us. We do track veterans that are housed through our programs and exited from our programs. And I have some of those numbers about that. So we do, it is almost like treading water. We do receive as many veterans into our programs as leave our programs. So the utilization we've increased it a little bit last year, but it's been very stable in the high 60s, low 70s for quite some time because of this exits and entering.
So do we have, for example, in the last 5 years, how many newly homeless veterans entered the system, whatever those numbers are? How many homeless veterans were moved out of homelessness into housing? And then, of course, we'd have to have also, and we talked about this a bit yesterday, what the recidivism rate is among those who are housed, just so that we can get an idea if we're making progress or not. The PIT number, of course, is not a scientific number, we know, but if we knew how many veterans were coming in, how many veterans were going out, how many veterans were leaving their housing, recidivating, I think we'd have an idea of how much treading of water, how much bailing of a leaking boat we were doing. And we would understand perhaps the impact of the unit in our tour yesterday, all of those units that are coming on board. And it's an extraordinary event to take that tour. The impact of that as it comes on, we talk to each of the developers, some are coming on this year, some are coming on next year, the following year, just for planning purposes, then maybe we would understand the importance of partnering with the Home Key Initiative, which would add considerable units, has the potential for adding considerable units, and has also the potential for the utilization of the unutilized HUD-VASH vouchers. So it's just a planning exercise.
Yeah, I agree that our data is a challenge for us, and it would be great to be able to count the exits and the entrances and to see what, if there is progress. But I do want to emphasize that progress is very individual in these cases too, that veterans are housed. And veterans do leave our program successfully, don't no longer need subsidies. Also, there's a great portion.
So
of that.
do we have those numbers? Do we have the numbers over the last 5 years, each year, how many newly homeless veterans came in, and how many veterans were housed, and how many veterans lost their housing? Do we have those numbers?
We have them, but I don't have them with me.
So could you forward them to this committee? Because we, again, looking at the campus and trying to understand what our responsibilities are, it would be incredibly helpful to know how we're doing, how in the future, in terms of planning, whether we're creating enough units so that at least we're not bailing the leaking boat. And then as you create more units above that, you're actually reducing the gross number of homeless veterans in Los Angeles. So if you have the numbers, how many years do you have the numbers for? 5
Yeah,
years?
I think we go back about 8 years now.
So if we could have all 8 years,
8 years.
so what we're looking for, how many newly homeless veterans, how many veterans housed, how many veterans fell out of their housing? Not that they graduated to other housing or did better, which we're always glad for, but we do know, especially from around the country, that there were a number of veterans who were placed in housing who go on to lose that housing. So that would be an important number to know in terms of the planning and the number of units that need to be created.
Yeah, I can get that.
So when do you think we could have that?
Next week. And it's not hard, I just have to put it together.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, we very much appreciate your making that available to General Hopper.
Sure.
And then it will be distributed to all of us. Thank you so much. Josh, let me ask you. Oh, let's get mass free.
You want me to go? Keep going?
Please keep going through, or we're not going to make it.
Okay, so this is, these are the demographics of the veterans that are in our homeless programs and veterans that we got from our by name list. So the age demographics, gender demographics, and race demographics. So primarily, most of our veterans are male. 90% of our veterans are male. And most of them, 62%, are in the 41 to 65 age range, and 70% are white. So I know there was questions about resources for women with families. So I don't have that on here, how many of these women veterans or men veterans might have children. But we do have a number of our project-based communities that do cater to families. So we have 4 units, 4 projects in our community now. And there are vacancies. We have about 30 vacancies now for families in the community, not here on campus. And I understand the concern about the future potential for families here on campus, but we do have resources in the community for families, for permanent housing for families, with project-based vouchers. So I want you to remember the age here, because we look at the age, and 20% are under 40. Those will be moving into the 41 to 65 range. The 41 to 65 will be moving into the 66 to 85 range over the next years. And hopefully we won't see too many more in the 40 age range in the future, but that remains to be seen. The veterans have certain conditions that are prevalent among our homeless population: substance abuse, substance addiction, alcohol and drug addiction. mental health conditions. And the last column is called the CAN scores. These are the care assessment needs scores. These are scores that are done to predict the frailty of a human being, to see how much care these veterans might need, or any person might need in the future. Higher the CAN score, the more care a person needs. So a good quarter of our veterans have CAN scores that are over 90%, that are over 90 scores from 0 to 100. So it's a good portion of that, and of those, that 13% are over 95. So that's very high. But I also want you to remember that these are the veterans that are currently in our programs, in the service programs, not in assisted living, not in nursing homes. These are in independent living programs. So they already have high care assessment needs scores, and we are maintaining them in our programs. So but the way we do that is to use our nurses. We have about 30 nurses and 8 nurse practitioners that work in the community with our veterans that live in the community. So this is the way the workflow works. And this will happen here on campus when campus is in. It's going to be actually easier here on campus because we're going to have our almost primary care team is already on campus, and the medical services are already on campus. So we plan to use the same model, visiting the veterans in the buildings here on campus. So in the community, somebody in the social worker identifies some health needs. If you send a message to the nurse or the assistant nurse, if the issue can be managed over the phone, they take care of it over the phone. If it can't be managed, we send the MP out to see them and assist them with health care. And then that nurse practitioner will stay with the veteran until that issue is resolved. The veteran needs a higher level of care. We'll make the referral to the higher level of care. Here's a rundown of the duties that our nursing and our nurse practitioners do. So basically, we're using our nurse practitioners now. We already have a homeless primary care team with about 2,700 of our veterans are enrolled in homeless primary care. And we have more veterans in the community in all of our programs. The homeless primary care team is a temporary primary care team. It's meant to engage with veterans when they first come into our system. Then they, for lack of a better word, graduate to a regular primary care team. But while they're in our system, they need extra care. So we have our homeless primary care offices here on campus. We have them at downtown LA. We have Sepulveda. And we're looking to be more mobile here too. One of the ways to be more mobile is we've been offered, and we're trying to work out ways to do this, a mobile medical unit, which is basically a van that you can house a primary care team on, bring it into the community out to these project sites, as was suggested earlier, and engage with the medical needs of the veterans on site. These veterans have regular primary care appointments with the homeless primary care teams, and they don't show. We send a nurse practitioner out there to engage with the veterans to see what the problem is, to see if they can only engage in their own homes, and then we do that, or if they need some assistance to get to see their medical doctor, we'll do that. When the veteran gets too medically compromised to not be able to live independently, we have our nursing home care unit right here on campus. This is the CLC buildings 213 to 215. And this is our number of veterans that are in the units now. But it typically runs pretty full. This is our CLC on campus. So the buildings it's a nursing home level of care. So the veterans are pretty high on their CAN score levels, as I mentioned earlier, and they're not able to take care of themselves in their own living arrangements. Usually 10 vacancies there, so it's a pretty full program. We also have State Veterans Home, where you've seen the State Veterans Home here on campus. It's a big facility. They typically have more vacancies. They have on the campus, there's 312 nursing home beds and 84 what they call DOM beds, which are basically assisted facility type beds. And we have a question. I'm
sorry to slow you up, but this is such an important point for me.
Yeah, no,
There's a huge gap between people who do well in permanent supportive housing and people who need to be institutionalized in a nursing home. What is the number of people that you serve who are in that gap? What are their needs? How can they be served? What type of housing do they need? What kinds of services do you provide in PSH to serve them? This has been a question I have been asking for 3 years. Please provide me some data on this need because I don't know it and the buildings are being built. And we just don't have those data. Please.
Number of veterans, 24% of the veterans that we serve in our programs of the 5,000 so veterans that we serve, 24% of them have high care assessment needs. 13% of those have a higher care assessment needs. And we've identified those veterans. And when we identify those veterans, when they have medical needs that need to be addressed in order to keep them independent living, we send our nursing and our nurse practitioners out to address with them, to engage with them for those needs. The support programs.
So that's it. So nursing drive-bys to serve people with just heart failure with 50% ejection fraction.
It's a little bit more than a drive-by. I mean, I don't.
There are these models out there.
I understand what you're saying. I understand. I appreciate what you're saying about the model that you described, where there's a nursing unit or a primary care team on the site, and that would be great. We don't have that. We're trying to get this mobile medical unit, which will hopefully alleviate some of that. But in the meantime, this is what we do, and we've been fairly successful with this.
I'll stop now, but I would love to see some data, not just on what, the CAN score is, but how many people are failing permanent supportive housing with this model
Due to medical conditions.
because of medical, psychiatric, and substance use disorders that could be held in permanent supportive housing here on this campus or elsewhere in Los Angeles with a model that is available in many cities around the country that I have not heard promoted here in this area. And veterans are going to suffer by either having to live institutionally or failing in their housing. This can be solved.
So a comparison between the Palmar Village, let's say,
Coma or again, assisted living, if we can get it going. But yeah, there's lots of levels of this, and sorry to be frustrated, but I was really hoping to hear something more from you today about the specific number of veterans who need this level of care and how the housing is going to be developed to serve that need.
okay, I apologize if this doesn't cover it for you, so I'll get more information to you. Maybe we should have a discussion or an in-depth discussion with you and I personally, we could do that.
We can probably handle this. So
I purposely made this slide busy, so you will see the, I did leave something out. We are working on, Pamberg, you mentioned yesterday about the assisted living facilities and the badge vouchers. So we do have 3 candidates now for that project. We're working on the funding through the Public Housing Authority, using the vouchers to pay for the assisted living facilities. And it looks like there's 3 candidates that are interested in doing this with us. So we're working through that process to see if we can make sure that happens. This slide shows the different kinds of criteria for different types of project-based units. And the first part of all of these things is the AMI. The AMI is the area median income. And you can see that most of these are very low AMI. To give you an idea of what the area median is for a household size here in Los Angeles County, the area median is $56,000. So the 30% AMI is $24,850 for a one-person family. So if a veteran makes over $24,850, either through service connection or Social Security disability, they will not qualify for a good portion of these units. On top of that, a lot of our residences have other criteria, which we actually examine these criteria because I'm not so sure. Some of them are a little bit more strict than we would like. And this, although we're getting better at being housed, but they have criminal background checks that go back more years than really need to go, 7-year criminal history checks sometimes. 5-year criminal misdemeanor, felony check, things like that, that I'm working with the county now to see whether these are really in compliance with fair housing laws. The HUD-VASH requirement for vouchers does not require such a stringent criminal background check. So we want to make sure it's all uniform, all in line, so that when the veterans do apply for these projects, it's easier for them to get in. Yes.
Yeah, let's just hold questions till the end. Make a note. Back to it. I'd like to get through this briefing.
Yeah, I got to talk fast. So
I need to talk fast and don't make me purposely.
nobody praise me.
No more purposely busy slides.
No, I don't have any more business. Just to give you an idea, this is the projects that are in process now. Going to bring us up to 90. I already talked about that. So we have these homeless goals that I want to tie this into what the technical assistance team is helping us do. And this will be the end of this before I want to show you some quick pictures. But our goals, and you may be familiar with these goals. I'm not sure if you've heard them or not, but the secretary's challenged us to house 1,500 veterans in permanent housing by the end of the year. But along with that, to increase our voucher utilization up to 75% of what it is now, 63%, and to house veterans quicker within 90 days when they do get housed, rather than the longer period we had, which was, we never made 90 days. We rarely, I think we actually never made 90 days since 2018. So this is our historical placements. Last year, you can see the placements go down each year. It's especially last year, the pandemic issues, staffing issues, lots of different issues last year for the reasons we get down. So we were down 1,275, so 1,500 is an increase from last year. And you can see the numbers each month of how many veterans we are permanently housing in each one of these months. Let's just say many. The top line is our target each month. Each month we're not reaching the target. Each month that we don't reach the target. Harder. We started working with our technical assistance team earlier this year to work on some of these problems to make us more efficient. There's a couple of fits and starts. We're hoping that we're going to see more progress next couple of months, especially with those project-based units that are in process. They're not counted here yet because they're in process, but there's several hundred that are in process. Hopefully we'll see them on this list shortly to make us get closer to our goal. And this just gives you a nice graphic of the goal that we're at 30% of our goal, which should be about 50%. We should be at 43%. The utilization has gone down. We did receive more vouchers, so we are at 67% in 2021. Actually, in December rather, we were at 71%. And we got the 12% more vouchers, and we went down to 63%. But we did increase the speed, and we did this by going through a process map of the process of getting veterans housed, and we were terrible at this. I gotta say, we had so many roadblocks and barriers, self-inflicted barriers that we removed. Bunch of those things, and you can see that the speed increased to 71% of the veterans that were housed in May were housed within 90 days. Just to go over we're averaging placements are over this in April than was on a regular year. The housing availability is a problem. There's a moratorium on evictions still, which lowers the available housing stock. I have already mentioned about our voucher utilization, that it's at 64%, and we added 12% more vouchers, but had only a 7% drop in utilization. So we would have been in the 70s. We didn't get more vouchers, but that's the way it goes. We get more vouchers. We want more vouchers. And we did increase the speed by working with our public housing authorities to remove barriers to help the veterans. What our technical assistance team is working on is helping us design and implement a coordinated entry process, a veteran-specific coordinated entry process, which Jim is involved in this, and a couple other county community partners are involved in this. The county has its own coordinated entry system, and this is a supplement to that that's veteran-specific, so that we can put our resources and match the veterans with those resources. We're also planning these housing sprints with our project-based vouchers, so bring veterans right to the housing so they can move right in. We have a housing locator contract that was just awarded this month. They are in background check process now. Once they get background check, they'll be able to hit the ground running. and take our veterans to units, to tenant-based units in the community, use their landlord resources that they have, and hopefully get for veterans housing. We also have property manager strategies. We have money that we can incentivize landlords, maybe hold apartments or give some some money towards maybe damages, if there's damages to an apartment. And the technical assistance team is helping us increase the skills of our staff so that our veterans can get housed quicker and stay in housing longer. I just kind of mentioned all these things, but what we've done here and B at the bottom. So if we're doing a by name list, the by name list data was a problem with the county when they were giving it back to us. So this is a problem with data. Now, this is admittedly a problem. We've had it for a while, that our numbers don't match what the county numbers say. So we're working on making the two systems talk to each other. It's about a 1,400 veteran discrepancy here. So we want to get that fixed as soon as possible. In B, we do know those numbers are accurate. And we do have a system now where we match those veterans that are in CTRS and ADOM and in our grant per diem and transitional housing programs with available resources right now. And some of the other strategies, just to see what the expected results of some of these strategies that we did, this housing locator contract towards the end of the year. We have veterans on an interest list now, and some of those veterans already have vouchers right now. They just need help getting into these units, doing the applications for the units, finding units. So with the housing locator contract, we're expecting that that'll house up to 500 more veterans by the end of this year. Using our HUD manage our own staff, increasing their capacity, might house another 100 veterans. And the DEMSET, the Disaster Emergency Management Personnel System, which is a VA-wide system that is used in emergency situations, and we've given authority to have this as an emergency situation. So starting July 18th, 23 DEMS personnel will be coming in for 2-week rotations 3 times for 6 weeks. And in that 6 weeks, I'm hoping that they'll be able to house 150 veterans. Talked about this on the previous slides by using funds, training, and we're working on getting more staffing so that we have staff to accommodate all these veterans. When they do get housed, they still have to be case managed and monitored by them. Do I have time to go over these? Excellent. So my main presentation is done. See on all the slides. And something that it's just extra because everybody was interested in CPRs yesterday, but I don't want to take up time. That's not.
So here's what we'll do. We'll bump up against the public comment. Eventually, public comment time stay in place. So, board members, I'll ask you to write your questions down. Send those to the DFO. Get those submitted here and get back. Now, we're coming up on Mr. Trend's presentation. My sense is that there's lots of room for discussion here, Matt. So I'm going to propose a working lunch and the advice of Aaron back. Continue to chat with them about the information. Okay.
At lunch.
You're invited back for lunch, but you know, okay, Matt, thanks very much. I do recognize that the issue is fine. We didn't allow you enough time on the agenda.
It's quite all right. And I'm open to questions at any time.
Yeah, seriously, we'll ask you to come back at lunchtime. Okay, next up is Mr. Trend, Alan, to talk about the master
Thank you, sir. Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you. A little bit vertically challenged, so I gotta lower the mic. Well, thank you all for having me here to share the with you a plan, the socialized master plan. Yeah, next step. What we have is there's just a couple of items. I can get a little bit closer. Hey, this is better. All right. On the agenda, I have a couple of items to socialize, the plans to socialize the master plan as well as the next step in the master plan. And as most of you know, or actually everybody here is familiar with the draft master plan 2016. The draft master plan was developed with substantial participation and collaboration with stakeholders. You know, over 100. So with the draft master plan, over 1,000 comments were received and incorporated in the draft master plan. And within the draft master plan, there's a commitment to update the draft master plan every 3 to 5 years. So with that, the team started the update in July 2021. And in April of 2022, the secretary approved and released the master plan 2022. So within the release of master plan 2022, we continue with stakeholder engagement and activities in progress with the goals of building trust, veterans and different stakeholders group, and also to ensure transparency and accountability. In addition, a few other goals is to align the communication of master plans so that we can get the words out there of what the master plan 2022 is about and the work that are in progress. Here I have I listed a number of other goals that we have in our communication strategy for the master plan. Increased communication program available to veterans, services available to veterans and their family, communicate the progress of work done towards the master plan for more actively and frequently maximizing stakeholder support. And additionally, to communicate resources available to veterans, families, and caregivers. The approach that we're taking is to provide ongoing engagement tactics for corresponding stakeholders using web, media, email communication, campus tour, external outreach, as well as signage, any mode of communication that we are able to put out there to get the master plan out in public. Also, we will initiate and maintain regular and ongoing contact and collaboration with decision makers, primarily with the VSOs, with veterans residing on campus, as well as the community across PLA. A number of other stakeholders that we're also targeting are elected officials and legislators, local, state, federal, the Veteran Integrated Service Network, and also media and Facebook. The messaging that we continue to put out there with Master Plan 2022, some of the key messages that Master Plan 2022 was put together with significant public participation and comments. Is update to the 1,000+ comments that we received for the Draft Master Plan 2016. It's an update of, and we continue to solicit for comments, solicit for feedback, and that's what led to Master Plan 2022. And our team will continue to do that for the next iteration of the master plan as well. And it's reflected in Master Plan 2022 that the intent is to continue with the update every 3 to 5 years. The method that we are utilizing is to leverage existing meetings. There are a number of meetings that we have schedules all throughout, and in subsequent slides, you will see that. And these meetings, these standing meetings, receive input from VCOEB board here, as well as the IPT government board, see them, as well as to collaborate with the principal developers in organizing town hall meetings and also attend the various meetings that are out there through the VPAN network, as well as other opportunities that are available to participate and engage with public in explaining or in outlining the master plan and showing progress on campus. On the communication front, we continue to, on a weekly, monthly, quarterly, and on an ad hoc basis, to communicate with stakeholders out there through, with weekly tactics, we are looking at do articles, video, and video content, using the GLA website to publish articles, as well as Vantage Point articles, and also on the web, on the master plan website. And on a monthly basis, our team are working to put together success stories, not only on the master plan construction, but also with Surge, in terms of the interest story. For example, in June, highlighted the construction and development and the opening of the Women Oasis in Building 257. And also another article that our team put together is published in VA Vantage, is the article on one of our social workers currently working at CTRS. She's on the verge of homelessness. She's a veteran on the verge of homelessness, and leveraging VA's program and services, she's able to continue with school and eventually to come back to VA and work for the VA as a social worker, and currently working now at CTRS. In addition to the monthly stories and articles that we put out on a quarterly basis, we also have the newsletter, e-newsletter that we put out, and also on an ad hoc basis, provide tours to any stakeholders out there that are interested in looking at viewing the campus and seeing the progress of construction that are currently ongoing. And then finally, on the communication side, Plan Digital Slides project, our website reflects for 5 years the draft master plan. Now that master plan 2022 has been signed, our team is working to update the website to reflect West LA master plan .org. So in 2023, the migration will be completed, and the word draft website, as well as the contents within the website where it's appropriate. As for our next step in looking at continued engagement of the master plan, the continued engagement, we'll continue to get input from stakeholders, again, from the VCOEB board, IPT government, elected officials, from veterans that are residing on campus, as well as the veterans community out there. And these are dates that we already have scheduled on the schedule for the next 3 to 4 months in terms of our engagement, leveraging the number of existing scheduled employee town hall, elected official town hall, to VSO town hall, and other opportunities where we connect with the PD, as well as connect with other stakeholders within UTLA area has been continued to talk about the master plan and progress on campus. In addition to all the communication we outlined, we're going to communicate through action. And this slide here is, and the next few subsequent slides, you see, and as well as doing it for yesterday, the number of active construction sites and addition of the campus that is currently in the construction zone. Everywhere you turn, it's construction. In fiscal year 20, the VA invested roughly about 13.7 million updating the utility infrastructure, and that's the dry utility through PD's work and capital contribution. And in fiscal year 21, team put together a number of projects to clear out the various parcels so that it'll be ready to turn over to PD for development. And the idea with all these projects is to get all these parcels ready as quickly as possible. And if we have to let the parcel sit there and wait for the financing, when the developer is ready to take over the parcels ready rather than the developer having to wait for VA to do infrastructure work and clear out the parcels. So for fiscal year 21, VA invested approximately 21 million in projects here to do infrastructure work. You see, as you can see yesterday, there's a lot of work that are going out there, particularly in lot 38. That's 118 units that will be built there. And we're scheduled to turn that lot over in September of this year. In addition, 156, 157, that project was already completed doing the abatement of those two buildings. And that is slated to be turned over in August this year, which will make way for 110 units. We saw lot 48 as well. There's another 72 work being done there right now, and that is slated to be turned over. Yesterday, part of the tour, you also walked 205, 208, and 207. Progress of construction. 205, 208 is projected to be completed in October of this year, and 207 is projected to be completed in December of this year. Continue on with the infrastructure work for fiscal year 22. This fiscal year, we have in the plan to invest additional 42 into infrastructure so that we'll continue to help to accelerate development on campus. So within the 42 million, the last project on there, this one here, the upgrading fire and water distribution. One of the two projects that the chief touched on yesterday as well early this morning. There's a critical project for upgrading the water distribution system so that developer can obtain construction permits from the county. And that's phase one of construction. So in fiscal year 20, we did the dry utility. In fiscal year 22 and 23, we worked on the wet utility. This slide here is a look ahead in fiscal year 23, what we're planning. The team is going to continue to plan these projects here, and these projects are in development and executed in fiscal year 23. So with all these projects here, we project to invest another 38 million fiscal year 23 dollars for this project to get the parks ready and to accelerate development. So all in all, in fiscal year 2021, 22, and 23, the VA is looking at investing roughly about 115 million to accelerate housing, to accelerate development. With the draft master plan in 2015, 2016 until 2020, been pointed out by many that not a lot of progress are being made, but as you can see for yesterday, and the number of projects that we're doing in the last couple of years and going into next year, there's substantial investment that VA is putting in the the project. Also locally, as a network and as a facility, also making a commitment to provide the resources for us to build. So that commitment there is from facility as well as the network office to fund those positions so that we'll be able to get these parts ready for development. And then this one here is just a look ahead of what the team continue to plan for outlier year 24 through 26. And, the idea of having these projects planned out in advance is also in anticipation of any funding that the agency will get. And there's recent discussion of the Peck Act, which potentially could infuse a substantial amount of funding into the system for development. And what we're doing here locally to position ourselves to capture that funding and to accelerate is to plan these projects ahead of time, get ready, and also working closely with the developer, look at their funding and also their timing so that we can turn these parcels over. So that VA should not be the reason why these developments are on hold because parcels are not ready. And with that, I want to leave you with this final slide here. What matters most? So all communication that we're doing, whether it's social media, Facebook, Twitter, going out to the community, talking to the community, we hear it all the time. I believe some comments yesterday as well, that talk is cheap. Well, here we're showing talk translating to action is expensive. So 3.5 years is 115 million invest. But also with delivering housing. So this slide here will show you the cumulative veterans unit that will be coming online by the end of this year and projecting out to 2025. So right now, in the second quarter of 2025, we will have 724 units, cumulative housing units coming on. That's continuing to be our commitment, work for accelerating the development, working closely with the developers and developers team, and also with the community, continue this work. That's my last slide. Any questions?
Thanks very much, Mr. Trim, and I have no idea.
No bias here, I think it was first up.
Really? Just because you're Lieutenant Colonel Underwood promotable. Lieutenant Colonel promotable.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. A quick question. In 2016, you said you had 1,000 inputs on master plan. What was it in 2022?
If I recall the number, it's roughly 594, if I'm not mistaken. I can send you the exact number, but it's 500.
Good.
Of those 5 and something, actually, input, we actually went to residents that are actually living on campus, particularly the non-CLC, ETRS, as well as 209. Want to get directly input from them, especially the resident 209, that they've been living on campus, they see the campus, they know what the environment atmosphere, and those input to us is very critical.
Thank you. Do you know why there was a drop off? Why was there such a drop off? About 50%.
In 20, our master plan, when was put out there, is one of the first, or is the first master plan, and there's a lot of public involvement, a lot of interest. And the distinction is for master plan 2022 is an update of the iteration of 2016. So the comments that were evaluated and adopted in 2016 that are still applicable, or section of the draft master plan that are still applicable. We carry that forward and continue the momentum on those parts of it. And in the areas where we are updating, that's where specifically we're targeting the comments and also feedback for those particular areas.
Thank you. One other follow-up question. Looking at the next step slide, and there's a lot of opportunities to get feedback, but only one of them is really aimed at directly at veterans, it seems. Look at the schedule right here. And there's a lot of opportunities for employees that work here, VCOEB, elected officials. But why isn't there more just straight out? So the first meeting on June 8th, 22 was Veteran Town Hall. Is there more veteran specific elected officials, folks working with veterans scheduled for their feedback, folks who will look there?
That's all. So what you're seeing there is what is already scheduled, what we haven't planned, and I just think with Mrs. Bennett yesterday as well. And we will connect with him as well as the developers to participate in opportunity where through the VPN network or others, community meetings where we have staff out there talking about the master plan, getting input. And our intention is as we go out there and share the master plan and progress and receiving input, we will keep those input and continue to then lead them into the next iteration of updates as well.
Very last question, I promise. As you're collecting data, is it viewable? Or are you keeping it at a certain point and then releasing it? Are we ever going to see, like, the register, see other comments people put on, right? That was helpful, informative. Is this going to be transparent like that? As you collect data through social media, these interactions, are we going to see that?
We can certainly look at building a repository, a database that we can share those. And again, comments and feedback that may be applicable today, next month, next year, may not be applicable 2 years from now, 3 years from now, when we look at the next iteration of the master plan. It's an evolving, every 3 to 5 years, we're making that commitment to update it based on assessment, based on needs, based on feedback.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation.
Okay. Next, board members. One question. Sure.
Rob Peck from the master plan. Fred, thank you very much for your presentation. I thought it was exceptionally informative. It'll be great to get that slide 20 updated over time.
They're asking you questions.
I was just making the point that the slide that shows the phasing by building and when enhanced use leases are going to be executed, everything struck me as very valuable. It'd be great to get that periodically updated. What I did want to bring to your attention and really more broadly to the group's attention, question in your presentation about ends on the very first page. The reason I bring it up for the group is I think it's a real philosophical issue that everyone on the board has to wrestle with. I want to make sure we use words correctly. When you listed the draft master plan 2016, you wrote that the very first bullet, the draft master plan was to develop, to revitalize the West LA campus into a thriving community for homeless and other at-risk veterans and their families. And while I would agree with you, that is its purpose, that is not its only purpose. The draft master plan was very emphatic that it was to be a campus for all veterans. Just want the group to keep in mind that even though the supportive housing mission is a very important mission, that there are other important things. I'm going to just quote quickly from the introduction to the 2016 master plan. And this is from page, it's 1.4. Create a safe, secure, sustainable campus that is not fully reliant on VA funds for development and operations of housing and services while ensuring future land use activities beyond the providing of healthcare benefits and memorial services, directly benefit veterans and their families, and help foster a culture where veterans are welcome and free to engage with other veterans, their families, VA personnel, and other stakeholders to improve their lives and overall well-being. Now, that is an objective far beyond just addressing supportive housing. And I really want to underscore it because it becomes an issue that ties to something Phil Mangano said earlier. We need to make sure that we're not merely bailing the boat and that we're fixing the boat. And this was something that was also anticipated in the 2016 master plan when the VA agreed to an outward-facing focus. They said, draft master plan sets the stage for pursuing a land use plan that promotes the well-being of both homeless and otherwise vulnerable veteran populations, and at the same time leverages the property to serve as a catalyst in life for those veterans who seek access to core reintegration opportunities, such as alternative health care, education, training, employment, benefits, legal and spiritual services, as well as entrepreneurial, recreational, and social disciplines. So, you'll forgive me for having to make this point, but I hear this theme coming across, and I want to make sure we're clear about the articulated kind of the draft master plan. It is to provide supportive housing, but it also is, there was a broad agreement that it is there to engage the veteran population throughout all of this area, very broad level. So I love the presentation, easily the most informative thing we've seen on the master plan updating. I would ask that going forward, we make sure we characterize the mission as completely as we can.
Absolutely. And what Peck, and to your point also is that, you know, we focus a lot and we discuss a lot on development of supportive housing, but the master plan, to your point, also include reinvestment in healthcare. And that's what maybe I failed to cover in my presentation, but there's a lot of projects that are ongoing that will reinvest into the healthcare for our veterans as well and on the South Campus.
Okay, thanks.
Jennifer Marshall, just a quick note, I'd like, if we could maybe take note as to who's putting their placard up first, just in the sake of fairness. Hamilton was first, I was second. Alan, thank you so much for the information you provided. I have a question about outreach and informing the public. The VA has seemed to struggle with this from the beginning. So as someone intrinsically familiar with social media, the metrics that you provided at the bottom of page 12, this shows that this news is not effectively reaching our community. The latest statistics show that we have approximately over 250,000 veterans in Los Angeles County. Yet Facebook, you have 5,100 followers. Twitter, you have 4,200 followers. And I haven't seen those numbers increase by much since 2016. So what steps have been made to ensure that veterans living in LA County, not to mention Kern and Ventura, but especially LA County, who are not on the listserv, are receiving this vital information about the campus? Thank you.
I thank you for that question. And, you know, we thunderstorm and lightning outside. But, you know, to your question, our team here collectively are continuing to outreach in other areas, not only in the immediate LA area, up in Kern County, Bakersfield, and Flora, Ridgecrest. Our employee care executive directors often travel up there, if not once a week, to do the outreach and do the engagement. Not only talk about the master plan, but also healthcare. Need to engage with veterans, LA metropolitan area. And you know, with the social media, the different platforms, we would love to partner with you that have Facebook, Twitter, that you have followers. Love to then add that so that it can be shared to a wider audience, so that get it out there even more.
Okay, one more question. I know you were next, stick up your hand.
Not that guy.
General, if you invite me back to lunch and if you find I'll be here too.
Only one. But you're invited back to lunch. If you have time, or more questions, we'll. invite you soon.
Absolutely.
Well, we've got time for one more. Jim's in.
Yeah, just a quick comment, Jim Center for the record. I really appreciate the story about the social worker who came through the system and was hired. Touches on a couple of things that we don't spend enough time as a board talking about, which is purpose and connectedness. When I go out to CTRS, I see some of the guys that I worked with in GPD back in 2012, and I get excited because I get to see them, but unfortunately, they're back here, they're kind of still struggling with homelessness. And I know that. I know it's because they're not. And that's my comment. Really kind of touches on what Ron was bringing up about the mission. We can't be so focused on housing and services. And I really like what my colleague, Mr. Van Diver, said earlier about bringing civilians on campus. We have to make sure that we have amenities and stuff for our VA employees that are taking care of us. The happier they are, the more available they are emotionally. So I just wanted to make that comment. Appreciate that story.
Thank you. I appreciate the comment.
Okay, we have time for one more question.
Thank you, Big Val, and congratulations on all the progress. So thinking about the larger scope and coming out of the pandemic, we saw that obviously in 2021, we didn't have a homeless count. We see that there's discrepancies with like the by name list that we've been working on for a long time. So my curiosity is recognizing all of the information that's missing about the current state of the population. Why did VA go forward with publishing this update without waiting until the new homeless count numbers come out in July? Because the secretary came out, everyone was here with us. It just seems like if we really want to address the need, we should be working off of the data that's going to be the most readily available, recognizing since we haven't had anything really updated since 2020.
Thank you for that, Heidi. And, from my understanding, the master plan 2022 is a couple of things. All is the commitment to finding the update, and we're not updating something just think of updating. The data out there, and I don't have the exact number, but we know in LA County there's 4,000, probably about 4,000 veterans, homeless veterans. So at the pace in which these housing development comes online, within the next couple of years, I think a slide will show out. That's only 724 units. And right now the sport momentum on a festival with the kind of plan that can articulate that, outline that, so that it's a footprint possible. We will continue to get feedback when people think it's specific for the next iteration of update. That's in 5 years.
Okay. Thanks very much, Al. We'll move right now and presentation. West LA Collective is here. I'll see Peck. Like your slides are up.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you to put your part in.
Don't get the jump on me.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good to be here. It's been, I feel like a couple of years since we've been able to present to you in person. It's nice to be back. My name is Brian DeAndre. I'm joined this morning by some of my colleagues on the principal developer team, including Steve Peck, Beth Banco, Teresa Rohan, and Jordan Hines. We're excited to provide you an update on our activities in our partnership with the VA. And also, we have questions for us that we will be answering throughout the course of our presentation. And obviously, we're here for Q&A. So I know some of you are newer board members. We thought it would be helpful just to take a short trip down memory lane and reintroduce ourselves. We are the West LA Veterans Collective. We're a partnership of 3 LA-based organizations, Century Housing, Stafford Associates, and US Vets. 2 of our organizations were founded by and are presently led by veterans, both Century and US Vets. And Thomas Stafford Associates is located just a row away from the VA in Brentwood. The partnership that we created is very natural. We have a long history, many decades actually, of working together. So this is a great marriage, and we've been very successful over the course of the past 3.5 years since our appointment. Our team also includes a group of best-in-class consultants, including the likes of KFA, KPFF, City Fabric. These are our engineers, architects, urban designers, planners that have provided a lot of the inspiration and thinking that has been woven into the community plan and the master plan 2022 update that you've been hearing about. We were selected in November of 2018. And over the course of the past 3.5 years, we have worked very closely with the VA, along with our public agency partners like the City of Los Angeles, the County of Los Angeles, and the State of California, along with our veteran stakeholders, to advance the vision of the original draft master plan, which has now been updated. And all of those efforts will uphold and are upholding the original promise, going all the way back to the operative land use document, which was the 1887 conveyance that meets the intent of that conveyance while also addressing the needs of our most vulnerable veterans that are on the streets in cars and under bridges and shelters today in Los Angeles. We're pleased to report that our partnership with the VA is alive and well, and we've got a lot of great progress to report. Next slide. Our work starts with mission. And we are about the successful transition and recovery of our veterans so they may lead healthy, happy, and more hopeful lives. Our work begins and starts with that mission. It's a lens through which we have developed the community plan. It's now enshrined in the master plan 2022. And it's also inspired our planning and thinking and development work in and around the town center, which I know you are all interested in learning more about today. We initiated our planning efforts by thinking about a set of guiding principles. To give you a couple of examples, we wanted to create a holistic community. It's more than simply about housing. It's about wellness and connections and engagement, opportunity, pride. We acknowledge the voice of the veteran. That's of paramount importance to us. Our work is of, by, and for veterans. We'll serve as responsible stewards of both the physical and the natural environment. And we're committed to prudence and modesty in the new construction that you'll see throughout the North Campus, while uplifting the historic character of this very special place. Next slide. Many of you toured the campus yesterday. It was great to have you up on the North Campus. It's a sprawling piece of real estate. We've developed a set of urban design strategies that have sought to guide our development thinking and actual work. These include things like establishing a sense of hierarchy and order, concentrating and clustering our developments to foster social interactions, to foster service efficiencies, to foster infrastructure efficiencies. We're also interested in fostering connections to the surrounding neighborhoods of Brentwood, Westwood. This is an important place, but it is not an isolated enclave into itself. We want this to be woven into the larger fabric of the region for veterans that feel like they can come and go freely. In the end, our focus is really on creating a supportive, thriving community for our most vulnerable veterans. Next slide. Turn things over to Steve.
Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Steve Peck. I'm the president and CEO of US Vets. We've been around since 1993 and working with the West LA VA since 1993. Our inaugural site is in Inglewood, California. So it really is an honor to be part of this process.
Actually, in 1993, I was a outreach worker at this site over in Building 212. So the circle that I have traveled is kind of extraordinary. We know that we were engaged to not only build housing, but to create a community. We need to activate that community. So everything we have done thus far is toward that end. On the north side of the campus is a building 300. That is the support service center for the campus. That will provide a variety of services and amenities, including food bank, legal clinic, peer navigators, VA staff, our own staff, as well as homeless prevention programs. U.S. Vets operates the Veteran One-Stop Service Center at downtown Los Angeles, at Peck, where we have mental health programs, employment programs, a women vet outreach site, and we intend to bring all of those here. So not only will we be housing the veterans who are homeless, but hopefully at that site we will be preventing veterans from becoming homeless in the first place by providing those services that will gear them away from falling into homelessness. On the southern part of campus, the town hall will be the social center. And there is many things that envisioned with that. So the Building 13 has a grand hall where we'll be doing job fairs, celebrations, lectures, Super Bowl parties, etc. There's a community kitchen in there to provide meals. We could do a culinary arts program in there. We envision a store there to serve the community. This is really a food desert after about 4 o'clock. So there'll be a store there as well as the food bank. There's a lot of food insecurity among the veterans that we serve in our permanent housing. So we've already agreed with Westside Food Bank that they will take 4,000 square feet in Building 300. In Building 13, there could be a variety of other activities. And the Building 13 anchors the town center. In each of the 4 buildings surrounding the town center, there is floor space. There's actually 90,000 square feet of floor space for all the kinds of activities, entrepreneurial activities, arts programs, library, whatever we all envision can be located in those ground floor buildings. Next. We know that we are serving largely a vulnerable population. Some of these veterans have been homeless for many, many years. They are older than their chronological age. So the services that we provide are essential. There'll be, thus far, we have about 400 FASH vouchers. So obviously there will be a number of social workers on site. U.S. Vets surrounds that with wraparound services. We'll go out and seek the funding to provide 24/7 care. We have a veteran service candidates at each site, so that whatever the need is, and whatever time of day or night, there is someone there to assist that veteran. We will be looking at the acuity of the various veterans, looking at the different buildings. At this point, we have 2 buildings dedicated to specific population. One is an aging population. That's the first building, 207, 62 and older, because that is a fast-growing population among the homeless veterans. And in building 210, we're going to replicate our women's program. Women's Advanced program in Long Beach has operated since 2001. So we have a lot of experience with the vulnerable women veterans, many of whom have suffered military sexual trauma. So we'll be putting up a 20-bed program here to help rehabilitate that population and potentially then move them into the upper floors of that building. We're looking at clinical evidence now to see whether we need to dedicate a single building to women veterans. So at this point, I've not found any clinical evidence that we should do so. At our women's program in villages at Cabrillo, once they have gone through their rehabilitation, which can be 6 months to a year, they go into the general population. They live in buildings with other veterans. And the kind of therapeutic community that we create gives them the safety that they need.
I mentioned the therapeutic community. This is something that we do at all of our large sites. We want the veterans engaged in their own rehabilitation. We have resident councils in each building to keep an eye and ear out for what's going on in that building, what the needs are, what the gaps in service are. We have a once a month town hall where all veterans on campus are welcome, and it's an open forum, so they can tell us what their needs are, what their concerns are, what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, so that that way the veterans are very much engaged in their own rehabilitation. We want to make sure that we're connected to the larger community, all the resources that are available out there. In Building 300, there'll be any number of agencies, nonprofits, other agencies that are providing services and amenities to veterans and those for vets here on campus, so that we're making sure that we're availing ourselves of all of the resources available to veterans. The Metro will give veterans here access to the larger community. We're in conversation with Metro now about first mile, last mile, long way from the north part of campus down to the coast. So we're going to be working with them to make sure that veterans, in particular disabled veterans, can access that Metro. We measure ourselves every which way. We have grants, VA grants, Department of Labor grants. So a lot of reporting on our success in those grants. But in permanent housing, we're going to be looking at length of stay. We're going to be looking at the acuity level. Has that stabilized? We'll be looking at their move toward independence. In many instances, the veterans stay with us in permanent housing for 3 years or so, and they have gained the skills that to move back out in the community. They have created a social network out in the community. So that is a good thing with this. So we expect that there'll be some turnover in the permanent housing as that's appropriate. If this is the best spot for them, we want them to stay. Some of them, for many veterans in our permanent housing, that is their last stop. They feel honored and supported, and they have veteran peers around them. So that is the best solution for them. Next, I'm going to hand this off to Teresa.
Should go back. Sorry about that. Hi, everybody. I'm Casmego. One of those roles is the Director of Community Development. That means putting together the community systems, including backbone organization. We have 501c3. I sent in the charting paperwork in October, so that should be coming up soon. But relevance of that is that the community needs backbone work together to allow for all of the services that we participate, including the town center, including the wellness center, building 300, building 13, the town hall, and to allow us to work with the other developers that are already on campus. So I heard that question yesterday on tours. How are you integrating with the other developers? And part of that answer is through the backbone. So ensuring that the veterans that live inside of those units are part of it. So we have a voice. Currently on the campus, there isn't a resident council, so structuring that, creating that. And part of my background, I'm a social worker, I'm a public administrator, I'm a Marine Corps veteran, disabled veteran. I've had a lot of challenges after service, and I know what the cost is. I know the cost is service, and I know what the mission is that we have to achieve here. And so previously I worked implementing the first Veteran Family Wellness Center, exists in the VA system alongside the VA system. We served 26,000 veterans and their families in the 4 years that I directed that center. So
Vet Center actually is on this campus, so I was able to use that knowledge and wisdom and actually having worked on the campus for the past 6 years to help put these structures in place. So going back to that, the health community, housing and wellness services. So my other role as part of the collective is project director. So US Vets is the primary services provider for the North Campus ULs. My role in that is really to look at all the data that we've been discussing and to be able to create services, a package of services that serve not only those that live in individual units, those that reside within the larger catchment area. So how I do that, part of how I do that is actually being immersed in the community myself. I belong to numerous community groups, part of the LA Veterans Collaborative. I was a Veterans Commissioner for a few years, the County Commission. And so with the services, one of the things that I'd like to see happen, and I've worked very closely with Mr. McGarren, with the different VA departments, in how we're going to implement services. What is the correct mix of services? What is it that veterans want? What is it that they need? A lot of that actually comes directly from veterans feedback. As I explained, the backbone 501c3 development and administrative function. Part of that is getting everybody on the same page, as I mentioned, with developers. Safety and security is one piece of that. So part of my role has been to examine the footprint of the developer and to determine what shared spaces are and how those shared spaces will integrate with VA working closely with Trend, OAEM, what that will look like in terms of how do we provide for safety and security in those areas. What are some ways we can use technology to make it friendly? For instance, when you're purchasing a meal, is there some kind of system we can put in place to be able to do that more easily? The other piece of that is the property management standards. So getting all of the developers on the same page in terms of how we speak to and how we work with the veterans for the campus. That includes things like housing retention action plan. Internally, the principal development team has already agreed and ratified that we would all abide by the same set of standards. If something were to go wrong, or there were challenges in the housing unit, so at what point should somebody in the housing units have talking to, or perhaps seeking out the case manager for that person to get an additional support? There are things like that that are in progress. Building the structure of the community is absolutely crucial. There's no way around it. Housing development is one thing, but to bring together the veterans that are living in the units, the veterans that are coming onto the campus, the employees, the hospital, and different resources that are needed to support each of those different groups, absolutely crucial. So it has to be built properly. Administration is a huge part of that. Figuring out how we all work to make the function in terms of common area maintenance with the other developers. So all of these systems are currently in progress. It's kind of the brass tacks time of the development. But beyond the systems, honestly, it's the veterans at the heart of what we're doing here. I regularly interface with the community. Over the past year, I've been to at least 100 different veterans events, spoken to directly face to face at least 1,000 veterans. And I've heard their feedback. I've read the comments in the Federal Register. I've looked at all the different feedback that I've been able to get my hands on as these systems are being planned, shared them, and gotten feedback on the design and how we can implement. So other parts of what's being done, inaugural annual report is in progress. Okay. More presentation. So we activated our social media, working directly with Alan Tran. We also are developing an external facing web portal so veterans who live on the campus will know where to go, because we absolutely disparate housing units. Where do I go for property management? Where do I go if there's a problem in my unit? Okay. So we're building an electronic community portal for that. So 2022 for me is continuing communication and working with people. Metrics are tremendously important. That data that we were talking about earlier, tremendously important. Part of what I've worked on with Jay and Matt is a data repository. So reaching out to the homeless programs office, looking for that information. As we're opening up Building 210, the women's program, getting that data on the different demographics that we're serving and looking at the most current data. The initial buildings were planned based on the fact that we knew that the aging veteran population was one of the fastest growing in the country, in addition to women veterans becoming one of the largest demographics. But beyond that, as we are working through the phases and planning the different housing units, looking at fresh data, looking at those current data, even doing literature reviews and peer reviewed data is tremendously important. So that's what I got for you. I'm glad to take any questions after this.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Parisa Roshan. I see I have 3 minutes. We're going to skip over most of our slides. Chi told me to yell. Can you hear me? Okay, great. As I said, I'm Parisa. I work with Thomas Safran and Associates on behalf of the West LA VA Collective that Brian and Steve already told you a bit about. I wanted to take a quick moment to just show you the phasing of this, taking a very phased approach to building out this community at the West LA VA campus. So I got to see many of you on site yesterday. As you know, phase 0 is nearly complete. We have 205, 208, 209, and all coming online by the end of this year. And we are actually happy to report we just received full funding on 3 of our projects from phase 1, including PA 402, which is also headed by TNA. So if you look at the map, again, most of you were on site yesterday at PA 207, which will be delivering 59 units for senior homeless veterans, again, by the end of this year. So in the interest of time, I don't want to go into too much detail. Again, most of you already skipped this one as well. Most of you already saw VA 207 yesterday, so we won't recap. Next slide. Next slide. Steve and Brian, if you want to just skip over the photos because we don't have any, and we can just put them. So again, in the interest of time, we're not going to go into too much detail building by building. Most of you learned some of those details yesterday while on site. I think the important thing worth noting about our phased plan is that while we are closing out phase 0, we are actively preparing for phase 1. As I said, 3 projects were funded last week. We're applying for additional tax credits in August of this year for the second tier of phase 1. And we're very pleased to report that the VA has been a tremendous partner in building up infrastructure, again, in a very deliberate way, so that we're creating infrastructure while the housing units are coming online in different parts of this case. Yeah. Final.
Thank you. We originally thought we had an hour. I know the schedule got compressed a little bit. But just want to take a brief moment to pause on phase 2, right? This is what will become the heart of the veteran community. As Steve mentioned, it's the second hub, the first hub being the health and wellness hub. And going all the way back to the original litigation, the settlement, this area really begins with housing and build out from there, surrounding our more than 400 units of housing with a comprehensive array of services and amenities that are appropriate for our veteran community. When all said and done, this will be home to more than 3,000 vets. We have about 5,000 VA staff members that work here. We have families and friends of veterans that will be visiting. This is a place to gather, to recreate, to grab a cup of coffee, have a meal, etc. Next slide, please. There are 3 primary elements to the town center, and we're not going to spend a whole lot of time here, but we have a town center, a town green, a place for throwing a frisbee, reading a book. We have a town square, a place for meeting a friend, playing a game of chess, grabbing a cup of coffee at the canteen and the trolley depot, and a town hall, which is a place for the tenant council to meet, to attend job fairs, take an arts class, etc. Next slide, please. The urban design of this really fosters activity and engagement. The historic walk terminates at a clock tower. That'll be a new element within the town green. We have a mobility hub where a veteran can catch the trolley or pick up a scooter or take a bike to cross campus. We have more than 90,000 square feet of space, flexible space, retail and amenity, supportive service space sprinkled throughout all of these buildings.
We envision uses like a small business incubator, culinary training program, makerspace, library, coffee house, art gallery, a living museum in Hoover Barracks. Please. These just give the next couple of slides, which we can just move through quickly. These just give some precedent imagery of the pedestrian and neighborhood scale. Neighborhood is really the operative word. We've been tasked and charged with creating a community, creating a neighborhood. The scale of what we have proposed is enshrined now in the draft master plan and the community plan is at the neighborhood scale. It's about creating a safe, affordable housing community for our veterans, a holistic community. Next slide, please. You have this in your handouts. This details many of the milestones that we've achieved since our selection more than 3.5 years ago in late 2018. As some of you know, neither the VA nor we were able to move forward until we had achieved environmental clearances, including NEPA and CEQA. Those gating issues and those milestones were achieved in late 2019 and in 2021, respectively. All the while, however, we've been ensconced in pre-development activities, we've been raising capital, and keeping very busy. The recent allocations of bonds and credits for our 3 projects is a great example of all of that legwork paying dividends. Next slide, please. In terms of funding commitments, we have raised more than $500 million to date, leveraged more than $500 million of financing. This has come through various sources, including federal government through the VA, which has invested close to $100 million in site preparation, infrastructure, other capital contributions to projects. It's a massive amount of capital. We're very grateful for the support of you all and for our partner at the VA. The state of California has invested more than $78 million, including a $20 million allocation from last year's budget. People who's here with CalVet. That was a critical resource that has helped to accelerate phase 1. And as Teresa mentioned, will allow us to conclude the phase 1 development activities. And we're pleased to announce that we've raised now more than $77 million of philanthropic capital, including a landmark gift from the Tunnels to Towers Foundation that is more than $72 million that will really help to unlock and accelerate phase 2. We've gone back to the state this year. As some of you might know, we have nearly a $100 billion surplus in the state of California, and we've requested another $75 million of resources to help accelerate phase 2 in and around the town center. So we are hard at work, hustling, raising capital to deliver on the original promise of 1887 and what we've been tasked with doing under the RFQ document and our agreements with the VA. Slide, please. Okay, so in the year ahead, there are some remaining impediments and barriers that we're facing. There is a volume cap issue that we're dealing with at both the federal and state level, but we intend to continue engaging in pre-development activities on the next round of projects, including projects like Building 158, Building 400, and the town center. We expect to execute the PDUL here within the next 30 days, hopefully. That's been a long effort that has involved extensive negotiations and dialogue with the VA. A first of its kind. Never has an agreement like this been signed, and so it's taken some time to do that. We will be completing some of the infrastructure projects, including the dry utilities and working with the VA, the long-term and short-term water projects that will allow the buildings like 205, 208, 207 to come online. Those buildings hopefully will begin leasing later this year, and we'll be breaking ground on the 3 developments that just received allocation. Building 401, which is done by CORE, Building 402 by TSA, and Building 404 by Century. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us in the year ahead. Next slide, please. We have a number of constraints, as I mentioned, the bond volume cap issue, which could be solved by Congress, but we're continuing to advocate with our industry to reduce the 50% test to 25%. We're going to need more project-based vouchers from our local housing authority. LACTA has been the primary provider of those PBV VASH. Campus infrastructure, the remaining infrastructure work, including mobility and transit infrastructure that we're working very closely with the VA to address those needs. And we are working on the next round of legislation, the West LA Campus Improvement Act 2.0, which will address some of the uses in the town center. We need additional legislative relief in order to very clearly allow for the types of supportive service uses that we envision in the town center. Our hope is that legislation will be introduced to Congress later this year, and then hopefully we're on a 15 to 18 month runway
for passage. We're well on our way there. We've been working very closely with the VA and Senator Feinstein and the Congressman on that. Next slide, please. How can you help? This is probably the most important question for us because you all are very influential people. You're busy people, very committed people. We think there are a number of ways you can help us. We need help with appropriations. Right now, in the most recent federal budget, we understand the capital contribution budget to the VA may be cut back. That capital contribution is a very important mechanism to help the VA do all of the site preparation, abatement, infrastructure work that is really a predicate to the work that we're doing. You can help support our efforts in fundraising. We've launched a $188.7 million capital campaign. If you're interested in learning more, we'd be happy to talk to you about that. You can share the progress that's happening. For those of you that visited the North Campus yesterday, you saw the amount of construction activity that's not immediately apparent or visible from Wilshire Boulevard. So the larger public may not always appreciate what's happening here. And there's been plenty of volunteer opportunities in the future. More and more veterans move into this beautiful home. We also have very active social media. I heard a question earlier about social media. The collective has been very active on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on LinkedIn. We're happy to share our handles with you, but we are actively posting progress, pictures, and news of what's happening here. So those are just a couple of the ideas of ways you all can help. With that, I think we will conclude our presentation. I know there's probably questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Brian. We'll take time for, it looks like, 4 questions. Yeah, I appreciate you mentioning safety and security tests. That's a big concern. I had a colleague just tell me that the tour yesterday reminded her that Village of Rio. And I know there's been some security concerns down there. So, we've really been doing a lot of work here in LA specifically around that, including the establishment of the VMed team, very highly coordinated with us out here in the county. And we do have a barrier. I was hoping that possibly we get some help from VA Central Office on this. But there seems to be some administrative process that doesn't allow VAPD to put veterans on psychiatric holds and divert them out of justice system and into treatment. And I think moving forward, that team is going to play a very big piece in maintaining safety and security, and most importantly, making sure that veterans that are suffering from mental health issues get to treatment versus end up in the justice system. So that's just something I wanted to bring up on record. A lot of good energy from VA Central Office in these meetings that I appreciate, but that's something that I think we could really use your help on here locally. And also, Chair, I'd like to say that hopefully we can bring that back. We've had a lot more conversation, especially around transitioning veterans. That something here. And I think UCLA needs to be involved in that conversation because you can't talk transitioning vets without education.
Thank you, General. Rob Becklin, for the record. Brian, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions that are all out to you. Only so, it's an issue we talked about a good bit 2 weeks ago, and I just want to make sure that all the members of the board are aware, public's aware. So we learned approximately 2 weeks ago that the developer was going to seek an amendment of the West LA Leasing Act. We understand it so that you could engage in the town center activities. Share that with the group. I have a couple procedural questions for you to make sure I understood correctly what your team told us 2 weeks ago. The first is, as I understand it, Building 300 will be the main hub for the support services on the north end of the campus and for the residential population, correct?
That's correct. That's the health and wellness hub that will serve the totality of the campus, but is centered in the phase 1 area.
That's right. And as I also recall, the Office of General Counsel has told you that they're confident that between the existing enhanced use lease authority or things they might do unilaterally, meaning OGC, they think they can come up with a leasing structure to support the vision you have for building 300, right?
That is my understanding. Steve, would you agree with that? Yes.
And so for company's decision to seek this amendment to the West LA Leasing Act is for the purposes of implementing the town center, right?
Look, we believe the leasing act can be interpreted in such a way to allow for the uses we envision in the town center. Others don't see it entirely the same way. So in an abundance of caution, we are working with our advocates and legislative leaders to further amend the leasing act to make that crystal clear.
So am I right to say that the others are the VA's Office of General Counsel?
I think that's fair.
So, I mean, I think there's going to have to be within this board a healthy debate about whether or not it's correct at this time for the Vets Collective to take over the town center role. And I'll just put it on the table because I read the existing MOU between Vets Collective and the VA as being emphatically clear that the purpose is to deliver supportive housing. There is a secondary purpose of doing a community plan. But I don't read it as extending beyond that, and I think the MOU is meaningful. So now I really appreciate you guys beginning a discussion on what could be possible at the town center. At least my perspective is I would hold off on meaningful pre-development activities for the town center until we get clarity on who should take over that responsibility.
Thank you, Rob, and we would respectfully disagree with that. The MOU, from our perspective, very clearly establishes a mandate to create a holistic community. And if you go all the way back to the RFQ specifically calls out the town center. And so from our perspective and in our work with the VA, we've been proceeding and investing in redevelopment across all of the phases of the development, including phase 2. Including we've secured already funding from the philanthropic sector to move those projects forward.
Anthony Ullman for the record, and Brian, I recognize we have a difference of opinion on this, but I don't disagree that the principal developer was selected to build a community and neighborhood plan. I think that's very clear in the MOU. I also, want to go back to the draft master plan indicated that there would be 5 different neighborhoods, and one of those neighborhoods would be specific to serving the residents. And in my interpretation, the community plan was specific to that function under the enhanced use lease program, which is to serve veterans who are at risk or are homeless. But you were selected before the programmatic environmental impact statement. I think you're familiar with programmatic environmental impact statement. VA chose alternative D as its alternative, its direction that it wanted to go. Did alternative D contemplate housing in the town center? Because my reading of the PEIS, under none of the alternatives was there housing contemplated in the town center.
That answer might be better getting by, but yeah, the PES was a process that we supported.
Right.
There were multiple alternative studies.
Right.
I don't remember.
Okay, thank you.
Well, last question.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Keith Boylan here. Just wanted to say thank you for yesterday. Just touch on the last question. I would just suggest that as a committee, we consider, as you said, there's a lot of opinions in terms of what the MOU says. Spend a lot of time in discussion of that. But also, it's unfortunate you guys only had a half hour. I think what you're talking about here is really, I would certainly like to hear them. We're squeezing a lot of information into a very short period of time. But I wanted to ask, I mean, great stuff, all the construction that's going on and all that. When that's all on, could you give us a little idea of what that looks like in terms of, as you said, there's going to be a lot of moving parts there, and how that's coordinated among your team and the additional developers that are part of that. What does that framework look like when you move forward?
Cass talked a little bit about this. You know, we have more than 1,000 veterans, as some of you heard me say yesterday, that live on the campus today. They are scattered throughout various programs under the auspices of different developers and organizations, from New Directions to Cal to Shangri-La to the Dom. We will be we've already established the nonprofit, the Veterans Collective, that will take for seeking the 501c3 status, which hopefully we'll have this summer. But that entity will help to pull the community together. It will convene events. It will bring providers together. It will hold case management roundtable where case managers from all the providers can meet and discuss. The goal is to create a healthy continuum of housing within the VA, from New Directions and DOM to some of the permanent support housing developments that we are creating throughout the various phases of development. So there's the coordination amongst the providers that will happen through the convening authorities and powers of the Veterans Collective. But beyond that, we are also establishing a master association that is not all too different from a homeowner association, where the EUL developers will be subject to a set of CC&Rs that will provide for the payment of a common area maintenance fee. That common area maintenance fee will allow for the upkeep of common area grounds. It'll allow for the for common area security, for a roving private security that will work in concert with LA County Sheriff and the VA Police Department. And so the cohesion will also happen that way through that master association. And both of those functions are going to be held within the Veterans Collective entity, this 501c3 that we're establishing. But we see this entity as essentially the backbone that will hold this entire North Campus together, bring people together, force people to communicate in a way that's not happening right now, organizing community events, conducting advocacy, cataloging impacts and successes through a publication of an annual impact report. These are all things that we have 25 years now of experience doing in Long Beach, and we're going to adapt to this new environment here at the West LA.
Much of that work is actually already going on. It's quite a shame that we only had half an hour because there is just so much ground that's being covered aside from just the housing development. But yes, so working in conjunction with CDCE, which is the Center for Development and Engagement, the collective has been able to create a joint events calendar, annual events calendar, able to incorporate the community using technology. So a joint calendar online, like the LABC can take part in, and the Remote Access Network can take part in. So really coordinating the community in a way that simply hasn't been done before. And that experience not just for the service providers under the collective, but also for residents, resident councils, giving veterans the voice that they need and deserve on campus, especially with respect to how things are being built. So that's tremendously important to me. Personally, I've met with a lot of them and vets. American JAG Forum, I would love to talk to. I've talked very closely to Ryan, Rob, work with them on community events. Not just simply Ryan, but Rob. So really incorporating the community that already exists instead of building something.
Philip and this probably is for Brian and for Steve. A couple of years ago, the VA, as I recall, was forwarding the notion that it had the ability to replace the provider who was specifically named in the winning application. They held the capacity to make that decision, even though the provider was integral to the application that had been forwarded and had won. Since I didn't hear any of that yesterday, and that wasn't part of the presentation today, I'm hoping that that's fully resolved, and I would like a confirmation of that, that that's no longer a worry, that the application that won would be whole in terms of the constituent elements.
We have not resolved that. We spoke with Vet Sims about it.
he was pretty clear with us that our authority under the do well, did not automatically include our appointment as service provider. So this will have to be done under separate legislation. We're working with the Four Corners group of those payers at this point. There's a different interpretation of language on is prompted to contract with someone based on their inability to fill a housing slot through the national. So we're working with them to clarify that language. Resolve that.
So just help me, in the selection procedure, is there any weight given to who the provider is? Assuming that there is some weight given to that, if you remove that provider, that could change the scores for all of the applicants and would effectively require a redoing of the entire NOFA process. So is there a weight given? Do we know?
My assumption is yes, that they, the RFP specified a developer and a service. So my assumption is that because of our long experience, track record, we helped secure that RFP. It does not, however, translate to single source a contract for the managed vouchers. That's a little over my head.
So the status of that right now is you're waiting to hear from a VA entity as to whether or not you would be the provider in a project that's now, what, you were awarded 3.5 years ago?
That is correct.
So you're still waiting to hear,
That's correct.
even though your part in the application made it the application that it was that won the NOFA.
Hamilton, last question. Okay, hold on, Hamilton, hold on a second.
Yeah, and I know we're over time, so I'll make this quick. There is a distinction between the supported service provider identified, the provider that will provide non-VASH case management. So US Vets is named in the application to be the service provider, supported service provider. They will be. Then non-VASH case management is a separate part. And in this particular application, they actually identified the VA to be the provider. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So were there any
we've talked
points,
about that.
you're going to be now the resident expert on this. So were there any points that were allocated to that application by virtue of Steve's organization being part of the application process and the insights of his organization indicating the direction that this development would go?
I'm able to speak to that in terms of the EWO.
Because that would be the issue, right?
What I wanted to clarify was the VASH case management. Just that. I'm happy to talk more. I know this. We're already up.
I'd appreciate if you'd look into whether or not the presence of the provider agencies in all of the applications had an effect on the decision. If it did, the VA is replacing the provider, it would seem you'd have to redo the entire process.
Yeah, and to clarify, VA is not replacing it. There are two different things in the application. The supported services is a piece. The VASH case management is a separate specific piece. The way it's described. So that's going to be something to clarify.
So you're not saying that the replacement of this provider would not compromise the results of the application?
I'm saying there is no replacement happening. There are two different things. There are supported services that happen in the building, and then there's also a uniquely separate VASH case management that can be determined, needs to be determined in each case. In this particular case, the application itself identified VA as the one who provides the VASH case management, in addition to the supported services that US Vets will provide.
But Steve's organization has no need to be concerned about possibly being quote unquote replaced.
Right.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, I've had these technical conversations with Heath before, yes. I'm aware of all that.
So you're not,
Our contention is that because there are so many vouchers in this, it's such a challenge hiring case managers or the social worker for those, that USS would be, do a better job of that. That is our single focus on campus. That's my contention, but we've not been able to resolve that.
so you will not be replaced. Is that your understanding?
We will certainly not be replaced, whether they put, if they put it aside contract and put it out, put an open bid out, that is possible, yes. It is possible they would bring in yet another.
Hi, quick question followed by, quick statement followed by question. I went to villages in Rio, amazing job down there, utilizing old Navy housing and building new housing, blew me away. Glad I went down there. But the town center down there did not blow me away. It didn't really seem to be much going on as far as the town center. Maybe I went on a day, our tour wasn't on a day, it was particularly vibrant, but I don't imagine something like that here at North Campus. So, question. The legislation is going to be passed by then fall, correct me to 100% if I'm wrong, be you the developer of the town center.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
The PDUL that is signed, the draft master plan that is signed already specifies that we.
Then why are we passing legislation? Proposed legislation.
The legislation will make clear that the types of uses we envision on the ground floor sprinkled throughout the housing developments are allowable uses under the Leasing Act. Absent the legislation, we're still proceeding with the housing development. We will simply have shells that need to be occupied ultimately by service providers or other amenities. So the legislation is not necessarily serving as an immediate impediment to our pre-development finance.
Yeah, I get that, but you will become the default developer of the town center. If the legislation passes, we'll go for bid or will other people be involved in it?
The town center is, it's what we would call phase two, and it's part of our charge, part of what we were
Part of the
hired by the VA to deliver on.
The town center is then part of the housing, it's just a continuation, you're saying?
It's a continuation of 470 or so units sprinkled throughout that area. We're calling that area the town center area. We're calling it the town center area because it has uses that mimic what you would see in a neighborhood setting. And what you observe at the villages, thank you for the kind words, it's a different scale, right? We have 1,500 residents there, 700 veterans. We're also dealing with COVID, so we've had many of our amenity spaces shuttered or usable by special permit only until we get out of the pandemic. But what you will have here is a much more vibrant and active part of the community. What you saw at the village is really a microcosm of what's possible here. And the scale of this community itself.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, so the new housing in phase two has the mixed uses on the bottom floor. So it is intended to feed together those amenities and services with the housing that they're already asked for.
Okay, Ken, thanks very much. We appreciate your presentation. We need 10 minutes set up for the public comment. Back in your seats. And 10.
People asking their questions.
Yeah. That looks decent. That's good.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started with public comment. Hearing first, commenters, speakers.
VCOEB is more than the egregious land racket that we know exists, giving 99-year wells to non-veteran special interests. Our advocacy spans 4 years of trying to revive and perpetuate the specified permanency of the 134-year history of this national home for disabled veterans. A government fact substantiated in 2021 by the non-veteran secretary at the unveiling of the illegal Purple Line station. It makes us declare that here, and wherever the Mission Act is privatizing, there are people guilty of perpetuating civil and human rights violations against unhoused and disabled veterans that are equal to the atrocities of the 1960s. This board has been formally and informally informed of the wrongdoing and the segregation that your policy has created, and it is chronologically assembled in our NHTPS.net repository. This documentation includes a who's who of terms and names like UCLA, 99-year Wells, Brentwood School, Elizabeth, LA County, Century Housing, Hinton Beachfront Property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The board's behavior driven by Vets Advocacy that was created by non-veteran federal land specialist attorney Ron Olson has not been able to produce one member with enough integrity to challenge A, the details of our allegations, B, the fake authority of the DVA, or C, the disingenuous, meritless master plan. To what extent sitting here entertaining a town center? Veterans are boxed in plastic. One advocate has assaulted a high-ranking. One advocate was assaulted by a high-ranking West LA bureaucrat, and not one of you has said a word or brought this to each other's attention. Therefore, I call upon you to respect the memories of 6 veterans who died unnecessarily on Veteran Road. The 2 veterans who I know are in prison because of murder caused by preventable, reported mental meltdowns. The 4,000 unhoused veterans in the streets of LA and the surrounding counties. The 63,000 unhoused veterans from across our nation. The 22 veterans that are still committing suicide every day. And the countless number of people like Steve Palmer, who passed away advocating to save this home for the genuine, keyword genuine, care of veterans. By sharing in this moment of silence. VCOEB is not a planning or problem-solving board. Now President Biden is now the shot caller for this fraud. He can scrap it, or he can keep it going.
Thank you, Ms. Boris. Next, presenter is Rob. Hold on a second, Rob. You're almost in 5 minutes.
So the first thing, it's really frustrating to see all of you sitting in here, a lot of faces I don't even know, and I think that you should have excused yourself from this room and allow the veterans on this property to come and speak. I think it is absolutely ridiculous to have them sitting in another room. You can hear them yelling out there because they're upset, and they should be upset. You had hundreds of veterans throughout the course of 2 years during the pandemic sleeping on sidewalk and dying on the sidewalk. Well, Director Robert W. McHenry was negotiating a deal with UCLA. We have the recording. Hide it from the veteran advocates. Don't let them find out we have an arms. We have a recording from Secretary Robert Wilkie in 2019 talking about Brentwood School taking land, UCLA taking land. But it's taboo. None of you guys ever want to talk about it or acknowledge the truth. You sit here and you defend lies. This board is a joke, in my opinion. I don't know what any of you do, because how this many people in a room, you can't fix these problems. You can't solve veteran homelessness. There's 60,000 homeless people in Los Angeles, and you can't even solve veterans homelessness when there's 4,000. How pathetic is that? Everyone needs to seriously take a look at what's going on here. This is unacceptable. This land has been taken, it's been defrauded, there's been corruption here for years. Ralph Tillman and Richard Scott. They were indicted by the FBI, defrauding $13 million out of a parking lot. Where the hell is the oversight? Where's the oversight? Oversight committee, oversight board, where is it? Yep, exactly what I thought. This needs to change because this is a national embarrassment and it is ridiculous what's going on. There is no one in their right mind that takes a look at this and learns the history of this property and can't say that this is awful and this is ridiculous. I will say that I'm happy that veterans have been moved in off the sidewalk and there's CTRS and there's 24-hour access to emergency shelter. That's a step in the right direction. But the housing needs to get built. A 10-year timeline to build housing, 120 units a year? Are you kidding me? Is that the best the federal government has? No, because if you look at the history of this property, it's always delayed the housing. Because in a couple of years, you build a couple more units, public outrage will die down, people will forget about this, and then the other housing units won't get built. But what will get built is a town center, a train, baseball stadiums, Brentwood School, and any other private competing interest that wants to steal this land. And that's the problem. The actions of a few of you bring discredit upon many. The actions of a few of you bring discredit and disservice to the majority. There's a lot of good VA employees here. I enjoy my healthcare benefits. I'm very thankful. And I talk to those employees, and they're upset about what's going on, as they should be, because this is happening from a management level. This is happening from our members of Congress, and it needs to stop. And whatever needs to be done to get that housing bill, get it done. If you need budget requests, request budget requests, and you get the money. No more excuses. And also, what I don't like is, why do we have to give public comment prior to the VCOEB submitting the recommendations? What if we want to have comment on the recommendations that you're submitting? So maybe it's time that everyone here starts listening to what the veterans on the property are saying. Stop listening to these private groups that are trying to take the land and get the right thing done by everyone. Enough is enough. I'm fed up. Everyone's fed up. All those veterans out there should be in this room addressing all of you right now, not coming in one at a time. Thank you.
Next presenter is Mr. Eric Bear.
So my mom always said that you should not judge somebody until you've walked 1,000 paces in their shoes. Did you hear that? Let's do it again. So I'm not used to the microphone. So my mom always said that you should never judge someone until you've walked 1,000 paces in their shoes, according to Native Americans. And today I'm kind of in between. So I'm with the veterans that I serve with as a volunteer. And then I'm also with people here from the football with Matt. Had some good times here with some of the VA people that I've been able to interact with. So many of you I don't know. But one thing I'd like you to do, if you could please entertain for a moment the thought, if I were you. If I were you, this is what I would do if I was in your shoes. These are the decisions that I would make as a person. I would have the mindset of saving veteran American lives. There's 22 suicides every single day of veteran Americans. We have the greatest population of homelessness here. I would try and rescue those men and women. They went through the battlefield. They went through things that you and I haven't had to, but they did willingly to preserve our freedoms, to preserve your and my freedom. They were willing to give the ultimate price, which was their life. Please have some compassion and make these things happen so that they can be rescued. Yes, maybe they made some mistakes. Maybe we all have made mistakes, right? So that's what I would do there for that. Second is obey the Supreme Court ruling. I can't even believe there's any dissension or any discussion on this. I mean, the Supreme Court is the ultimate authority here in the United States why are we even arguing what they said? They said that it's the veterans' land, but why are we still arguing about that? That one I don't get at all. I don't understand that. And I'm thinking, if this does come out, who's gonna go to jail? I mean, jail's not fun. I've never been there, but I'm sure it's not fun. I'm sure there's not somebody, where is all that money going? Where's all that stuff going? And somebody that's doing that should just come clean and say, you know what, I just want to get things right, get it right with God. I want to make this thing happen, and I want to protect veteran Americans and help them. As Rob said, the 10-year plan is way too long. It should be 1 year. We can easily, with the budget that you have, put veterans on this land, get the other people off the land, and provide housing for them. Stability, because housing creates stability. Then we can work on the drug problems and the other things there and the instability problems and get them psychological and spiritual help and things for them to do here. Interesting fact on the VA right now, the gopher population has exceeded the veteran population. If you go on the lawn where Matt and I were throwing the football, there's so many gopher holes out there, you have to watch where you're running, or else you're going to twist your ankle on these gopher holes. I mean, the property hasn't been maintained properly at all. I mean, I can't hardly imagine that. We got 1 minute. There's a lot of cleanup that needs to be done, and I think that UCLA, Brentwood School, and the oil fields, which are all taking from American veterans, should be off the land. The Bible says, shall not the judge of all the earth do right? And I think that one day we're all going to appear before that judge of all the earth. Let's stand up there clean. Dear Lord Jesus and the God of Israel, we pray that you be with these board members. We pray you be with their families. We pray that you'd open hearts today. Be with the veterans. Calm them down as well. May this meeting go very smoothly and peacefully, but may there be open hearts and hearts full of love for the veterans in Jesus' name and the God of Israel. Amen.
Thank you, sir. General Cooper, please ensure that Ryan Thompson be allowed to speak. Subject matter expert on the background. Thank you.
First up is Mr. Larry Law. Welcome, Mr. Law. Have 5 minutes.
Muchísimas gracias. Yo soy listo. I just hope I can read my writing. In 1888, some 800 acres of land was deeded to the federal government for disabled veterans. Today, only some 300 still exist for this purpose, and the land now is known as West LA VA Medical Center. Why are the Brentwood School and UCLA on veterans' land? Only by hook and crook. Up to about 1970, there were some 500 homeless veterans occupying brick buildings on their land. Why is it that today there are some 125 homeless veterans in the CTRS compound in 8 by 8 feet aluminum boxes called tiny houses? Why aren't they housed in nearby building 220, a brick 3-story building occupied by some 4 people connected to UCLA? The rape of homeless veterans of their rightful home is a disgrace to the Department of Veteran Affairs and the United States of America. I belong to the NHDVS, which stands for National Home for Disabled Veteran Soldiers Coalition. This is the name that was on the deeds that gave the land to the federal government for disabled veterans. In military service, we protect and support each other so the mission is accomplished. Now as veterans, we still do the same. We supported the homeless veterans when they were on the San Vicente sidewalk and street. We advocated for the West LA VA to bring them within the wire. We never thought they would wind up in tiny boxes where there are some 50 brick, while there are some 50 brick buildings to house them. No, instead, the homeless veterans are yards away from some 8 mobile showers, from some 12 porta potties, and from 1 washing machine. And they are not even fed by the Veteran Affairs. I had a tour of this compound by Matt McGarren, who told me he was in charge of homeless veterans. A homeless veteran who's disabled using a walker or a wheelchair can't manipulate himself on these grounds. I don't know if you've been on the compound, but the houses are built up, and in between these rows of tiny houses are just dirt. And I was there one day when it rained. This was before they put up all these security people around the compound to keep their supporters away and call the veterans, quote unquote, patients. I'd hate to be a patient there. Is this how you would like to live? I don't think so. I know I wouldn't. They have already been two exposés by the CNN and Fox News. You might have seen them on television. And there will be more. We will not stop our advocacy until our homeless veterans are properly housed and fed by the West LA VA. These veterans are badly treated while they're and our land is illegally used. I support a bifurcation. The medical center should be administered by a medical board, and the land administered by a real estate board, which would overhaul illegal users of veterans' land and comply with the intent of the landowners. The board should have a majority of veterans on it. I bring to your attention that land at the ocean site in Santa Monica was also deeded to veterans, and Santa Monica is claiming that land and has reaped its benefits for years as a parking lot. On June 28th, the Santa Monica City Council it has this issue on their agenda. Please send someone to fight for the land that belongs to veterans. De nada. I frankly think Mexico would do better.
Hello. Greetings. My name is Jessica Miles. I'm a 2-year United States Army veteran. May 2007, I became an official veteran. The Army dismissed you, they don't provide you with any resources, and for 10 years, unknowingly, we struggled. I came here 2019 January, and immediately I thought, oh wow, hope, love for the people that sacrifices their minds, bodies, and souls for you all to have this luxury. I immediately realized it's heavy discrimination against female veterans throughout this entire city. What I hear more and more is that this is for male veterans only. And I'm trying to find the logic in how that's accepted. Then you all throw us in these tiny sheds, right? And I had no clue that for 6 years you've been illegally leasing this land. Land given for veterans. Because when the military throws you to the side, we have nowhere to go. It changes who you are as a human being. So for the treatment that we receive consistently, patient advocate at this building discards complaints. You take it to Dr. Braverman and they immediately say, oh, we don't have anything on file. Well, I have copies of these complaints. They still do nothing. I'm 5'1", 94 pounds. If I'm struggling in these tiny structures, imagine a man, 6'4", 6'5", 200 pounds. If I'm bumping into the wall, finding it hard just to navigate daily, imagine what your male veterans are going through. Already mentally disabled, but now you're putting us in living conditions that's unbearable. And who can we go to? Patient advocate, who don't even file the complaint, don't even follow up with the complaint, even after you put it in writing. It's very clear what we want. You all have been allowing people to illegally lease on our land and then continue to grow. But then when you look at the veterans, we continue to struggle. And I fail to understand how people can say they support veterans, knowing doggone well people are taking from those same veterans that sacrificed for you all. I don't really have much more to say. It's been going on long enough that a conclusion should have been drawn. We don't need 99-year leases. We don't need 10 years to put the 5,000 veterans you all put out back on land given to veterans, not UCLA, not Brooklyn, and nothing they do compensates for taking land from veterans. Again, I'm Jessica Miles, 2-year United States Army female veteran, and female veterans need to be acknowledged. Proper accommodation, acknowledgement of our children, acknowledgement of the intense sexual harassment that goes on daily and not just by other veterans, by employees, by security. So what are we going to do to ensure that when our soldiers come back as veterans, that they know they have support? Because that's what it's supposed to be about. Support for those who sacrifice their lives for you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Next up is Mr. Wood.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Williams. I live at CTRS, Unit 304. Let me start at the beginning. Sleeping in my vehicle with a tiny home made life more comfortable. I have reason to be grateful, but it's hard to be grateful when I see the CTRS compound as a reason to further aims of those with the agenda of taking the property away from those who need it most. When I joined the military as a young man, I didn't know who I was. And the military made me into someone they needed me to be. And then I left there and I didn't know people. I was around a bunch of people who did not understand me. I struggled all of my life to fit in, so to speak. But the only time I've ever felt I fit in anywhere is when I came here around veterans. It saddens me that no one speaks on my behalf that's employed by the VA. And that land was donated for a reason. The VA was established for a reason, because people saw a need for both. And yet, I don't matter. Money matters. Attendance matters. Brentwood matters more than me. This is not federal land. Nowhere on federal land is a public school, public post office, or baseball field located on anyone's public land. So this is not federal land. I'm disappointed by everyone in here and everyone out there, employees of the VA, because the mission statement of the VA is care for the needs of veterans. I'm a self-sufficient man. I can take care of myself. But I struggle because I've never made it back to who I used to be or who society is. I don't fit in. I've seen death, I've seen combat. I've been part of a unit that's, became a family bigger than my own family. And when my service ended, I lost all of that, and now I'm lost, and I'm going to be lost for the rest of my life unless I have a place I can go where I'm comfortable, where I'm around those who we don't have to be friends. They just understand where I am coming from and who I am, why I am who I am, because they are the same. We all at our base have the same problems that led to all other problems within our lives. I once asked my head of staff, Shannon, about keys to the tiny homes. She told me the first time that we can't be trusted. Second time, she told me that, they're trying to get a locksmith to come out and make keys. And, where's it? I mean, oh, no, man, that's, how do you all see us? That's what I want to know. Like, who are we to y'all? Like, why can't a veteran that's homeless on the streets just walk in that gate and pitch their tent on the ground where CPR is without being harassed by the police, without having to go through procedures and your rule that no one knows, that they don't even know about? All they know is there's land there that was donated to veterans, they should be allowed to come here regardless, without being harassed, without saying, no, get back on the streets and come in and do it the right way. I mean, that's not right, because you're going to, as a military person, you're going to suffer the ultimate loss or pay the ultimate sacrifice, or you're going to sacrifice something of yourself that you can never get back. Just say I have time. I got a lot to say. I don't have the words, but I want to end with this. You all are failures to me, because you all are failing veterans, because you're not, no one is here is standing up for veterans. No one in here, or it's going to be done for Brentwood on these grounds than anything for veterans. There's a lot that should have been done by now, and it's not been done. And you're lying to the public, put words in our mouth, and you're deceiving the public. I just see greed, deception, and a lack of concern for those who really need what the VA was created for. Ms. Matuka is in building 402. She's not here now, and I'm lost without her. I'm not there yet. I really don't want to leave. I really don't want to go back. I want to be where I'm comfortable. I accept accountability for myself. And it disappoints me that a lot of veterans don't. But at the end of the day, we don't need those employed by the VA denying us, taking obstacles from us, putting obstacles in our way, not considering us. I mean, what the hell does LA need with another shopping center? I mean, veterans need homes. You don't, man, because you ain't let me speak, but okay. Y'all have a great life, man, and y'all sleep well at night. And I hope when you die, you can take your money with you, you know what I mean? Because that's what you all are about, because you're not about us. You're not, because if you say it, but your actions, it's your actions that I see. And that's what I'm speaking to. Right? Fuck y'all. It don't matter. They don't hear us.
It's discrimination and all these things. Like we're criminals. That's ridiculous. I happen to have a law degree. I'm not going to commit some crime.
Okay, I think our next presenter is on WebEx. Ms. Roberts, are you there?
Hi, yeah, I'm here. Can you see me and hear me?
Look, I see your name. There you are. We can hear you. And you have, once you start, 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
You have, once you start, we can see you and hear you. And once you start, you have 5 minutes. Thanks for being here.
Really quick, you guys have my presentation.
It's
Excuse
not
me,
up on
you
the
guys.
screen. We're
I'm
getting
sorry?
hard copies passed. We're getting.
Okay.
We're getting
Okay, fine.
copies of the presentation passed out.
All right, so let me go ahead and just jump right in. So first, I am a formerly homeless veteran. I currently work for the VBA, and my goal for talking to you guys about this pilot project that I would like to have implemented on the campus of, excuse me, on the campus at West LA. If you guys are looking at the handout, I'm sure you see the title of the project. And so the focus of it is about integrating the services in one location on campus to provide services across the VA for veterans who are homeless. As a result, with this study, so it'll take 2 to 5 years for this longitudinal study. The outcome will be about addressing the physiological, psychological, and socio-emotional development in homeless veterans. All right, so really quickly about my background and why I think this program is ideal is because it follows the journey that I had as a homeless veteran. I served in the Army for 10 years as a combat engineer. When I got out, I went to school, used my GI Bill. I got my PhD at University of Alabama in cognitive psychology, lifespan development. And so I was working as a professor here in California and a grant writer at UCLA, and there was an economic downturn. And so once I lost the funding for my program, I lost my financial income. And as a result, I was homeless. And at the time I had a 12-year-old daughter. And so over that time, I went to the VA hospital where I started receiving medical treatments. That's where I first heard about filing disability benefits, but I had to go to the VBA over at the federal building. Nevertheless, I did that. My VHA case manager for mental health, he connected me with my HUD VASH case manager. I my case, they helped me file for my disability. I'm currently service connected. And as a result of that process, even though in my program I describe it as hand holding, it's important. Well, first of all, we're not children, even though it sometimes feels like we're treated as children. Not often, almost usually that gets missed. But anyway, so I received my voucher after waiting for I slept in my car till it was repossessed. I slept in a storage unit. And once I finally was able to get employed at the VA, I was able to reach financial stability. So that brings me to where I am today. If you guys will flip over to the page that talks about Fort Honor Veterans Community, that's what the project is called. And again, it would be housed on VA, on the land at West LA. You see that there's VBA services, VHA services for healthcare, HUD services, and then of course our partners and program supporters. Additionally, this program would include project coordinator, program coordinator, and all these different components in order to help veterans who are transitioning from homelessness, help them get every single thing that they need, including from VBA. You're looking at disability claims. If you're a homeless veteran and you file for disability, you go in, you check a box that says I'm a homeless veteran, and your claim automatically goes to an expedited process. Okay, so I see I'm running out of time. You guys go to the sheet that talks about the Bandini One-Stop Center. This is the vision that I have to make sure that there is one location on the campus where all of these service providers will be. This is not double dipping because we would be doing the job that we already do. Next, you'll see the affordable housing. I haven't heard anyone talk about reaching out to modular providers for housing. This is an example of what a $45,000 house would look like, and it is a 1-bedroom. Next, I show you guys what the community would look like. Next, I talk to you about the square footage that's needed. I also talk to you about the amount of money in order to get this started. It would be $623,000. And that would include the one-stop center, 2 transitional apartment complexes, and the first 100 studio apartments. So I ask that you guys look through this. If you scroll through, and I know I'm out of time, but this is important. The slide that shows you the tiny shelters and my project is in the middle. And then you have the master plan 2022. What's important about this slide is that my program would cover housing for that 5 to 7 year, 5 to 10 year gap where the master plan is focusing on the overall building of the campus. So I hope that you guys are able
Thanks very much.
to see that.
Thank
I
you
hope
for your presentation. We have your.
really quickly, really quickly, please reach out to me, Dr. Braverman. I have contacted your office to request a meeting. Thankfully, I've been able to talk to Dr. Harris. This is a serious program. You said think outside of the box. That's what this is. So please contact me so that we can talk about this program. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Mr. Bradshaw. I think this may also be a WebEx presentation. Is that correct? Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me?
No, we hear you.
I'm coming through.
Yep, we hear you and we can see you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep, you have 5 minutes, sir.
My name is Abe Bradshaw, and I'm a Navy veteran. I appreciate all of your time today, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I understand that your task is monumental and stretches over a wide variety of several extremely important subjects that I'm extremely passionate about. I'm using my time today to make a public comment about 2 buildings that are already sitting on the West LA VA campus, the Brentwood Theater and the Wadsworth Theater. Although I'm speaking to you on this WebEx from Ohio, I have been a proud resident of Los Angeles for the past 14 years. I'm sorry I could not be there in person with you today. Since I moved to Los Angeles in 2008, I've been in awe about the beauty and potential of the West LA VA campus. Very early during my time there, I was walking from the bus to an appointment at Building 500 and became overwhelmed with the feeling that I wanted to dedicate part of my life to giving back to veteran services because I felt so grateful for all the services and care that the VA has provided for me. I've been a volunteer for dozens of various VSOs, and I was lucky enough to find my tribe in a small nonprofit that was created by 2 formerly enlisted soldiers called Veterans in Film and Television, or VFT, which has since been updated to much more encompassing Veterans in Media and Entertainment. I enthusiastically became a member and then a staff member in the volunteer staff that is all made of veterans. Although the name Veterans in Media and Entertainment may sound like simply a hobby organization that exists just for fun, we pride ourselves in being a very professional organization that's worked tirelessly to educate and develop skills that have led to hundreds of jobs and careers in one of the biggest industries in the world, especially in Los Angeles. VME has worked over the years to develop relationships and partnerships with all the biggest production companies and studios in the world, and have moved mountains in changing the perception of what a veteran is within the entertainment industry and beyond. But as I said, I'm here to talk today to make a public comment regarding the future plans of 2 buildings that are already standing on the West LA campus, the Brentwood Theater and the Wadsworth Theater. I was lucky enough to attend productions at both of these beautiful theaters when they were still in working order. I fell in love with them, and I wanted to see if I could help produce more events in these incredible spaces that had so much potential. I did some online research and reached out to all the contacts I could find to offer my services to help these 2 theaters in any way that I could. As you probably guessed, I didn't hear back from anyone, but my dream has lived on. Both of these structures are in urgent need of some immediate care to help maintain their condition and structural integrity before they simply get cast aside as fire hazards. Both of these theaters are already built and are sitting on your campus, and they are brimming with potential and can provide hundreds of opportunities for hundreds, maybe even thousands of veterans if they are brought back to operating order. The possibilities are endless. I would love to get involved in future conversations regarding these two forgotten treasures. Regardless of what your future plans end up being for these buildings, I am humbly offering my services in any way that I can to make sure that these buildings can at least survive and thrive, regardless of who takes responsibility for them down the road and what their purpose ends up being. On top of all this, Veterans Media and Entertainment has grown to over 5,000 members, and I know that there are dozens of other veterans within our organization who would join me in preserving and utilizing these tremendously valuable theaters if we are given the chance. We have the skills readily available to save these forgotten assets that you already have sitting there rotting away. Run by veterans and helping veterans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Garcia, Yale Garcia. Welcome, Mr. Garcia. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone that's here. I was kind of hoping for a minute or two to kind of compose myself and gather my chicken scratch, to make some kind of coherent statement here in front of everyone tonight. But one thing you guys can all probably guess is I'm a veteran. Just wondering, anyone else here a veteran? Combat veteran? OIF veteran? West LA native? West LA native. Beautiful. Maybe one other, maybe 2 other. I say I'm native because I wasn't born here. I was born in Mexico. I was brought over. I'm what people consider a dreamer. I was brought over when I was 1.5 years. I was illegal until I was about 16 when I figured I was illegal. But then, we fixed our papers and we became a citizen. But I grew up in Culver City, grew up in what I call the West Side, which is south of the 10, west of the 405, north of the 90. I never really left my little West Side. Anyway, as a combat veteran from the West Side, I kind of hold this land a little pretty dear near to my heart, specifically since when I got out in 2005, I came to this land seeking services, and I was not afforded the services I needed. It took me a very long time to get the services that I needed. This land was not prepared to help me when I got out in 2005, which is very unfortunate because the VA has been in existence for a very long time, and you guys have studied us for a very long time, so you guys should know us very well. And it just kind of seems like you know us so well that you know so well that you ignore, delay, deny, and hope we die. I have 3 brothers that I deployed with that killed themselves. 2 of them were on their way to the VA as they killed themselves. I have a brother that came to this West LA VA and sought services, but he was told he's not in crisis mode, so he can't get services. We're sitting here in a meeting where people are civilians are talking about how we need community space, how we need places to run, how we need places to walk, how we need theaters, how we need recreational space. And I'm telling you guys, as a combat veteran with very real needs, we don't need that. We don't. We need a home. This land is actually the Pacific home for disabled volunteer soldiers. It's a home for disabled volunteer soldiers, and I really wish I had that home in 2005 before I came here. I'm on my second divorce right now. I got 2 little ones. I really wish I wasn't in this situation. I really wish in 2005 I had brothers where I could have came here and they would have taught me, they would teach me instead of coming here and they would have told me that they can't help me. And now we're just left to my own devices. But I'm one of the lucky ones because I'm functioning. I actually don't anymore, but I'm a high functioning one. On my mom, a house, got her out the Culver City projects. Got myself a house. Very good career. Started a nonprofit. And now all I want to do is just help my veterans. If you people could take anything away from tonight's meeting is that we do not need recreational space. We just need a home where veterans can help veterans. We do not need recreational space. We do not need theaters. We do not need promenades. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Arian. Welcome, Mr. Arian. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Again, it's a pleasure and honor to be here. I've been part of this program, the master plan, draft master plan, whatever else master plan that you guys continue to do after 7, 10 years. It's a pleasure and honor to speak here to let you know that we speak on behalf of volunteers, veterans, our disabled, homeless veterans, that you all know we are here for a reason. And that reason is to see results, not 132-year results. I have a little stuff that I wrote some notes, and I don't like writing notes because what I say comes from my heart. But what I break down, it really hurts me to see that I didn't even get a bottle of water coming here in another room to be a part of this master plan program. It was a disgrace because I was really thirsty. I knew where to get water, but I just didn't get it. But those nice ladies who brought me a bag of water, and I thanked her for it because thank you for offering this water to which I heard that. Anyways, thank you. In saying that, I'm going to read something that I feel is of value to me, and I hope it's going to be of value to you. And I hope you take this for what it's worth, because there are veterans dying in the streets right now about what you all are doing. Don't let us stop speaking my little piece because my minutes are running out. Okay, in saying that, the master plan, the draft master plan, down the road will be the community master plan. Our veterans are dying in the streets, waiting for our West LA, Greater LA, Department of Veteran Affairs care system. 7 years have passed, 10 years have passed, 130 years since that land was deeded to our disabled veterans. At that time, it was called the National Homeless Disabled Veteran Soldiers Home. In my opinion, the way things are looking, to me, it's going to take forever to build 1,200, 1,600 homes for transitional housing for our homeless veterans. Our elected officials will not even look at all the evidence we have by talking about a paper trail for the FOIA request. On 10/2021, you published the 205-page master plan for public review and comments. Comments made almost entirely by persons employed. Forgive me, man. Okay. I'll cut this out. Okay. So, made almost entirely by persons employed in the business with the private developers attempting to take over the West LA VA Soldiers Home. On 4/22/2022, you purportedly approved the sign that master plan despite no notice of such in the Federal Register. The private website owned and operated by the private entities using a proxy service to hide their identities, which is the only location where US DVA claims all DAV soldiers' home master plan are published online since 2021. Replaced the 205 pages master plan that was noticed for public review and comments on 10/18/21 with 404 pages. Final master plan with the same title. My question, who wrote it and what is added on the 450 pages? This is just reason. I will leave you all with this. For over 132 years counting, the government, West LA, Greater LA, has mismanaged and the national land for decades. That land has been abandoned, neglected for decades. We have pictures to prove it. We hear you all talk a lot, but no results on the improvement of that land for decades. We have nonprofits like Brentwood School that charges $40,000, $45,000 per year per student, tax write-off per year, 50 years, give or take, on that land, with nothing to show. For our veterans, like transitional housing and other things, some things with UCLA tax write-off grants, 50 years, multi-million dollars, nonprofit, for-profit business, no donations for transitional housing. Other things, nothing. We have corporations, LLCs, contractors, 50 years, 75, 2022, they just passed the curveball over 99-year leases. It's a disgrace to leave our land, the land that was given in 1888 to the National and Disabled Veteran Soldiers home, only to have our government, West LA, Greater LA, be and elected officials, overseers of that land, again, is a disgrace to our honorable soldiers, our fallen heroes, our golden star mothers and fathers who will never see their loved one members again. And we speak on behalf of all our honorable soldiers who are coming home. And we, the National Homeless Disabled Veterans Coalition, are speaking on behalf of our homeless, disabled veterans, and that land is our land. It's your own land. Remember all your families, past, present, that never made it home. We are the voice for all our fallen heroes and their families. P.S. We, the National Coalition, want to hear from you all representatives. Do me a favor and enforce the law. Truth, evidence we have. The evidence now, enforce the law. Thank you for your time. I don't know how much time I have.
No more time, Joe.
But it's okay, I already smoked my piece, so thank you.
Next up is Mr. Echeverry.
Can't say that, just leave it to David E. No problem, I don't expect you to know it, it's the first time you probably heard it, but it won't be the last time, sir. I am David Echeverry. I am a veteran with a service-connected disability. I pray to God that I don't have to come and depend on services at the VA. But if I do, I hope and pray to God it's here. But the way I look, and I see you folks, especially Mr. McGarry here, you can give a shit less about veterans. You're shaking your head. When was the last time, Mr. Skeeter, I seen you on the road? When was the last time I seen you at the encampment? In fact, it's worse than POW status. Our veterans who are homeless, you have them living in tiny metal boxes. They have less resources, less assets than prisoners. in our state and federal penitentiaries. In fact, even in the county jail. But yet you proclaim to advocate and help for veterans. When was the last time any of you engaged a veteran? Veterans Community Outreach Engagement Board. But I look around and see many of you are bored, B-O-R-E-D, bored, because today is probably an inconvenience for you. In fact, how many of you probably don't live in the LA area? Probably got paid to come here, right? Get a per diem, get put up in a nice hotel. A lot better than what homeless veterans are living out right now. But yet, for the last few years, we've heard about 1,200 units of transitional housing. It gets voted in, it doesn't happen. Now we're at the third or fourth time for that 1,200 units. So can someone tell me, is it 1,200? Is it 2,400, 3,600, or 4,800? Because whatever the amount, you're going to fall short. For homeless veterans in the county of Los Angeles, there is a solution called the Veterans Home, right here where we are at. When you look around, nobody's building anything for veterans. Put up tiny homes. Tiny homes provided by who? Developers. Why? Because they want to do everything they can to keep us off, keep us out. And for every veteran we put in a hotel on Vash, not in a hotel, but in apartments on the economy, we put someone who is perhaps not a veteran, they get later on the list. They get lower on the list for housing. And first of all, you look in LA and California, there's no housing for anyone, even if you have money to buy a house. But for veterans, it's a solution. I look at all you folks here and I wonder why we don't have that solution in place yet. But knowing many of your names and knowing who you are, this man here is probably texting his girlfriend, not listening to what I'm saying. Very disrespectful. My question is, when do you begin to serve veterans? I happened to be at the commissary earlier. And even on the cups, they put this propaganda. My purchase, the $1.25 I paid for lemonade, it supports Fisher House, Beds for Vets, Operation Song, disaster relief efforts, substance abuse cessation, Center for Women Veterans, Vets Crisis Suicide Prevention, Homeless Veterans Program, National Rehabilitation Events, Warrior to Soul Mate Program. Wow, that sounds impressive. But I haven't seen one of these damn things here at the West LA VA. I'm a resident, like Diego. I was born and raised in Venice. People always say I'm down with HIV, home in Venice. I'm blessed. I'm fortunate. But not every veteran is. They come here because this is supposed to be our home. But it's not. You allow them to change it to make it a national veterans park. That you allow outsiders to come and they get better treatment than we do as veterans. This meeting is supposed to be open to the public. I don't see much of the public here. When the public was here yesterday, they were escorted out. So much for being open to the public. I can understand Mr. Matt, I apologize. I know his hands are full, and I know some of the situations he's dealing with are new. Maybe something he didn't learn about in school. Maybe overall, his hands are tied. Because I'm convinced the people that are hired that work here, the people that he's hired to work here, are the best for the job that you want to do. To discourage vets from getting their services, to disparage vets, especially women vets, every chance you have, and to make it so that veterans will not show up for services. And when veterans don't show up for services here or other VA facilities, you start saying they're underutilized. And damn it, you've already started to trade off the land. Look around you. Does anybody question why the purple line is going up faster than veterans' homes? Why the urgent care tower is going up quicker than veterans' homes? But you care about veterans. What about our homeless brothers and sisters? And we're coming off of 20 years of war in Afghanistan. Don't you think that sooner or later, they're going to start paring down how many veterans, how many combat soldiers they don't want in the service anymore? How many veterans will get bad paper because they don't get the proper treatment in service? And then they're disqualified for services outside. Yeah, 5 minutes is all I get, but you get the rest of your life to screw us over, right? And I'm David E.
Thank you.
keep up the good work those do.
You guys want to come out here to the row and come to the cabin? We'll see you there.
We're not the bad guy.
And I bet you none of you people will go out there today. And none of you have been out here since you've been here. Have you? Disgusting. Disgusting. How do you shave in the morning?
We're not going away either.
There'll be more of us if you don't take care of it now.
Our next presenter is Mr. Thompson. Welcome, Mr. Thompson. You have 5 minutes.
Surface cage.
My name is Ryan Thompson. Just a guy, a resident of Brentwood. But I have more integrity than everybody in this room. Because you aren't standing up for human rights. You aren't standing up for federal law. This is a public meeting. It's being held in open session. We had officers eating cake, pushing out the public from this meeting yesterday while you sat here and enjoyed yourselves. You're ignoring all the laws being broken. You're ignoring the fact that the developers were uncompetitively awarded these deals in secrecy are heavy donors to the president, the secretary of transportation, and to the vice president. I remember correctly, Thomas Stafford did two $28,000 plate events for Kamala. The parking lots being torn down from the hospital right in front of your eyes. Many of you are lying about being what motivated veterans to even get these plastic boxes that have no sinks or toilets and are 4 square feet less than what the human right of a maximum security prisoner is entitled to in the state of California. A lot of you, like Anthony, are liars. It's disgraceful. These veterans are being segregated for even hearing what the developers have to say. And what the developers have to say changes all the time. At first, it's the VA can't build housing. The VA can't feed veterans. It can't do the things it's been doing for 135 years here. Only private developers can. Then they say they're going to build all these units of housing for veterans. But when you look at the bond finance documents, all the applications, a lot of times they barely ever say the word veteran. Or they say it's affordable housing for people making up to 50% of the average median income for Brentwood resident. Now you're going to have a party about having a town center. And all the veterans who don't exist, they can't wait for it to happen. Well, people like me, neighbors, just regular people, veterans, are the ones who are saving the lives of the people, these veterans who are dying at the gate and in these plastic boxes that you have no remorse. In fact, it's worse than no remorse. It's worse than no remorse because you laugh. You laugh about it. And you know what you guys are doing. And the thing is this is a very critical time for a lot of you. Because you're trying to get a birthday bill through that has a Section 705 amendment to gut just about every entitlement a disabled veteran has in the enhanced-use lease. So then the developers can really get started on construction, building downtown Brentwood and a UCLA campus expansion. And because of your experience in national security issues, I'm sure that comes quite handy here for public relations. You know, yesterday I was watching you, Tommy Red Shirt, speaking with Shangri-La Construction, and you said the president is giving a press conference tomorrow. What do you want him to say? Is that what Thomas Stafford paid him for, Tanya?
That public corruption all the way to the president, public corruption from the standpoint of faking a pandemic emergency, to say that you can segregate disabled, homeless veterans because of it? Who wants to stand up and not do this anymore? Who wants to stand up and not do this anymore? Who is brave enough to be human? Who's brave enough to be human? Who wants to stand up against this seditious, unremorseful federal crime? Does anybody want to say anything? Is my time up, Eugene? Is it up in 1 minute? Okay. Let's talk about 205 and 208 and 209. Let's talk about 209. In 209, Congress appropriated, right, back in 2011, about $35 million. And the VA built, renovated 209. And the VA put in the residents of that building. And then in 2016, a meeting was held, and those homeless veteran residents were told that they were losing their job program, and then they were also going to be kicked out of that building. Because Step Up and Shangri-La and Vivian wanted to put in veterans that had disability, enough disability income and vouchers to pay market rates in those apartments before Step Up runs it like a slum. And these veterans cry, they die, they turn to drugs and drinking because you don't listen to them. You don't help them. You don't give a fuck about anything except money and being a coward. You too.
Your time is up. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, we'll take a 30-minute break. Working lunch, break. We'll pick up with the OIG. So catch up on back, draft budget.
boards and board meetings. This is the lesson and never give your board a break. And not get them back. But we need to go ahead and get started. Already the calendar completely. Our next presenters from the Office of General Counsel. I'm sorry, Inspector General. Mr. Larry Rickmeyer.
So that's
here.
Very good. Matt, Rudder, and Charma Quarles, they'll be.
Okay, Mr. Redwood and Ms. Quarles. Please. You would unmute the mic now. We'll have it already.
One up there.
Yeah, hear me okay?
Yeah.
Starting the slide. Matt Rudder, Vice Director. A little bit louder? Okay, there we go. Let me start over again. Hi, my name is Matt Rudder. I'm the Audit Director of the Construction and Maintenance Division within the OIG. Larry Winkelmeyer in the back of the room that sees and evaluations. We'll have with me Charlotte Quarles, who was our lead legal advisor on this project. And I'm just going to walk through the two reports that we released, first in 2018 and 2021. And then we'll take some questions. You go to the next slide, please. So the first audit came out in September of 2018. And that was a 2-year mark after the act was passed. This audit primarily focused on land use on campus, compliance with the law, just identifying all the agreements that were in place, the activity going on campus. The second report, which is with the 5-year mark, focused a little bit more on the implementation of the draft master plan. It was also part of our charge on to emphasize where they were construction on housing units in particular, and then other construction going on campus. You can move to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is just a little excerpt from the law. This is what the OIG was charged to do. So we were to report at the 2- and 5-year mark after the enactment. We were going to submit a report on leases on the campus, management of the land by the department, and then also the implementation of the master plan. So I mentioned those same 3 things. We're report on the land use, leases in particular, but then also the management of the land which kind of went beyond the leases, and then also the implementation of the master plan. Next slide, please. Okay, so the 2018 report, what did we look at? We looked at all the land use agreements, not just leases that were in place. And these were things that were from the time the law was enacted, September 29th of 2016, to May 1st of 2018 when we cut it off so we could meet our deadline to report. We didn't look at any agreements that were signed after that point for the first report. And it was agreements that were significant. They were at least 1 year or more in length of the agreement negotiated. And then, so we also, beyond just things that had land use agreements, we also looked at land use on campus, and we did come across whether it was land use that had continued, there were agreements that were previously in place that were expired. Many of them they expired for some time, and then we also found some entities that were on campus using land, and they didn't have agreements prior to the act or since the act, but they were continuing to use property, so we reported on those issues as well. Slide, please. Can you ask the slide? Okay, so 2021 report. This one, we looked at 41 land use agreements. These were things that were, there was 41 land use agreements that came across. We didn't review all of them. We reviewed 28 of them. They were things that were either amended or new agreements that were signed between the September 28th, 2018, first report came out, 31st of 2020. So that was the scope of the second report as far as the legal review of the land use. And next slide.
So this part is the criteria that we use to evaluate these agreements, to determine if they were in compliance with itself, the draft master plan requirements, or any other federal guidance or laws that would pertain to land use. I'm glad Sharma, our legal advisor.
Thank you. Just by show of hands, I was wondering how many of you all have had the opportunity the OIG's reports from 2018, 2021. Okay, just a few of you. I really encourage you to do that. There is a lot of information and detail in there, and it will be impossible for us to reiterate everything in there. But I think that they are clearly written and well organized, and I think you would find them useful. Criteria did we use? The unique thing about doing an audit report like this one is that when you have a statute, such as the West LA Act of 2016, we have a statute that mandates that you do a report and sets forth the criteria. It kind of makes our job a little easier. And what I mean is we didn't have to come up with, you know, the modality as to how to look at these agreements and determine whether they comply, because the law set it forth for us. So the first area, the first type of land use agreement were the real property leases. No, can you go back a slide, please? Yes, I'm still here. I'll let you know. Okay, so the first agreement set forth in the act are the enhanced use leases. And those are the ones that are to provide the housing that principally benefit veterans and their families. And I put a citation to the paragraph in the act that says, that identifies these types of agreements. The second type were general leases, real property. Those are found in section 2B2. And we have put the main points of the language here. But again, for the specifics of everything that the law set forth, please take a look at the act. But the high points are here. They describe the leases that would be appropriate on the campus. And those were leases for which the term is not to exceed 50 years. It's a lease to a third party. It's a lease that provides services that principally benefit veterans and their families. And the law even went so far as to outline what are those types of services: health and wellness, vocational training, assistance with legal issues, family support services. So it set it out for us. Next slide, please. The third type of land use instrument, it was a real property lease to the Regents of the University of California. So what you will notice is that there was a general provision for real property leases, but when it came to UCLA, there was very specific language crafted. And that language was found in section 2B3. So while at first reading, it may appear that the lease to UCLA would be the same as the leases to the other parties, it was quite different. There were nuances in the language. The next criteria for the next land use agreement was for land sharing agreements. That's number 4 on the list. And that was found in section 2C. And again, the act set forth the criteria for us. Then we have easements in section 2E. Again, the act, the West LA Leasing Act 2016 set forth the criteria that we were to apply. Next slide, please. So basically, what we did was when we looked at the various land use agreements on the campus, we looked at the agreements and the facts surrounding those agreements, and then we went back to the criteria that was set forth in the law, And we applied those facts to that criteria and came up with our determination as to whether they complied or whether we found them non-compliant. We highlighted here on this slide the definition principally benefiting the government, because oftentimes laws will use a term, but they'll never define it. So it leaves everyone scrambling to figure out what it means. But not so in this law, because even for principally benefit, it defined what that was. Services provided by a person or an entity under a lease or a land sharing agreement that are provided exclusively to veterans and their families, or designed for the needs of veterans or their families, as opposed to the general public. So in other words, it can't be something that benefits the general public. And because veterans are also part of the general public, they just incidentally benefit from it. So the law wanted to make sure that it had to be specific to veterans. The third prong of the definition was that it excluded services to which the only derived benefit to veterans is as revenue to the VA. So a lease that provides only a monetary benefit alone would not be sufficient to be considered one that principally benefited veterans. Next slide, please. I just wanted to point out a little bit about the real property lease to Regents UCLA, because as I mentioned earlier, it was different than the general language for leases in section 2B2. So here for UCLA, it had to be consistent with the draft master plan. And just so you know, we are talking about the draft master plan that was issued in 2011. We know that recently there has been another one, but when we did our audits, the most recent one was not in place. It says that the provision of services to veterans is the predominant focus of the activity of the Regents at the campus. And then there were stronger requirements for UCLA, such as it required that they agree to provide additional services and support as the secretary deemed appropriate, that principally benefited veterans. And there was also in the provisions of the law a reporting requirement that UCLA has to fulfill.
Ms. Quarles, a quick question on the previous slide about revenue.
Yes.
The last line of revenue, it says revenue to the VA. So does that refer to the lease revenue fund? Is that revenue to the VA?
No, that's not referring to the lease revenue fund. That is referring to a situation where, let's say that there is, a lease, and it really has no benefit at all for the veterans, except that there's some money involved that the department is collecting. And, Congress is saying, no, that's not acceptable. Next slide, please. So I'm going to, and this is always the case with lawyers, there's always kind of a caveat. So I know I said that all of the criteria was set forth for us. And for the most part, it was. It set forth the criteria for enhanced use leases, for easements, for land sharing agreements, and the lease specific to UCLA. But when we started doing the scope for the first audit, Congress asked the OIG to report on the management of how VA was managing the land on the campus. And what we found is that there were some land use instruments that didn't fit under the category of a lease or an easement or a land sharing agreement. What we found is that there were licenses and permits, like revocable licenses. So we also added that into our audit scope, and primarily it was because we found that it would be impossible for us to fulfill our responsibility to tell Congress how VA was managing their land if there was a whole population of instruments that we didn't even look at. So that population were the revocable licenses. And as you can see from this screen, these figures, like 22 revocable licenses, 1 MOU, in the 2018 audit, the vast majority of how the land was being used was through these revocable licenses. So we looked at those and we developed the criteria by which we would review the revocable licenses. Next slide, please. So for these revocable licenses, we determined that the instrument had to be veteran focused, and that is consistent with VA's own master plan, because the draft master plan stated that going forward, every use of land would have to be veteran focused. So we pulled that criteria from the VA's draft master plan, and that was the first prong that we looked at for RLs. Was the instrument veteran focused? And secondly, was it consistent with the draft master plan, with the objective to revitalize the campus and benefit not only for health, but education and recreation and socialization. So again, we went to the draft master plan and pulled out that criteria also. Then lastly, we looked at whether the land use agreements, these revocable licenses, violated any other federal law besides the West LA Leasing Act. And that was important because in the act itself, it charged OIG with also considering other federal laws. And I'll give an example. In the 2018 audit, there was an instrument for the 1887 fund. And when we looked at that, it looked as though there was going to be some fundraising going on. And there is a specific federal law that prohibits fundraising on a federal campus. So that's just an example of how we also incorporated other federal laws. And that's not to say we know every federal law in the world, but we did our due diligence to ensure that the instruments were in compliance with that. Next slide, please. So the criteria I set forth, and again, the criteria was in the law for us, but, you know, what did we really do? I mean, if you read the reports, and again, I really recommend that you do, you will see our conclusions. You will see us say that X agreement was compliant with the law and Y agreement was not. But how did we reach that conclusion? Like, what did we really do? Well, the process that we used, and this is consistent from the 2018 audit, as well as the audit in 2021, the first thing we did is we looked at the four corners of the document. Like, what did the document say? What did the lease say it was going to do? Did it say that it was for the benefit of veterans and their families? Were there terms in there that demonstrated that that was the objective? So that was the starting point, to look at the document, the four corners of it, and any supporting file. The second thing we did is, as I just mentioned, we researched other applicable federal laws and authorities to determine that there was compliance. Thirdly, if there was something unclear for us, we asked questions to the department. And we periodically, as we were reviewing the land use agreements, we posed questions to VA. And when they responded, we reviewed their responses. And as to the 2018 audit, we did site visits. We did more than one. So after looking at the piece of paper, paper and asking the questions, we came on site and looked at the locations where these agreements were. Obviously, during the last audit, due to COVID, we were hindered from doing that. But even as to the last audit, we made efforts to do virtual site visits, going to the different locations as best we could. So that sets forth the methodology that we used in the first audit and the second audit, and we applied it consistently. So if there is a question as to, OIG, why did you conclude this for this instrument, or why didn't you conclude it? My response would be, we looked at this methodology and we applied it pretty uniformly. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Matt now.
Carmen explained, there's one thing to do legal review and to look at the paper, the files, the documents, the agreement. It's also the job of the team to do their best to come out and observe firsthand the activities that were described with the service. Best possible. During COVID, we did put in disclosures where we weren't able to travel, or there was activities that were suspended in some cases. Was an obstacle. So this slide here is just looking at the original, I guess, timeline that was in the original version of the draft master plan, the 1,200 units. So this one, we were reporting on the progress to develop the housing. This was our starting point. We know that this evolved over time, and we can see it in the second report. It's not exactly as this slide. This was our starting point for kind of measuring the progress with the development of housing. Next slide, please. So just the highlights from the first report, the 40 agreements that we looked at, we determined that 11 of them, we had some issue with either not complying with the law, master plan criteria, or other federal laws. Each of those 11 agreements are outlined in there with a little narrative that describes which criteria we believe that agreement violated. We also list in that first report 14 entities that were on campus were either expired agreements or they didn't have any written agreement whatsoever, but they were operating on campus, and we described what activities they were doing and what the scope was there, and we didn't give an legal opinion because they didn't have a binding agreement at that point that we could. So the next thing we highlight in the first report, we do have some discussion in it about the need for additional veteran input, and primarily for determining if things are veteran focused to comply with the draft master plan, or if the services, if there's services in agreement that they are, or the land use, since we've been benefiting veteran or families, we wanted some group to represent veteran interests that could give advice to the facility on any future land proposals. So that's discussed in the first report. The second thing we talk about, or the next thing we talk about, is some clarification of policy, and especially when it came to the revocable licenses that Sharma talked about, that were kind of the predominant way that these agreements were being rendered, at least during the first report. And the reason we wanted that clarified is that any revenue that was generated from those agreements was going back to the U.S. Treasury, was not going back to renovate the campus. And also, the way the law was written, there was an annual reporting requirement where there was a report due to Congress on the use of land, and those agreements were not described in the law, so they wouldn't be reported publicly on those land uses if we wanted that done for transit. So, and the other policy thing has an update. We found there were 3 agreements that had fair market value assessments, rental value of those portions of the campus. And we found that negotiated agreements were below what was the fair market estimate. Didn't see any documentation as to how those pricing determinations were negotiated. So we asked for a policy change there to update policy to make sure that any deviations from fair market value are documented in future negotiations. So the next point that we discussed in the report about capital estimate. That's a system that VA uses to track all of its buildings and real property. And there's a requirement in VA policy that every agreement that is beyond 6 months be documented in this system. And when we did the first report, we did find 28 of the 40 agreements that we're looking for in that system. So we want that corrected as well. The last thing we talked about in the first report is just where they were at with development at that point. There wasn't much to report on because they hadn't selected a principal developer at that time. And also there was a delay in the initial construction of the first 490 units. It had to do with the environmental impact reviews that were required by federal regulation. They hadn't been planned for in the original timeline, and they at that point were estimated also delaying construction about 18 to 24 months, and important that issue as well. Next slide, please. Okay. So in the next report, we noted when we published the report that we'd only finished the 55 units that completed construction, and they were the units that were financed prior to the start of the law. They were completed in 2017. I think the construction on those had begun in 2013, so they started construction previously. And so the second report talked about the need for infrastructure upgrades with VA. Two things that are needed were dry utilities, which were pretty much done. That's how we reported. And then also we highlighted the need for a wet utility plan that would cover water, sewer, stormwater, and those plans were yet to be developed and I guess funded. Once the VA got beyond the first 490 units, those upgrades would be necessary to accommodate additional housing on campus. So we highlight that issue. So, and we talked a little bit about just the progress of things that were under construction. I believe was the buildings that Shangri-La was responsible for, the 205 and 208 that we were now done. At the time we reported, they were still under construction. And then we talked a little bit about Core Portable, who had the project with Arthur Field that was still seeking finance to leave the units there. That was not determinable, but that would be done. And then we also reported on West LA Collective had a building that was under construction. I think it's slated to be done this summer. That's what we reported last year. Then we highlighted just where West LA Collective was at with their financing for the next phase. I think they had about 27% of the funding they needed for the next 390 units secured, and they were in the process of getting bonds and grants, seeking additional financing for the rest of that project. And, we also talked a little bit about the draft master plan, or the updated master plan, the community plan that was being submitted for VA's consideration by the West LA Collective, and needing to be approved and finalizing the master UL agreement with them so they could move forward with future construction. That step needed to take place. At the time, it was estimated that that would be done by December of last year. Last thing on this slide, we did report there was 5 new land use agreements that had some form of criteria that either didn't comply with the law or comply with the draft master plan at that time. And we also, there was two land use agreements from the previous report. We reported that there was 11 agreements that were not compliant. There was 2 that were still not compliant at the time we published the second report, so we carried over that finding and reported on that. Slide, please. So just go over the recommendations we made in both the reports. The first report, we wanted the Westlake campus to have a plan to make all the agreements that we said were not compliant. We asked that they establish new agreements for all the entities that were on campus, expired or undocumented agreements. Wanted them to create a process for to have an opportunity to provide input to executive leadership on future land use. Yeah, as we talked about earlier, updating policies, clarifying the distinctions between leases and revocable licenses. One thing that we did mention in this report, we turned the prior OGC opinion on this issue because there was a 1991 case that a question that was put before the OGC, and it said that multiple licenses are things that are transitory in nature, and some of the agreements that existed previously were between 5 and 10 years in length. Consider that transitory. So we asked policy change on that. And then also policy change on ensuring that fair market value is received and negotiations are documented. And then just updating the capital asset inventory to correct all those things that weren't documented that should have been there according to policy. Slide. And then the last report, similar recommendations. Or we just asked that they come up with a plan to make the new 5 new non-compliant agreements compliant. Also, we asked that there was also something for the second report, those items be correct. That's just the highlights of what presented in our reports. If you guys are there any specific questions, Sharma and I are happy to those.
I'm Betty Marston. Just for process clarification, between the 2018 and the 2021, there was a finding that was in 2018, for example, that was resolved, or that was not resolved, but carried over to 2021. And so I guess my question is could we assume that all of the other findings from 2018 were resolved if they're not listed as a finding on the 2021 report?
Well, we did report in the 2021 report for all the agreements that were not compliant. There is a section, it might be in the appendixes or it might be in the second finding, I don't remember, but we reported on how each of those non-compliant agreements were resolved. We gave a little table with some narrative of what issues and how it was addressed. And I think we did the same for the undocumented agreements as well. So it isn't.
And then with the recommendation, generally there are, the VA response, and I haven't looked at the 2021 report yet, but does VA concur on the findings and recommendations or not concur?
There was some not concurred. Chairman?
Sure. There was a mixture. Some of the recommendations were concurred with in part. Some of the recommendations were not concurred with. And yeah, I think there was some that were concurred. So it depended on the recommendation.
So I want to dive down into one of the leases you wanted in. In fact, you were here earlier today. You heard about a lot of public concern about the Brentwood and UCLA. Now, your audit report points out that Congress gave UCLA a very specific and distinct test for how the regions would meet that, but you concluded that that was not Congress's intent with respect to the Brentwood School, right? The Brentwood School was subject to the ordinary restrictions. 2B2.
The only land instrument that had specific language for it was UCLA. So Brentwood falls under the general language for all leases, section 2B2.
I'm going to tell you something that you both know exquisitely well, but I want to make sure everyone on the board is aware of the OIG's audit findings. So these very fine lawyers and auditors concluded in this September report of last year, 2021, that the Brentwood lease was non-compliant with federal law. The basis for their determination was that the lease, two independent bases. One was that the lease did not principally benefit veterans, and the second was that the non-monetary consideration that Brentwood was offering, part of its lease payment, wasn't recognized. So Brentwood pays $850,000 in cash each year and $918,000 in income. If I understand your view, it's that the only way you could measure their performance under the lease is $850,000 of money per year. Is that right?
Well, let me just address this, the consideration aspect. Yes, OIG found that under 38 USC, I think it's 8122, and I can give you the exact citation, generally says that leases on federal property, the consideration has to be monetary only, okay? However, there is an exception. There is another law that does allow in-kind consideration if the lessee is, for example, a nonprofit entity, and there are some other examples. But even in that instance, it has to be for specific things. And since I thought you were going to ask this question, I just wanted to pull up what the exception says. So for the in-kind consideration, there's an exception that says due in-kind consideration. Again, the general rule is that it has to be monetary only. The exception is that any public or nonprofit organization may provide for the maintenance, protection, or restoration by the lessee of the property being leased. So even though there's an exception, it's specifically defined in the law.
And the other thing I wanted to draw the board's attention based on your fine work is that the VA is allowed under procedure to respond to the OIG's findings. And then you're entitled to then respond to the VA and decide if you want to adjust your audit.
Theoretically, yes. Mm-hmm.
And what the board should know, and I'd encourage you all to read, is the VA made their arguments why they believe Brentwood's lease is compliant with federal law. Those arguments did not persuade the auditor. You stood by your audit opinion.
Right, and we of course considered, the VA's response. But in the reports, I know in the 2018 report, and I believe the 2021 report too, the department's, their opinion regarding our findings is in Appendix E, and they found some of our conclusions erroneous in their opinion. And then in Appendix 4, we responded, the OIG responded to that. So it's pretty concise. If you just look at Appendix E and F, you'll see their response and then our response to their response.
It's terrifically done. Thank you for that. One final question. Did you have an opportunity to interview the leadership of Brentwood on their leasing?
We did interview the vice president.
And were they able to identify anything they could come up with that would make the lease compliant in your view?
I don't think as we interviewed him, we had the question.
Thank you so much.
But so yes, we did interview, but as I mentioned earlier, that as part of our review, we gathered facts. So in our questions to the department about certain things concerning the leases and other instruments, the department responded with that information, so we considered all of it.
Oh, sorry, no.
Anthony Allman for the record. I want to thank you for the most recent report, specifically your acknowledgement of the need for wet utility investment. I think for all of us here, it was helpful to make we've seen the fruits of. And so it was helpful to have the auditors point that out as well. I want to ask about the three general leasing authorities in the 2016 leasing. I know that you went over them a little bit, but there's section 2B1 for the purpose of supportive housing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And that supportive housing is specifically defined, correct?
Yes.
Supportive housing has a definition. The term supporting housing is defined 8161 subparagraph 3.
You sure about that?
Well, no, but it's the Enhanced Use Leasing Authority.
Correct.
Which is really widely and very detailed, developed, so that's what that goes to.
Right. The term supportive housing within the enhanced use lease program is defined.
Yes, even though not in the West LA Act, but it references the Enhanced Use Lease Authority.
Right.
So all that would be there.
Okay. And our understanding is that an enhanced use lease is specifically for the purpose of providing housing to veterans or their family members that are either at risk of homelessness or are homeless, correct? Could you execute an enhanced use lease for veterans who are not at risk of homelessness?
You know, I'm not gonna.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
curious if you have.
There are, people with more expertise in enhanced use leasing than I,
Right.
so I don't
Yeah.
know those steps.
I got your question. I'm curious.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to know is in your number one finding, you mentioned that execution of the draft master plan was limited in zone 2, care coordination, zone 4, the town center, zone 5, the outer ring of the West Los Angeles campus to provide a place for recreation and social engagement. Could you talk about how you led to that finding?
That was there really isn't a schedule in the draft master plan that outlines specific projects that are going to be developed with these things. So we just reported on activity that existed 5-year point. And then, outside zone, I guess, zone 1 and 3, there was proposed projects that we kind of highlight there, but there wasn't a whole lot of activity to report. I think that was kind of describing that.
Okay, thank you. Great report. We all read. Dr. Bamber.
First of all, Josh Bamberg for the record. First of all, thank you, all you guys. I feel like I'm in an episode of LA Law, and it's exciting. I don't know, I find it very interesting. Is there anything that the Brentwood School can do to remedy being out of compliance?
In our report that, again, I really want you all to read, we made clear that the OIG's interpretation of section 2B1 is that the underlying lease has to be principally for the benefit of the veteran. So in other words, as an example, and this isn't a real example at all, and it's absurd probably, but let's say that there were a lease for making popcorn, and that obviously is not for the benefit of veterans. But let's say that that lessee had all these services that they were giving to them. They were giving them clothing and shoes and, all these things. Our interpretation is those services would not change the nature of the underlying lease, because the lease has to be principally for the benefit of the government. I mean, not the government, the veterans. So the services our interpretation is not that the use of the land is incidental. Our interpretation is that that is the primary element.
So just to repeat, doctor, and I don't understand a lot of this stuff. No. The graduate school could not do anything to be in compliance from your assessment of what the law states.
What I don't want to do is talk about something hypothetically. What I feel confident about, based on the language of the law, is that unless the underlying purpose of a lease is to principally benefit veterans and their families as set forth in the law, then it wouldn't be compliant. And that is based on what the law says here. I'm not talking specifically about Brentwood or anyone else, because again, as I wanted to continue to say, the methodology that we use, we applied across the board, and we applied it to every single instrument.
So what do we do as a board?
I'm happy to address that briefly. I've shared a thought with a few people, which I think the lease in its current form can never be cured. I think there's a potential for the lease to be reconfigured in nature, but you have to find a way to make a lease of a structure where it's principally benefit. I'd like to think there's a way to make it work. I think Brentwood does have meaningful reliance interests. I also think we have to honor the clear text of the congressional law. So maybe an athletic pavilion at the north end of the campus, just for veterans, would allow veterans to access that area better. Maybe if the lease was restructured around something like that. But I think for us as a board, I think this is an urgent matter. There's been a lot of public concern for a long time. Now I have two clear OIG reports. And, you know, the OIG recommended that VA with the plan bring these land uses into compliance. So I think we could help in that process.
Thank you. I tend to agree that we need to very proactively address this and do everything we can do to bring these leases to compliance, and at least if they don't come into compliance, we break. And whatever that means for those folks that are there, that's unfortunate for them. But I mean, this land is in fact for veterans. The OIG report says that it's not in compliance. See you later. Or is it something that provides material benefit and is it keeping law?
Good, thanks. Anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just for my own clarification too, I know it's different with UCLA because they're written into the West LA Leasing Act in a way. So could you just help us understand, so we're all of the same mind, like what makes that different in terms of how you look at the UCLA agreement versus the Brentwood School? Because I know there's a distinction, but
it is, and you know what? And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you know, I really would ask that you all look at Appendix E and F of the 2018 report, because we talk about the language. I don't know that I could do it justice here, but for one thing, the language that's for the general lease that says the lease has to principally benefit the veterans, that same language isn't in the UCLA language. If you look at it, it doesn't say that the lease has to principally benefit the veterans. It talks about the activities that UCLA does on the campus, that the predominant focus of it has to be veteran focused, but there are legal nuances in there that they are just not in the same mode at all.
Any other questions? I never thought I'd say this. Thank you to the OIG. This briefing is great.
Thank you for inviting us.
Next up is Driftwood Schools, and we're going to check to see. I'm only it's going to take just a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Oh, no, fine.
Yes. Spring.
I'm not.
Oh, yeah, the same thing. My wife said like. So, yeah.
He's zealous.
Boy, yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh, yes, too. Yeah.
Okay, next up, we have Brickwood School. Coach Morrow.
Yell okay?
Get a little bit closer to the mic.
A little bit closer, how's that?
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Lindsay, that'd be great, I appreciate it. Good. That works for everybody here? Thank you for giving us some time today. We really appreciate it. As I said, I'm Jennifer Yoshimaru. I am the assistant head of school at Brentwood School. I am the designated liaison to our relationship with VA. I'm here in that capacity today. And as way of background, I will also share, I am standing before you as the daughter of an Air Force veteran, the sister of Vietnam combat veterans, and the very proud mother of a West Point cadet. Go Army. I know that always stirs controversy. Unfortunately, the original plan for my presentation included members of the veteran community who actively utilize the resources that Brentwood School offers through the Veterans Center for Recreation and Education. When the meeting needed to shift because of the COVID situation, I too shifted and included some video links that have a range of veteran testimonials for you all. Evidently, those won't launch either in the system. Your presentations, though, do have the links. I'm happy to send them to you as well. I would really encourage you to listen. It's important to hear voices from actual recipients, people who know us and utilize the range of benefits that we offer to veterans and their families. It helps to bring life to our relationship. The school does have a very long-standing relationship with veterans families and the West Los Angeles VA. Frankly, it predates my time at Brentwood School. It even predates most leadership because it goes back to the founding of the school in 1972. Over time, that relationship became increasingly more formalized, first through a revocable license, then through an enhanced use lease, and most recently through the lease that you just heard about in the IG report. We have used that instrument to delineate very clearly the ways in which Brentwood School, through the Veterans Center for Recreation and Education, can provide direct benefits to veterans and their families in areas of recreation, wellness, education, vocational services, and fundamental needs. Could you go to the next slide, please? The VCRE is the vehicle through which we deliver all of those services and benefits. The lease itself buckets into a number of categories. Can you do the next slide? The first of which is a monetary consideration in the form of rent, and then there are 4 areas of in-kind consideration that we measure and report to on an annual basis. If you take a look at how Brentwood School has done in terms of meeting or exceeding its obligation over the last 6 years since the inception of our lease, you will see that the numbers bear out what we have said in numerous situations. We take our relationship very seriously. In every area, we meet or exceed every obligation made. And in fact, you can see in the top, the in-kind number of 918,000 has been exceeded considerably in every single year. The other thing to note is the lease has language that bears an automatic increase in rent at the 3rd anniversary. So that's why you see in year 4, the rent difference. The lease also says that when we exceed our in-kind obligation, we actually could reduce our cash payment to VA. That is something the school has never done and does not intend to do. The real question is, what is our value? What is the value that we offer to veterans? And I don't think.
A quick question before
Yes.
we go on. Who is the auditor? Is that your auditor or is that a VA?
It's a third-party auditor that the VA has contracted.
VA has contracted the auditor?
The lease says that the 2 parties each pay 50% of the auditing fee, but the VA contracts the auditor.
So it's an independent audit?
Yes, it is. So the question I think that this board asked me to address, there were several, but the first question you asked me to address was specifically, what is our value? What is the value that we offer to veterans? And what I would say to you is beyond those numbers I shared in terms of how we measure and monitor our lease compliance, the value buckets in these ways. The value of fitness and recreation, program support, and it's direct program support across areas of the West LA VA campus, whether that's a domiciliary Building 209, CTRS, CDCE, New Directions, even a bridge home. There hasn't been a program on campus that we have not found a way to support through our partnership. Transportation, basic needs to veterans, meals, clothing, toiletries, bedding, shelter, and then education, something Brentwood School is obviously uniquely qualified to offer. So we're going to start with a little background on what opportunities and what resources exist in the realm of fitness and education, or fitness and recreation for veterans. And the sort of the footprint of the leased property, that 22 acres, we term the Veterans Center for Recreation and Education. The physical property is that, and two are all of the programs and resources that we operate as part of our partnership. One of the really wonderful enhancements since the last time I had the opportunity to speak to this group as it relates to the Veterans Center for Recreation and Education is the addition of a full-time veteran fitness coach and trainer. He is on site 5 days a week from 5 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. there to create individualized training programs for veterans. He also works in group situations when recreational therapists bring groups over. He assists people with any ability, any age, any need. Veterans have access, and it is exclusive access to the resources that are available on that site, an average of 8.8 hours per day, 7 days a week. And they use it, they love it. They find that it is an opportunity to have the camaraderie that comes with veterans connecting to each other, the peace of mind that can come with physical exertion and physical fitness, and the stability that can be reestablished with the routine of health and wellness. If you take a look, this is just a sample. The hours are available across all types of areas. I didn't want to bore you with multiple slides, but what you'll see is what I referred to. Monday through Thursday, you see a nice big chunk of morning time available. We actually recently added 2 additional hours because we got so much consistent feedback from veterans and their advocates that morning hours were the best. We maintained those evening access hours for veterans who work in the community and may want to come and work out after work instead of early in the morning. So I would say far and away the most popular space in all that we offer is what you see right here. It is called the workout tent. It is the gathering spot. It is, in many instances, the meditation spot and the hub for veterans who use that facility. And what you will see here is year over year, a really dramatic increase in the number of veterans who register, become members, and in fact access the facility. Again, based on feedback from veteran advocates, between years 1 and 2, we enhanced our services and the ease with which one could register for the VCRE by creating an online reservation system that has been very, very well received. The other thing I'll point out here, and I'll point it out again in a couple of other places, is please keep in mind that year 4 and year 5 were both full COVID years. So year 4, in effect, had 4 active months of access before COVID in March of 2020 shut down our world as we know it. And that continued through year 5, through the majority of year 5, until we were able to reopen in 2021. Year 6, the way our lease year works, has only been in play for 6 months. So I just want you to think about that when you're looking at these numbers. So with the actual sort of space, one of the things that we hear most frequently from veterans who use the space, and we collect feedback regularly, we have comment cards that sit at the workout tent, sit at all of the different areas that we ask veterans for their feedback. We also run active focus groups, but one of the most common sort of reflections is that Brentwood Gym or that workout tent allows veterans to reconnect not only with themselves and their own sense of capacity and physicality, but it allows them to connect with each other. And when you're talking about creating a path to recovery and creating a path to a more successful existence for veterans who have struggled, this is an integral part of their wellness. In fact, that quote you just saw is the quote from a veteran who started as a domiciliary resident and now works as a peer support specialist employed by VA. So one of the things this group asked me last time I was here was, what about usage? Who's there? How often are they there? So I've collected numbers that show you year to year what the usage has been. Again, here pointing out in years 4 and 5, you're talking about 1,700 visits in 4 months in year 4 and 1,800 visits in 4 months in year 5. In just 6 months this year, 2,500 visits. So what I think you can take away from that is that the word is really spreading. Veterans come, they use, they are happy. If you look at year 6, there's an average of 55 new registrants per month in just this 6 months, as opposed to around 20 in year 1. When you look at use, you see since inception over 10,000 visits to VCRE. And when you look in years 4 to 6, an average of 400 per month. So you see an upward trend in utilization. So it's not just about access, it is about the fact that it is being actively utilized. The next area of value that I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about is all the different ways through VCRE we support programs here at West LA VA. The first example is the domiciliary. It's been a long-standing collaboration, beginning with a pilot program for using the facility that started actually before we had an assigned lease. It started in 2015. Other ways in which we actively support the domiciliary program and the veterans it serves are through regular recreational therapy visits to our workout facilities. They come 4 days a week in groups of 10 to 20 with the recreational therapists. We actively maintain the 2 computer labs that are in the domiciliary program, supporting them not only with computer maintenance, but with services. We bring to the domiciliary a weekly yoga class, so on site at the dom, as well as numerous social activities and special events. There was a Super Bowl party we provided transportation to at the golf course. We do softball tournaments with barbecues on a regular basis to help the domiciliary vets engage with each other, sometimes with the dom staff as well. One sort of pivot, I guess, during COVID that's been particularly well received was the pivot of these cooking classes that dom vets really enjoyed. They were taken away with COVID because kitchens are indoors, and we realized they don't have to be indoors. We can create outdoor kitchens, and we've created outdoor kitchens and host monthly cooking classes that, again, a number of the domiciliary vets come and learn how to cook. They volunteer to be the chefs and the sous chefs. We lead the classes, but more importantly, the other vets in the program congregate to enjoy the meal together. And it is a true moment of socialization that is not as highly programmed as some of their day. In building 209, the relationship that we have with the veterans in 209 goes back to when 209 opened. We were with Village for Vets, the 2 partnering organizations that created the moving kits and fully furnished all of those residents. And that support has continued from that moment in time. Pre-COVID, we did indoor cooking classes. We support them with holiday meals, student and musicians. When COVID hit, we pivoted very quickly. We cared about those veterans. We cared about their isolation. We transitioned it into monthly care packages with special modes, special activities, special opportunities, which has continued all the way through this pandemic. And as we've come out the other end of the pandemic, we've been able to launch new programs with 209, like helping to rehabilitate their garden space and create plantings that the vets help us to harvest and transition into their food chain. We support them through pet supplies, and for years now have run a weekly service that shuttles them from 209 into Westwood Village and back, and allows them for some interaction with the outside.
We have a question.
Yes.
Wait the microphone. Thank you for sharing all of this. I look at the time and it seems like you don't have a ton of time left. Just louder. I just want to fill out the packets, and there's a lot of really good stuff in here. I don't know that we're going to kind of get through all the way through, so I want to ask a quick question. How is Brentwood School helping the VA build housing faster? Is there anything that Brentwood School is doing to help more housing, more permanent housing on campus? Is there anything that enabling that?
I would say that we are not actively engaged in the development of the permanent housing, and I would say that we have been very actively engaged in the creation and success of CTRS, which is the first step in the low barrier to entry program, up to and including providing 20 of the pallet shelters that are currently in place. And we did that outside of our lease. The actual development of the properties of the housing has been handled separately from the other ways in which Brentwood School supports veterans and VA. But I would also say that what we do frees up capital and person power to be able to achieve those goals.
Is there a plan to expand the beyond 20 for CTRS? Like, are you guys going to add year over year?
We would be happy to. We would be very happy to.
Then is there any way, like Brentwood School is one of the most exclusive and elite schools in the country? I mean, there's a lot of wealthy families that go there, a lot of families of influence that go there. Is there, do the families that attend the school, do they engage in any advocacy, or like, are they actively engaged in this issue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. What I would say to you, and again, there's almost like this pre-COVID, COVID, and the direction we're going now, right? So I would say to you, and I think the deck will bear it out, and I'll report through it. Pre-COVID, we had really gotten to a very strong place of engagement and advocacy among all of our sort of community members. COVID put an end to that. The capacity for people to volunteer and to be physically present was really limited, and it was limited to a few of us who took that responsibility and actually turned it into new directions we had previously served and have really succeeded. I'd like to talk about that if I could in a minute. And now that we're emerging, we're able to rethink how we get back that piece that is that full engagement among everybody in our community.
Thank you.
Marshall.
The good news is a few moments will be saved because the videos I'm having to show don't launch.
We have another question.
Yes, where?
Thank you so much, Jennifer Marshall, for the record. I'm so glad you brought up COVID and how that slowed things down. I'm going to speak from experience, my experience with Brentwood School. In 2019, I attempted to enroll my son in the Summer at Brentwood program. There was one initial email that went through. After that, my emails were not answered. I called twice, left a voicemail. That also was not answered. And I had my husband call and left a message, and there still was no answer. So as a veteran, I would like to know, out of these 120 slots that are available for children of veterans, how many of those are actually attending that Summer at Brentwood? Would you like me to forward to that point in the deck? I can do that. Could you please forward to the education pieces far into the deck, sorry. To slide 54, please. So to your answer, I'm not sure, first of all, I'd love a little clarification. When you share your experience, are you saying that you applied for a scholarship to a VA scholarship to Summer Brentwood, or are you saying you just were trying to enroll as anybody from the public in Summer Brentwood? No, not.
So you filled out the application for the scholarship to Summer Brentwood?
I had an email from you, actually.
Uh-huh.
This was in March 18th of 2019. And I was asking questions, and my questions were not answered. And when I called to get clarification, that I never received a call back even after my calls.
Okay, so I will definitely look into that and see. I can tell you that the normal process, the application for a scholarship to Summer Brentwood is an online application. It is submitted by the interested family on a designated date that's agreed upon with the VA. We download all of the information. It is sent to VA. It's VA who puts the applications into a tier system. The system's tiers are articulated on the website in detail. And from there, we award the numbers of weeks and send out the communications to the families. In the 2019 year that you're referring to, there were 135 children, weeks awarded to children veterans. In the current year, there are 191. An additional facet that was added in between 18 and 19 was aftercare, because we recognized that many times there were working families who needed extended care. So we brought that into the package. The priority in the tier system is to award the scholarships to those who fit that first tier, which are chronically homeless,
Absolutely.
et cetera.
I just,
That wouldn't, you know,
I'd just like to wrap up that question with, most veterans do not live in Brentwood, outside an area. Is there a public transportation option or something that Brentwood has established in order to get those children there? That I have no idea if that exists. Could you speak about that?
there's public transportation, no. The school does have a series of shuttles that we operate during the regular year. That need is not emerged during the summer. We've helped families create carpools. We've even gone so far as to give gas vouchers to families who come from a long distance. We had a family that was commuting actually from St. Peter to have their child be part of the program, and we paid for their gas for the duration of the time that they were there. The other thing I think you'll be interested to see, because it plays to something this group asked me about in a previous presentation, was the enrollment for full-time students at Brentwood School and VA scholarship in that area. Over the years, as the participation of children and veterans in summer at Brentwood has grown, so too have the number who choose to apply to attend Brentwood School as a full-time student. And in next year's entering group, we have 8 students who started with us as summer Brentwood scholarship veterans who are full-time enrolled students. Our commitment within our lease is $100,000 a year in financial assistance. You'll see in the deck on slide 56. Next year, we've committed $345,000 in financial assistance to support those children and veterans at Brentwood School. Beyond that, though, 3 years ago, we started tracking how many children and veterans enroll at Brentwood School not coming from the Summer Brentwood Scholarship Program. And since we've started tracking, you'll see this coming year, there are 17 additional students. So there are 25 students next year who are children of veterans who are students at Brentwood School. Did you want me to go back to some of the other points in the deck? How would you like me to proceed?
No, you don't have time
I have time.
to do that.
So I'd like
Could
to
you
make just a
Could
couple.
you just perhaps
Mhm.
make sure you cover the question?
Sure. So I was speaking to the value that we offer to veterans. I think I had talked about program support.
So that's question number 1.
The question, would you ask me to explain our value to veterans, how many veterans we serve?
Yes, I'm just trying to gauge. Question, your question.
I can wrap up question number 1 really quickly and go to the next 2. The other facets that I articulated in terms of value to veterans, I think the ones that are different and distinctive and reflective of the way we adapted to COVID would fall into the category of transportation. I don't know if the people in this group are aware of what a challenge transportation around the VA campus is, but it is a challenge, and it is one we have risen to. We were asked during the effort of moving the Veterans Row veterans onto property to launch a shuttle to help facilitate that. We were able to manifest that shuttle within 72 hours. That is a shuttle that's continued and it's expanded. At recent request 2 weeks ago from program directors and advocates, they asked for the number of stops to be enhanced, and we've done that, and we've got the shuttle schedule. So we are now operating a daily schedule, Monday through Friday, for our veterans, and it stops. It's on slide 41. It stops at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different 8 different locations, and that's based on feedback. The other big area of pivot I think that is worth recognizing comes in the category of basic needs, both in support of CTRS in every way possible, up to and including lunch and dinner 5 days a week since CTRS was founded. At a current census of 114 residents, that translates into thousands of meals on a weekly basis. To date, we have contributed upwards of 88,000 veteran meals, hot, healthy, and meals that accommodate to a range of dietary needs. So I would say the transportation piece and the basic needs piece are worthy of note, and they are emblematic of the way in which we partner from private sector like Brentwood School can in fact shift quickly and respond seriously. The other question you asked us to address were our metrics to define success. If you go to slide 58, please, I can talk through that a little bit. For us, we look at 5 basic metrics. We look at, are there increases? Are there increases in participation and engagement and what we're able to offer in our impact? And if you look through the deck, which I'm sure you read before I came here, I think you will see the answer to that in all those areas is yes, there is increase in all of those areas. The other thing we look at is survey data and comment cards. I referenced those a little bit ago. In addition, in-person meetings, focus groups. We want to hear from the veterans in the different programs we serve, what they need, what they want, what works for them. We've just completed a more recent round of those focus groups. And then finally, and for me, most meaningful are the personal anecdotes, the actual lives of veterans who we have supported and what they've done. If you go to slide 59, please.
I don't think your slides are numbered.
Okay. So if you basically go to the end of the deck and you go back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 slides. There you go, right there. No, one more back. Thank you. Personal anecdotes are really, really powerful. And what you see in front of you is an example of that. On the left-hand side, you see Ray Navarro in 2016 as a participant in the domiciliary pilot program at Brentwood School. Ray finished the domiciliary, went on to become a certified yoga trainer using funds from his GI Bill, and sort of went off in the world. I found Ray by coincidence at an event we sponsored for CTRS 2 weeks ago. He had shown up to volunteer to paint the tiny shelters. And in a nanosecond, he looked at me, knew my name, we connected, and he told me his story. And he said, my time at Brentwood School put me on the path to the future I am pursuing. He has just started his first year in graduate school at Antioch to become a therapist. He's also a certified peer specialist. He will begin teaching yoga and meditation classes for our VCRE within the next couple of weeks. That is a real impact, powerful, true story. Similarly, you have Gray, domiciliary vet, graduated, stays, works out every single day with Paul, our fitness facilitator and trainer, and just became a father on a fishing boat in Alaska right now, lives locally. You have the peer support specialist, Manny, whose comment you saw earlier. You have Al, Vietnam combat vet, who is an amputee, started in the domiciliary, just moved into building 209. I'd love to connect you with Al. He'll talk to you about how meaningful his experience through everything we offer at VCRE is. For every person you have heard today, who can tell you what they are disgruntled about or what they do not appreciate about VA, VCRE, Brentwood School Partnership. I would be happy to connect you with many more who do. Your last question you asked me was, what would the recommended improvements be? And we have several. We are going to add another fitness facilitator and coach to the evening and the weekend hours so that that same success that we've seen in the morning weekday hours can be replicated in the full scope of access. Just as when I came into VA this afternoon, I was delighted to be able to put my ID in and get my badge. We would like to go to an electronic swipe in, swipe out system for members, for veteran members. Better signage and wayfinding. What we notice is you get on the campus, you find it, but anywhere on the CA campus, it doesn't direct you to VCRE and to how to get to all these great resources. So we would like to make that happen. And hand in hand with that comes more promotion of and awareness of the facilities. We go to every single event CDC offers. We have in-person booths, we have a website, but we can get even more creative. Next slide, please. We'd love to offer a shuttle to offsite locations. It's something that we're hearing a lot about from veterans. They're happy to have a circulating shuttle. They're happy to have the weekly shuttle to Building 209. They're not so happy to feel landlocked, those veterans who are here on campus. We'd like to resume in-person instruction for the range of classes that we've offered to adults and to have lots of plans in place to do that. And then, we'd like to start now to plan for daycare, childcare resources, all the types of things that we actually can offer when all that housing comes online that will enhance the lives of the families who live on this campus.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Going to tackle what I think is the elephant in the room, and I want to do so in the spirit of problem solving. So, to speak really candidly with you, we as a board hear a tremendous amount of criticism over the ground. It is perceived by many people in the veteran community on the campus as being terribly terms of addressing that criticism. We have to be good stewards and look at what the available evidence is. Just heard from the OIG about their conclusions that they've now twice determined that the lease doesn't comply with federal law. Because it doesn't principally benefit veterans. And they also pointed out the portion of the in-kind money. They don't think, at least the OIG doesn't think it's sufficient. So we are going to be good stewards as a board. We can't pretend this hasn't happened. You have to kind of tackle the issue head on. So I have a couple of questions related to that. Mindful of the fact that you're in a predicament, because the VA's response to the OIG was to say we don't agree with the Inspector General. We think our lease with Brentwood does comply. So your commercial partner is acting as though things can keep on going. So I guess the first question I have for you is, the OIG has from time to time recommended that VA and Brentwood come up with a plan to bring the lease in compliance with federal law. And I'm just curious to know, who is it that you liaise with at West LA, and kind of what's been the process of brainstorming how to make the lease as compliant with federal law as possible?
So I would say that first and foremost, we agree with VA's assessment of the legality of our lease. We also are aware that we very much would like to be a long-term partner and believe that we have demonstrated our value and our service to veterans. So in terms of in terms of looking into the long term, how to find a path forward that both continues to serve veterans in the way we do now and continues the positive and beneficial working relationship we have with officials at VA, for me, we need to work together in that partnership to identify the path forward. IG has, the stance that IG has taken in the context of this most recent audit did not opine on whether or not we fulfilled the commitments we made in our lease. They disregarded that. They focused solely on the fact that the recommendation from audit number 1 remained an open recommendation, despite providing them with all of the evidence showing how we have complied with our lease. So the question for me at hand is, how can we enter into a dialogue that allows, that leads to IG, VA, and Brentwood School all agreeing that there is a path forward?
Let me just suggest that with the point, we maybe have an information exchange.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm going to say that we have an opportunity from time to time to do information exchanges, cover a lot of ground. I did not hear in your answer, you identify anyone in West LA with who you're working on a plan to come into compliance. I'd like to hear how you can increase it. I'll give you an example. It's apparent that you're choosing to increase the amount of in-kind donations over time, which is great, except for the fact that according to the OIG, in-kind donations don't count. And I happen to agree with the OIG's findings, but not the VA's response. So I'd just like to know, beyond doing that, beyond increasing your in-kind donations, is there anything else you might be able to do to recharacterize the lease? Now, one idea we ventured is that look at the language of principally benefit veterans. If we were to just go off a numerical measure, like the number of users of the athletic facilities, it'll probably be hard for Brentwood to ever meet that test. But that if we were to recharacterize the lease as including, for example, access, including improvements on the property for the benefit of veterans, a new lease with those benefits might meet the test. So I'd encourage you to think about that, because I'd be the first to acknowledge you are in a bit of a bind. Brentwood has been the target of a lot of outsiders' criticisms about the federal land use practice. Predictable reasons. I think many of us on the board also understand Brentwood has very meaningful reliance interests. That's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Okay, counters, who's next? I think it's Mr. Olin.
Anthony Allman for the record. Hi, Jennifer. I think the last time Brentwood School at UCLA briefed the board was in August of 2019, so it's been a while. I think at a board meeting following the briefing, or maybe at the same time, we adopted a recommendation that the Secretary of the VA and the Secretary of the Education in Brentwood School implement a Veterans Upward Bound program here on campus. And I just wanted to follow up because I recently received a briefing from the only Veterans Upward Bound provider in LA County, Pellecu, last week at the LA Veterans Advisory Commission meeting, and I asked them whether or not they thought that there was a need for additional veteran upward bound programs here in LA County. And the answer was emphatic yes. So I wanted to bring this back into the discussion and ask that you please look into the Veterans Upward Bound program. I think Brentwood School is uniquely positioned to provide the type of education offered through the Veterans Upward Bound program. And the Veterans Upward Bound program can be extremely helpful to either transitioning service members who are trying to go back into higher education, which I think is what your school does quite well. But they could also serve as a useful learning opportunity for the veterans who are on campus and want to explore educational opportunities once again. So I think it's a no-brainer. I think it's a program that principally benefits veterans, exclusively benefits veterans. Brentwood School has the facilities and it has the staff to provide that education. So that's my only comment.
So Anthony, I think I let you know, but I'll reiterate it. We actually did meet multiple times with program directors with TeleQ and got wonderful, wonderful information and started thinking about the possibilities. We also reached out to and met with the two different people you referred us to at Santa Monica City College and at UCLA. So we had great momentum, and then COVID hit, to be honest. And that kind of stalled everything. We found that there could be no on-site instruction. Trying to figure out how to launch something virtually was challenging because oftentimes connectivity and access is challenging, but it is something that we will go back to with purpose now that we're coming out the other side. And thank you, because the resources you gave us were good resources. They were valuable. They produced good conversations that we saw a path forward.
Mr. Center, and then Jim Center for the record. First, before I talk, I just want to acknowledge all the feedback I've gotten years ago, how a lot of veterans have felt. Private school doesn't really principally benefit veterans. With that said, I want to acknowledge that my son went to a summer camp several years ago, had a great time, and I circled back and talked about possibly looking at low-income children. How do you guys screen potential?
Are you asking me about the year-round scholarship, or are you talking about the summer?
Both.
So the summer program is automatically 100% scholarship. And by the way, it is the only scholarship that's offered. We don't offer financial support in other areas, so only children and veterans are receiving 100% full experience at Summer at Brentwood. As I said, I think earlier that process is an online application. We download the applications, it gets sent to VA. VA tiers them for us based on their criteria, and then we award from there. When it comes to the year-round program, we have found that students who enjoy the summer at Brentwood often inquire about admission. We connect them with our admissions office. They apply for admission. Our admission policies and practices are completely need blind. But we also know who the veteran children are because they've been in the program already. When they are accepted to Brentwood School, the package is put together to meet full need of the family. And based on what I showed you with the incoming aid next year and then $345,000 in aid, that's a pretty much full support for all of those children and veterans who are coming.
Great, thank you. And second question, or just commenting question, EPN does a lot of events. And I just want to acknowledge that on short notice, you've assisted on several outreach events. My experience in working in homelessness and low combating suicide is it really takes providers that care deeply, not so much, fancy programming on a letterhead or, on a brochure, but it really is about the human to human. I appreciate the work you do. I'd be interested to hear kind of from the VA's permanent supportive housing units is not easy. It's a difficult business if we're going to need all the help. I'd be interested in the VA's perspective. I understand that's a little bit of a putting the VA in a funky position, but I would like to hear from the VA like how Brentwood could possibly work and expand in the future. It's in the conversation, but I don't think there's anybody from the VA here to speak to that right now. Give them a chance to share. Yeah, sure, like an information exchange, but that's important to me to understand. If the VA is concurring with Brentwood and disagreeing with OIG, hopefully there's a really good reason. But I just letting people that haven't ran permanent support housing know it's difficult and it takes a tribe. It takes people that really care about that. So just throwing that out. Okay, Ms. Marshall, last question.
Thank you so much, Jennifer Marshall, for the record. I'm really glad that you brought these numbers in, talking about the additional children and veterans enrolled full time. When we look at 2022 to 2023, we have 17 students that were enrolled. Doing some rudimentary research, it shows that there are 1,210 students enrolled at this time. tuition per student ranges from $45,000 to $55,000. If you look at how much money Brentwood is pulling in as a result of that, and the amount that you pay for the lease on the land in which the school is located, I just don't understand how that principally benefits veterans just looking at the numbers alone. So it's not so much a question as it is a statement. These numbers do not make sense to me at all.
If you'd like to call me, I'd love to talk to you. I'd be happy to have a personal conversation with you. Feel free, please.
It's probably a question with it all, like, so, perhaps you could get back, but, you know. Hear me better now? Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, it's not that. Tony, Chief Francesco. Thanks, Mr. Morrow.
That's good. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're good. We allocated you 30 minutes, but we're help us out.
Okay, so please, if you look ahead at my slides, don't be daunted at how much ground I have to cover. Yeah. So, good afternoon. It's good to be able to meet everyone yesterday, most everyone during the tours, to meet you and also see some people in person that met over the last period over Zoom. So that's been great. Please, let me introduce myself again. My name is Tony DiFrancesco. I'm the Chief Liaison and Executive Director for Veterans Relations Programs at UCLA. I've been at UCLA just under 2 years. And prior to UCLA, I had the great opportunity or fortune to be able to serve veterans throughout my 24-year career with VHA. I started up at Sepulveda and retired from VA Long Beach. Next slide, please. So just very quickly, a reminder about the questions that put forward. I've structured the slides around these questions, but I also wrote a cardinal rule of a lot of information on the slides. I'm not going to go over it word by word, but I also wanted to provide this information for you to have as a resource, but also to help facilitate future conversations. Next slide, please. Also, just a quick overview of the components of our lease, the requirements, and the corresponding mission of each program, as was highlighted a little bit earlier from the OIG presentation. Next slide, please. So just put together a quick slide just showing the first 5 years of our lease and the various associated components and the required aspects of that. We are doing well with our in-kind contributions that support the various programs.
But we also have some work to do with some of the other programs, as we all, COVID has impacted all of the different programs in different ways. We've been able to pivot, but we still have our challenges. One of the areas that you might notice is probably the most significant challenge in the remaining 5 years of the lease is for the Center of Excellence. That was the last program to stand up in the fall of 2018. So it was already behind when it got started. But we definitely have plans moving forward and working with Western VA leadership about the next few years on that program, which I'll get to a little bit later. Slide, please. So just this section is about the different services that we provide to veterans. Let me start with the Veteran Family Wellbeing Center. And you'll see there's a list of different activities that the center provides. And as you notice by the name of the center itself, it does fill a gap, enabling to provide services to veterans and their families. Also, included on this slide is an overview of the veteran legal clinic. And you'll notice that one of the questions we get asked a lot is what type of services or issues that the clinic is able to address. And you'll see that we have spent a lot of time with claims for benefits, minor traffic infractions, expungements, and assistance for tenants. We also have a significant referral network for veterans to be connected with other organizations or partners of the community that may have capacity, but more than likely they have more expertise in the area that the veteran needs assistance in. The next area is the Center of Excellence for Veteran Resiliency and Recovery. And this is a collaborative partnership for research and training for improving services for veterans experiencing homelessness and associated behavioral health problems. Center has actually been impacted probably a little bit more on the COVID front, but also had the opportunity to pivot the most in a way. So the last 2 years, their efforts have been working collaboratively with VA on terms of the CTRS program. That it was new and an opportunity to learn and help provide the services that are required for needed for the veterans engaged in that program. And in addition, they have started a program about providing pilot funds for investigators to begin or continue research, seminars for investigators, and they also help facilitate veteran engagement group, help develop ideas for research or services, postdoc fellowship program, and summer internship program. Next slide, please. The other area that is specified, as mentioned in the lease, is our in-kind services. And one of the things I'd like to mention that Jennifer also mentioned earlier, but we were able to pivot at the beginning of the pandemic. Coincidentally, as the need for CTRS was being stood up, our dorms and our residence halls and dining halls were becoming empty. So we had the capacity to develop, provide meals and use the existing labor that we had to help make those. So we've been serving meals 7 days a week since November of 2020. And so far, as of April, donated over 80,000 meals, over $500,000 worth of food, and over $1 million worth of labor. And as a dietitian, I'm really excited that and proud of that program that we've been able to develop. And then just real quickly, some of the other programs that are with, that we kind of tack under the incline is the Campus Life is a creative writing course for veterans, also commonly known as Word Commando. Over the prior to COVID, the Veteran Resource Center campus and the student veteran groups actively supported the Veterans Garden behind Jackie Robinson Stadium. We also worked with facilities for design and installation of the Healing Guard adjacent to the domiciliary. And then yesterday, for those of you on the tour, you heard me talk a little bit about all the activities and services that athletics does provide in terms of different events, camps, access or free access to athletic competitions and military appreciation events across all the sports campus. And then also, we just initiated and started some recreation activities and events on the new practicing field. Also, prior to the pandemic, we initiated some education and training programs. The first of which was a Success Academy in the fall of 19. And that was a partnership with UCLA Extension and also VA Voc Rehab. That was a 15 students who were enrolled in that. We had that collaboratively on campus here, and it was a opportunity for veterans to acquire communication skills to support quality service, help them through the interviewing process, also to help them be successful on jobs. The rest of the slide is just, these are some of the programs that are outside the lease, but do demonstrate the longstanding relationship that UCLA has with West LA or Greater Los Angeles in terms of the medical training and affiliation agreements. We also have our Operation End, and then we also have campus of Veteran Resource Center that provides support for student veterans and military connected students. Next slide, please. So we took this opportunity to kind of collect some information in terms of how many veterans we served, and I'll start with the VFWC. As you see, some of the how they keep track or kind of gauge or look at their types of events is in terms of outreach events, resilience training and consultation sessions, educational workshops, skill building groups. Over the last 2 years, the numbers have varied a little bit from person to virtual. They've been able to make that switch successfully. For example, one of the things that they started with virtual was a speaker series that was very well attended, but virtual, and it was very well regarded. So as you can see, the first two columns are the number of services or how many people attended the events for the last 2 years under the COVID precautions, and then the last two columns is since they started back in August of 17. Now, this is the statistics for the legal clinic. As you hopefully see that over the course of the last few years that they have served over 900 veterans, assisted in over 1,300 legal matters. And then we just started kind of keeping a little closer eye in terms of the type of legal matters, those starting for last year. They also trying to look at the value of the impact of the helping veterans with different legal issues. see, a little bit of a report on that. And that's, we'll continue to track that. So for the Center of Excellence, what they've defined are at this stage in terms of how they measure what they do is collaborations. How many times they're able to collaborate with different providers, practitioners, either at the VA or within the community. I mentioned they also started funding pilot research projects that were vetted by the veteran engagement groups. And they also started a special project or more little in-depth project. They've had some fellows over the last few years, postdoctorate students working on research. And as I mentioned, the veteran engagement groups and provided workshops. Of course, those were curtailed during the precautionary period of the pandemic and are starting back up again. As I mentioned, they have primarily been working on collaborating with C3S Quality Improvement Project, which they've had 8 publications. They have 1 pending, and we just found out last week one of the researchers was granted a new research grant or stuff. So he just received that last week. Tony, with a question.
Hi, Peg Marston. I know we're short on time, but can you maybe come back with more concrete information on outcomes? I'm just trying to understand, like, what do you mean when you say a collaboration and what's the actual, like, output, you know? If we could just get more details, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
So that's fair enough. And then on the legal side, do you have the number of individuals who reached out for assistance versus the number of people who were actually accepted onto the caseload and their cases looked into? And so, try that also.
Yeah, I do have that, but I can back into it a little bit. I know that we run between 25 and 30% of the inquiries that come in that get referred out. There's also there is a subset of inquiries that come in that may be screened and assessed, but then decisions are made by the veteran to go, forward or not too. So there's that subset too. So, but I can back out of that.
Yeah, hi, Josh Bamberger for the record. This is a great presentation. Thank you. As a homeless doctor, the thing that prevents homelessness and ends homelessness is housing and education. And I have a lot of veterans who come to my clinic who enroll in the Academy of Art in San Francisco and end up homeless after they didn't get the job at Pixar. It would be great if UCLA could set aside 20 or 30 slots a year for homeless veterans to enroll in the university, maybe the people who are living on campus here. I know that's well outside of your area of influence, and I'm sure it involved the regions and so on, but it'd be great to begin a discussion so that the relationship that UCLA has with this campus could actually deliver to a service that would end or mitigate homelessness for veterans.
I will have a little bit more info on that in a few slides on some of the efforts that we're starting to look at for additional educational opportunities. At prior recommendations, we did have had some conversations with the chancellor to look at some ideas around providing scholarships for veterans for the housing part of them go to attend UCLA, which is probably one of the most expensive components of that. So, but hopefully I'll answer some of that as I get a little bit further down into.
Okay. Governor.
Roger, Mr. Chair. Maybe I missed it, Dennis Tucker for the record. How does this UCLA program differ from let's say, Department of Defense vetted military one source?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question or the comparison.
Well, this is, family wellness, right? So maybe, DOD vetted the Department of Military, Military One Source is a program similar to yours. So what's the difference?
Actually, this program actually grew out of some of that work with DoD for the direction of Dr. Patricia Lester, and does have an active, or did have some active grants over the last few years. This program was built on that, but our, I guess, quote unquote, focus, if you will, is more, for outside of active duty, as I understand it, but I'm not, percent sure on that.
I can wait. Okay.
Next slide. This is just a real quick talk of the different levels of engagement or activity with some of the other programs in terms of the writing classes, gardening events, gardening hours, and kayaking events that we had down in the marina before COVID. Next slide, please. And then this is also just a summary of the numbers of the things that I was talking about yesterday during the tour in terms of athletics for the different events, baseball games, different other games on campus or at the Rose Bowl, events that have been hosted, number of children attending summer camps, and then military appreciation games that we have during the summer and attendance for that. And then activities on the Newton Field spring. Next slide. And as I mentioned, hosted or collaborated on Success Academy and had 15 students complete that. And then also in January, we partnered University Extension and with VA and have begun a pilot program of a drug and alcohol abuse treatment counseling certificate program. So we have a pilot and a veteran cohort. There are 20 students enrolled. The intent at the time was that they would have their classes here. The VA on the phone said different, and we switched that to virtual. Something new that we're trying, and we're actually getting positive feedback, and we're going to be looking at a new cohort in fall of this year. And that is no cost to the enrolled veterans. Next slide. Okay, so just real quickly, again, some of the metrics that we're looking at for the different areas in terms of well-being center and also the law clinic. Take a look at those. Moving on, next slide.
Don't think we have another question.
Anthony Elman for the record. Tony, I wanted to clarify something on slide 8. I think it just might be a typo, but it's really important. Go back to the UCLA lease and what the lease requires VA to provide. That's here under lease programs, VA medical and healthcare programs, Operation Men, the Student Veteran Resource Center. I don't think that those are relevant.
No, and I mentioned that they are outside the lease, but I think they demonstrate the longstanding relationship and partnership that we have with the VA, with Webster.
Okay, sorry, because I didn't hear that, and I just saw it says it's a lease program. So it was just a typo.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I'm talking too fast. But. Okay, just the Veteran Family Wellbeing Center has done a great job over the last several years at looking at outcomes and tracking the success of the veterans and their families who engaged with their services and their training. So this is a very high level summary of some of the outcomes that they've seen with their participants. So there's been reductions in veteran partner anxiety and depression symptoms, reductions in PTSD symptoms, improvement in family functioning, including communication and emotional relatedness, and also high levels of satisfaction. Slide, please. And for those of you who enjoy statistics, graphs, and all that fun, this is just a graphical representation of the reduction or improvement of anxiety symptoms. And they have a substantial amount of data and slides along this way that could make its own presentation to date. And we'd be more than happy and love to be able to share that with everyone too. And then next slide, please. This is also just the next one about depression systems. Depression symptoms and the civilian partners of veterans.
Thank you so much, Jennifer Marshall, for the record. I just want to backtrack a little bit to all the services that are being offered to veterans. I did ask this yesterday, but we weren't the full group, so I want to ask it again today. Besides UCLA and UCLA social media and the listserv, what methods of outreach have you engaged in? Because although it seems like there's a lot of programs, there are also a lot of veterans in Los Angeles, and the vast majority of vets are not receiving services here. So what kind of outreach have you done? Thank you. Just all of the programs in general, sorry.
So after I got to this new position, we started a strategic planning initiative where we took a look at how we've been doing for the last few years, what our opportunities were, strengths, weaknesses, all that stuff. So the common, most brought up thing that awareness of the programs and services and how we outreach, how we connect with veterans and their families. There was, ever once we started talking to people about the programs, they go, "Oh, that's great! I didn't know that." So that is our focus or our number one opportunity for improvement going forward. And I just hired a new communication specialist who started this week. He's target to help us make improvements in that, to expand our social media presence, sorts of media relations, but also help how we make sure that we get connect with the veterans on campus and all the community, make sure that they're aware of the programs. Also, with the outreach events that we do are a great source of referrals to the different programs. Next slide, please. Just again, real quick, there's just a list of the different metrics that some of the programs use for the Center of Excellence, also for the different services that are provided. Slide, please. Also for our education and training initiatives, and just looking at how many students enroll and complete the education and training programs, and hopefully be able to also track down the road and how many veterans are able to take what they've learned and maybe a job or other type of career situation. And then in terms of how we also define success overall, I mean, it's the end of the OIG presentation on my way over here, but just noted that the September 21 report that we are in compliance with all programs of release. So for success that way also. As I mentioned just a little while ago, we did a strategic plan a few months ago after lots of discussions, collaborations, idea sharing, brainstorming. So that helped us develop what we wanted to do next. We have some things we want to improve on, but also we want to build on our capacity to be able to serve more veterans. Part of that strategic planning process, I was able to get support and commitment from the chancellor for some additional strategic investment funds to use as piloted seed programming. Also help support some additional positions, as I mentioned, the communication program position, help support the programs. So in addition to that, we're going to be, we're currently recruiting for an additional resilience trainer for the Vets Advocacy, for the School of Law, legal clinic. We're going to be adding staff training and a client services coordinator. Recruitment is underway with those, and interviews have been completed, so we're hopefully looking forward to be able to add those folks in the next few weeks. We are also going to be able to provide the Center of Excellence with additional seed funding for additional pilot search grants. We're going to work with the veteran engagement groups to assess veteran education and training needs and wants that we might consider. And also help them develop infrastructure to support the program evaluation, research, and quality improvement activities. One of the key components on that is maybe a data scientist or a data analyst to make sense of the data that's being collected. And we're going to continue with the Meals Partnership Program from School and Goals for Vets. We just picked up an additional evening with providing dinners for Safe Parking LA yesterday. We've also got 2 requests from VA to help them with the transportation master plan and also a maintenance and operation plan for the CTS facilities. Next slide. And, I think with athletics, again, we're going to continue to think about how we can provide and arrange and coordinate meaningful recreation activities for in conjunction with the infield. And I think, you know, one of the areas that I'm most excited about is, you know, using our expertise, our leverage, our as a higher education institution is we're going to be really stand out as the opportunity for us to engage and provide educational and training opportunities here. We also just started or just hired a veteran education and outreach committee coordinator who just started this week. Some of you met him yesterday at the tour. That was like his first day. And then we're working with the extension to, as I mentioned earlier, add a new second, see if there's interest for a second veteran cohort for the counseling treatment program. We're also looking at other educational programs that sort of connect with activities here on campus in terms of possibly horticulture, program, project management, data science. But also, there's been a need to provide computer literacy training at the computer labs. We have that resource, and we're working on that. And also looking to reinstitute the Success Academy this fall. And then continue to look at, you know, what the needs are, what the wants are, see if there's alignment for those education and training opportunities. And it was mentioned earlier about from Anthony, I always get that as Tech Blue or whatever, that training program. Telecute, I'm sorry. So yeah, so we've also looked into that and realized that we do have all the resources that are required for that program on campus. But interestingly enough, we're not able to apply to that grant that excludes institutions of higher learning. But it's not to say that we can't really work around that a little bit and, you know, come up with something, collaboration with others too. Then also, just as an aside, I did have the opportunity to add a contracts and grants coordinator onto my team that also will be hopefully helpful to be able to expand our capacity and through philanthropy and grants and contracts to be able to increase our level of services. we've had some success in those areas in the different programs, and we're hopefully, we can continue to build upon that. Next slide. I know there's a lot of information on this slide, but just taking a look at the next 10 years, as I mentioned, we do have some ground to make up on some of the programs, but we have plans in place to make sure that that continues. And also just with the mill program and some of these investments, and definitely will be meeting the requirements and actually exceeding the requirements of the lease by the end of the 10-year period for these components. And last slide is just a quick overview of some of the improvements that we've been thinking about in addition to everything else that I mentioned. And I'll just let you be able to take a look at that. Slide, and thank you very much.
Jim Center, do you have questions?
Yeah, I'll keep it quick.
Okay, Jim Center. A lot of good work done with the Veteran Family Wellness Center. I appreciate the work. On the legal clinic, I continue to get negative feedback from staff and veterans out in the community around access and around limited scope of services being provided. Glad to see that you guys are looking to bring on more staff and expand that drastically needed. Legal is a service that's identified as being a high need. So I want to say that, and it says on the flyer that it's Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, anybody can walk in.
Yes, so the clinic is staffed now Monday through Friday with somebody there to receive anybody who arrives. There's also someone there to take phone calls and schedule appointments to do the assessments and intake. But one of the things when we did the strategic plan is what we heard those comments also. We found that there was challenges in getting in the building. The front door in the building is always locked. You come in at a lower level, you can't get to anywhere on the elevator. So we are collaborating with CERS to see about some things like that in terms of getting the door unlocked during business hours, and also changing the sign out front to have a phone number to make sure that they have where to call. So we're also working on some of those basic things to help improve access.
Where are you guys at with CERS as far as getting that door? That's a major.
Well, you know how, and nothing's ever simple when you ask a question. But yeah, we've been working with Matt and Daryl and the folks at VA, and we found took a while to figure out how the lock is configured in terms of trying to get that changed so it's once it's open in the morning, it stays open until someone locks it at night.
Great. I'll walk in next week and I'll let you know how it goes and bring it back to the community. Last piece is, I think I'm still processing kind of public comments today. And I think what I heard in part is a lot of trust violated. And I would just say, while UCLA, VA, and Brentwood might not be obligated to bring things to the public, I think a lot of the work we have to do in repairing trust with veterans in this community is to make more things public, make it veterans. So that's just an ending comment that I'll leave you with.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, Mr. DiFrancesco, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, next on the agenda is subcommittee work with some recommendations. Sure, you can, but let's take a 10-minute break. Subcommittees organize themselves, and then we can come back and take a chat. 10 minutes.
It's the same thing, same thing.
Yeah.
I didn't go we were only thinking 12. I'll go over there. Next time I'm down, just get the only round.
I think that, yeah, we have a TLS.
Gotta say, we're there. I turn back.
Right?
Yeah, too. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, when you. Yeah. She's good. Yeah.
No, your mic's not on, bro.
Rob Beglin for the record. I'll just briefly, I think, try to draw a comparison. The OIG told us that UCLA has a very different standard than does Section 2B3 of the West LA Leasing Act sets forth a very different test for UCLA and the Regents than any other leasing activity on campus. But I think, we've seen now this evidence that Brentwood is judged by the same standards as any other lessee under 2B2. And I think we've seen evidence that now through 2 audit periods, the lease has been found to be non-compliant. I will share with you that what I found worrisome in the response of Brentwood was I asked the simple question, what have you been doing over time? Who have you been working with on the West LA leasing firm, West LA staff, to figure out what more you could do to be lease compliant? I took the answer essentially to be that, we side with VA's interpretation. We think it's a lawful lease, and what we're going to do. And lawyers, one of them, we could debate endlessly this question of whether it's a lawful lease. I wouldn't want a federal judge to have to decide this controversy. I think a federal judge would look at this and say it's an unlawful lease. And I think that would be an embarrassment to the board and I think to the VA. But I also think secondarily, as a matter of public opinion and perception, it's not currently adequate. So I don't know what the path forward is with the board. I would suggest that I think we should come up with something procedurally to address this issue. Because I don't think at the present time it's adequate for there to be an impasse between the VA and its OIG over the legality of this lease. And there be a lot of public criticism, controversy about it.
Josh Bettbacker.
Hi, Josh Bamberger for the record. So, we've heard from the public comments, and as Jim has mentioned, many veterans have spoken to him. There's a huge discomfort, to say the least, about the Brentwood School being the on-out home for disabled veterans. As the Veterans Oversight and Engagement Board, what is our responsibility to listen to the people who are our constituents and make a statement about what we think should move forward? And I think we have a responsibility to listen to the impassioned people we heard at our public comment and make an action that is responsive to that. Not necessarily today, because our tools, our recommendations, and we're not have an audible, as you said, General, around that. But I do think we need to be responsive and responsible to the people who call on us to serve them.
Jim Nurse.
I think Ivy was first.
Ivy, sorry.
So on on Brentwood School, I think there's a couple of pieces in my mind. One is, yes, the public comment. Going as far back as even to when I was at the PA, the public comment of who shows up at the meeting tends to be leaning one way. So I want to make sure that when we're talking about who we represent, it's oftentimes people who aren't in the room, who can't show up or don't show up, and we have to have that balance to look at value. The reality of it, the back and forth with IG, I think, is a legal matter, and I'm not a lawyer, and let lawyers figure that out. But when I look at the experience that I had working at VA, continuing to work with VA over time, I always kept coming back to the question related to Brentwood School or anything. If we're going to take something away, what goes in its place? And when I see firsthand the responsiveness that Brentwood School has had to overnight requests from VA going all the way back to before the lease was even signed, the recreation, the transportation, the shuttles, the meals that they provide, the access that they're providing, even the fixing of the koi pond in the Japanese garden. The truth is, the VA is not equipped to take those things over. And so I'm not going to comment on the legality, but I do want to say I think we also have a responsibility to think about the well-being of the people here. And I think the value is something that would actually harm the veterans, especially who are on campus, who are vulnerable. should that go away?
Jim Center? Yeah, Jim Center, I would just say, if we do, action that we take and the protocol that we look to do, getting veteran feedback, like, I don't know if we can do a federal registry open, but I think getting feedback if that's possible. But I also agree with how there's a lot. It's gonna take a lot to run this community properly. Yeah, there's that to consider. So I'm really interested to see is that value added. So we'll see what they can come up with a counter.
Yeah, I think the VA has spoken. They've accepted the situation. They've accepted the monetary written donation as well as the in-kind donation and said that satisfies the needs. But your point is well taken to ask that question again. But you, okay, who's first, Jennifer or Dennis? Ms. Marshall.
Thank you so much, Jennifer Marshall, for the record. Listening to what Brentwood School had to say, I think it's important that we not confuse individual testimonies and individual stories with what is legal and what is right according to the OIG feedback. So that may be very nice and lovey-dovey, but that is not, the OG did not find that to be in accordance with the law. And I think separately, something else that we really need to look at is if Brentwood was a city that was struggling on the socioeconomic end, this would not even be an issue. There is money, there is power involved in this, and I'm not comfortable from an ethical standpoint just sitting back and saying, well, VA thought it was in accordance, so that's okay. So I think that that is something that we do need to consider is the role of power and money with Brentwood versus the needs of our veterans who certainly don't have that power and money.
Mr. Tucker.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. To Jim's point, veteran feedback, sir, I think, just a point of note that we do know the VA have had challenges with community engagement and outreach and providing feedback. And so I would ask that we really look at that. Some of those community partners, veteran service organizations, faith-based organizations that have pockets of veterans within LA County to help the VA to ascertain that feedback so we can get more than the 1-2% of LA County's veteran population to feedback.
With regard to the leases, and this is something, Anthony Allman for the record, this is something for years that I've tried to take a look at in a serious way. For example, whether it was enrollment in the Brentwood School Recreation Center. I think many of you attempted to enroll, and there were issues, and I had brought those issues to Brentwood School, and we were told that those issues were corrected. Access to the UCLA Veterans Legal Clinic historically was a real problem. I would go, it's locked up, and access was an issue. And at the end of the day, I think the difficulty is these in-kind services it's like nailing Jell-O to the wall. Right? It's very hard to really ascertain what the value of these in-kind services are. And to the extent that we can look at, reducing the amount of in-kind services and increasing rent payments that go into the lease revenue fund, for which purpose, the West LA Improvement Act amended what the lease revenue fund can be used for. I think it just makes things a lot cleaner. So VA doesn't have to spin their wheels on these compliance issues, because ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what it is, right? Are these leaseholders complying with their lease? Well, I don't know. And I think we can make it a lot cleaner. It would be better for both parties. And it would be better for the community because the lease revenue fund now can be used to support some of the construction activity on the campus, to include minor construction projects, which we know that VA would potentially consider for things like seismic corrections. So I would just throw that out there as a potential, discussion point moving forward.
Mr. Badger.
I think my comments will echo a lot of what others have said. There's a lot of nice things that these folks are doing. There's a lot of, they bury us in hundreds of pages of pretty pictures and tables and in-kind value, and I think it's wonderful that they're doing that. But I think I can speak for every veteran around this table, and many who are listening and elsewhere, that like, the last thing that we need is another T-shirt or stress ball or free meal at Applebee's or other bullshit like that. I think what we need, housing. What we need is creative solutions. If Brentwood and UCLA want to be partners, it would be great to see their lobbyists working on breaking down that Section 8 problem that we have, which makes it so we can't, so disabled veterans can't live in this housing. That's what we need to see from these folks, is them using their power and influence to make an actual impact on the veterans who can't show up here, whose voices aren't being heard, and their kids and their families. And I've never met anybody who said that they don't support veterans. Everybody says that all the time. I run around politics, and I see all these folks saying how much they support veterans, including for a lot of the families in Brentwood School and UCLA. And I do think we should leverage the power of the law to ensure that our veterans are being taken care of, and not like it's nice that they do free tickets to baseball games, but like, come on. I think that's a cool thing to do. But we need tangible benefits.
Well, Keith Well for the record. I'll just bounce around. Robert's comments initially, I think I agree. Yeah, for that. A battle that we want to wage happen. What's best. Short of that, I think it's the other part is also echoed this with that it's going to be a big lift, and they could possibly play a more significant role. Very responsive in many ways. I just survived in the anecdotal stuff I've heard. Veterans accessing the facility itself in their it seems a bit segregated, their experience and exposure in that facility. Their contributions to larger community. That would go back to whether it's, I feel on the back end in terms of a lot of ways we can stack that deck. I think we can look at but also to Jennifer's point, there's a significant amount of money involved. So to stop short without waiting that for and trying to come to some term that is palatable by the veteran, I think there would have to be significant change. I think all the above are integral parts of campus moving forward.
Okay, let me just, for a second here, offer kind of an interrupt summary, because we're repeat ourselves a little bit, I think. So, in the case of UCLA, reading and listening to the OIG, they're in compliance with these. That doesn't mean that there isn't room for something else from UCLA, but from the standpoint of justification, visiting UCLA's position, probably have to find something a little more substantial. With regard to the Brentwood School, the OIG and the VA disagree. It seems from the discussion that we've had, from what we've read in the OIG report, we can in fact choose to take a side there. And in addition to what we read in the OIG report, the sentiment that that Brentwood is not meeting the full obligation of principal benefit to veterans is not just manifested by the gentlemen and ladies that we heard from today. That is a fairly widely held sentiment among the veterans community. So, keeping in mind that who we talk to is the secretary, I'm sorry, I think we're in a position to come up with a recommendation that sounds something like recommending to the secretary that we have sampled veterans' sentiment, that have reread the OIG report. We think there is sufficient question about Brentwood lease should be revisited, and there have been recommendations that the leaseholder and Brentwood re-engage and review the requirements, review Brentwood's contributions, come to a satisfactory or an acceptable solution that meets the OIG requirements. The state compliance with the works to that effect. Next, Heidi, I'm sorry. Jim.
Yeah, and I would say just add to Jim's better. I would just add to that, my recommendation would be adding a public registry. Once they come up with an alternative plan, getting feedback on that. We got a lot of trust built back. And the other piece is as far as the flexibility, the Brentwood School, another organization, we haven't even talked to the principal to see if maybe they have the flexibility, but I think organizations that don't have a special interest in the land, but making sure that we get that capital.
Okay, those are good thoughts.
I would agree, and I think going back to what Keith and Jennifer were saying, I think it's also just important around the UCLA side of it for us to remember, like, if we're talking about power and money, this is what we're going up against with Brentwood School. It's the same with UCLA, that they just had a big gap written in the legislation, right? So I don't think that means we shouldn't be looking at ways to improve that lease as well, just because it's compliant. I think if we're going to go back out, we're going to look at value, center of excellence. I think is a good example of like really something we need to dig into. Are veterans getting legal services? I think we should have a holistic approach for the big land users that are non-VA that have these.
Okay, I'm not sure how to structure that, but I certainly would. Wanting to use this phrase, I certainly encourage principal. We need a mic.
All right, I promise I won't be as loquacious as I was before. For recommendations, do we just like, and I think it's a discussion right now, but I'm curious about how I see these in front of me, but I'm wondering if we can, from the floor, say, I think it would be nice to have a recommendation for this, and this.
Normally, recommendations bubble up through the respective subcommittees. We have at times even had recommendations on the floor that we have tried to craft again. Building the elephant, 3 people that see a donkey and 2 that see a giraffe.
Wonderful. Okay, so I think I wanted to scroll, but I forgot to say the things that I wanted to say about the broader community with regard to veterans, because we're talking a lot about the folks that are in the housing here, and we're talking a lot about the folks that are the most challenged. And yet there's this whole community of 300,000 veterans here in LA that I think we can both bring in and help leverage to help change some of this and help if they could, you know, if they knew what was happening here, help drive some of that change. And it's also just very useful and helpful to the folks that are here in Housing Challenge to interact with veterans who are outside running around LA. So I would like to see whatever we do, especially if it's with Brentwood or UCLA, include something about metrics related to bringing in folks that are not veterans that are here and seeking the most help. And then I just have a process question. What happens if we sever one of these?
We can't.
No, I know, but like, what happens if we tell Brentwood, like, they're in violation of?
We can't, we cannot.
No, we can't, but the VA could do something. I don't know what the impact is. I don't know what the outcomes are if we're like,
Yeah.
freak out.
Well, first of all, of course, that resides with VA. Second, I'm reminded of Heidi's comments, which gonna break it.
Yeah.
Need to know what you're losing and what you're gonna replace it with. So, you know, but again, we should certainly think about that. That's a question for VA.
And then finally, I see a really big communications problem here. I mean, from the VA to the community, there's not a great opportunity for folks to, I mean, it sucks that we have to do public comment like we did today, right? And then that's a function of our experience in COVID and a lot of different things. I really think it would be helpful and useful if we could talk about our challenges and the wins that we're facing along the way in an open and transparent and honest and forthright manner. These folks are folks that serve in some of the hardest circumstances, just like all of us, right? They can take bad news. They can take honesty and transparency. And I know that the secretary is committed to that. And I think if we could spend some time vocalizing that as a board, we could spend some time really showing like, hey, we're here. We are taking your feedback. We hear you. And yeah, this has been a shitty situation for you. I think it would go a long way.
Jim Furley.
Thanks. I want to talk about trust a little bit, and I think these issues are important. But the veterans might also be saying, you have Brentwood School over here, you have UCL over there, we have no units. If the units come out of the ground faster, say we care about them too, these may diffuse a little bit, they may not, but what I hear from them is you care about everybody but us. And I'm an owner and developer, and so I wear that hat. And if I were to contribute here, maybe that's in the area. But my sense is if we really work in trying to accelerate this bill, I mean, 14 years is the VA goal, but that politically is it's a non-starter. And I think we all know that. So these issues are important, but, and the other thing I would say is that the principal developers, the dream team, I mean, I know enough about that industry to know how good these guys are. And they are really, really good. And if we focus on watching them, but also focus on supporting them in ways like fundraising so they can continue the process faster. Little things. I mean, we don't want to be groupies, but I think we should listen to them and help them because this is a very complicated project. And I would bet you for those sweet rolls that they haven't got a dime yet, 4 years. How would you like to work for 4 years for zero? And that's what they're up against. And so I'm a former Navy pilot, and you pilots in the room know you apply the attitude gyro with the right power, everything else works. And maybe accelerating the process of building these units is our attitude gyro. And to the degree we go off in other areas which are important, but peripherally, not as big as this, my personal bias is to look at, by the attitude gyro, look at the big picture, get these units going, and we may still have this. But if veterans say, yeah, the Brentwood School is there, and I agree with Heidi, Brentwood School is there, but they're doing stuff for us too. We're not forgotten, and that's a message I got today. So my bias is always been look at the big picture, do the most important stuff, and the other stuff, you leave it go a little bit, things still work. But if you get off in tangents and you don't look at the big picture, you're flying partial panel. And General Hopper, I'm sure you get that. It's hard to fly when you're on instruments and you don't know if your wings are level. Trust me.
Thanks, Jim. David?
Cameron, I'd like to second the motion regarding Brentwood School that you just verbally proposed. Move that we adopted unanimously and delegate you to diplomatically travel.
There you go.
I think we're all there. Let's just
Yeah, I
send
like
an
that.
actual message on Brentwood School. You said it very well. Recording. Let's go with it.
Okay, is that?
Very deliberate.
Is that, go ahead.
I think that maybe what we could do is, and on for the record, is include the discussion that we had in our cover letter to the secretary to indicate that we will be following up. Because I do think to Jim's point, if we're going to tackle this issue, I think we need to take a very clear, deliberate approach and include the community in the deliberation, but whatever we do. That's just my opinion. I think the way to do it procedurally is just to include this in the cover letter for this meeting.
I would love to have the transcript. Love to have the transcript again, but the general, because I think you said it very diplomatic. You need to weigh in on this, I think. But said it well also. We're here to try to solve a problem, not exacerbate it. You said it very well. There's an issue.
Yeah,
It's
I
significant.
Let me suggest this. I can put that in the cover letter with the promise of a more complete recommendation to. Okay, where are we now? Ready for services? Subcommittee. I've been waiting all day for this. Ms. Brown, can you bring that recommendation on?
Josh Bamberger for the record. First of all, I want to thank the Services Subcommittee for good hard work on this last half year. Our focus has pretty much exclusively been around data, and I really appreciate everyone weighing in. If you all remember, our major recommendation from the March meeting, which was virtual, was around data dashboard, and we hope to hear back from the Secretary's office very soon, which will create a web-based data dashboard, which will track a lot of the progress, both in housing development, in terms of number of units, as well as people moving in and out of housing and having a more robust by name list. All those things hopefully will be coming down the pike soon. The one recommendation, and we purposefully lean much more towards the master planning subcommittee for recommendations this cycle. The one recommendation that we have is in part in response to much of the discussion we've had today about people moving out of housing and trying to get a better sense of how people move out, if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Falls in love, moves to Boston, has family, yay. We don't want to see that as a bad thing, but we also want to know when someone isn't being adequately served in supportive housing because of their substance use, mental illness, or whatever else is going on. And that should be seen as a critical incident event, as we do in hospitals. We have a mortality and morbidity rounds every time there's a bad outcome. We all sit down and we try to learn from that and then have that feedback to the system so it doesn't happen again. That's the intent of this recommendation. So The way this works for those of you who are new to this experience is you get to listen to my reading of the recommendations and wait till Rob gets to read all his. He's going to suffer. I've written such long ones. And you can just think about it as bedtime story in red team. All right, so VCOEB recommendation 17.01. Before I launch into that, any comments from the services subcommittee about this particular recommendation? Jim.
Jim Center, there's been some movement on the VA and public housing side that I've been. So there's already movement in this direction, which is great. I see a lot of traction.
Great. Anyone other comments? Okay, VCOEB recommendation 17.01. Whereas permanent supportive housing is the best solution to end homelessness for veterans experiencing homelessness. Whereas most permanent supportive housing programs have an annual rate of less than 5% of veterans returning to unstable housing or homelessness after obtaining permanent housing. Whereas VAGLA reported that 587 veterans were discharged from permanent supportive housing in calendar year 2021, a significant higher percentage of discharges than the industry standard. Whereas each discharge / eviction / move out from permanent housing is a unique event, yet each discharge is an opportunity to provide high value, real-time feedback to HUD-VASH program on how a system can improve to provide high quality housing for veterans with a history of homelessness. Whereas hospital systems have developed processes such as morbidity and mortality reviews to use critical incidents within a healthcare system to improve system performance and prevent or reduce untoward outcomes. Now, therefore, let it be recommended the Secretary of the Veterans Affairs instruct the leadership of the Greater LA VA to treat each discharge from HUD-VASH permanent supportive housing as a critical incident. It should be reviewed in detail monthly by VAGLA leadership to better understand the circumstances around HUD-VASH discharges with the goal to improve quality of care and reduce the rate of discharges. In witness whereof the VCOEB adopts this recommendation. Do so June 26th. Questions, comments? I know Heidi, you didn't like to use the critical incident events.
I was just worried about the process it would trigger. I think the intent is right, that it should be looked at. And actually going back to Matt's presentation earlier, when he was talking about CAD scores, you were pointing out vulnerability, getting a sense of negative discharges or negative outcomes from VASH, and those people's CAD scores or however you want to measure that could be good indicators for us too of there's a threshold where people are falling out at a higher rate in housing that has the most support available of any other housing intervention. So makes sense.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Jim?
Jim Center, real quick, if it's worrying, root cause analysis might be a better way to word it. That's something should program with the VA. So
Thanks. I mean, I prefer, it's all right with everyone, just to let this one roll, and VA will be interpreting it as they so do anyway. We can make a recommendation.
you can make a word change.
Okay, we can. Yeah, great. I'm sure. Dr. Harris, the expert in this space.
This is just a quick question. I often end up on the other end of these, so while I've got you here, how are we defining discharge? Because when you talk about cause analysis, those are typically well-recognized adverse outcomes that you're investigating. Are you talking about every move out here, or what we would classify as a negative? Question.
Yeah. Well, maybe an amendment to the recommended wording is to treat each negative move out. I want you to have as much flexibility, but also as not enough accountability to get your job done. Every discharge fee is right, totally. But negative is a tricky word. It depends on the depth,
Yeah, so there's like non-compliant, like death.
But I mean, we only can give you some guidelines. So negative discharge, negative move out. Yes. Anyone else want to wordsmith this?
I mean, we would define that pretty broadly, I think, so that works from my perspective. Deaths are,
Right.
natural causes are fine, right, but you'd want to look at those.
Yep. The negative move out, I'll read the recommended in a second. Tell me again, Jim, instead of saying critical incident, you suggested
root cause analysis.
summary, I'll read the recommended again. For the purpose of voting, recommended, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs instruct the leadership of the greater LAVA to treat each negative move out from HUD-VASH permanent supportive housing with a root cause analysis. No, help me. As a HUD-VASH permanent housing,
You could actually say critical incident should be reviewed with,
okay,
consent.
thank you. So as a critical incident that should be reviewed by root cause analysis in detail monthly by the VAJLA leadership to better understand the circumstances around HUD-VASH goal to improve quality of care and everything. Good. Does anybody want to move for a vote? You have to do that.
No, yes, I did, but is that a motion?
I'll second.
Yeah, I'm a Jim Center motion. Okay, motion to approve with a second. Any further discussion? Second was Anthony Alden. As amended, I'm sorry, I should have said. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Very good, 1701. 1702. Master Planning Subcommittee.
We're gonna divide this into a relay race because of the amount of ground we got covered. Anthony.
Okay.
Anthony Allman for the record, I'll be reading VCOEB recommendation 17-02. And just at a high level, what this attempts to address is the ability for not only, us as VCOEB, but the public to monitor VA's investment with respect to housing on campus. And so what we heard at the 16th VCOEB meeting was that VA had obligated, over $60 million in fiscal year 21 and 2022, and that's a great thing. That's an amazing thing. But when we looked at sort of how we got there, we learned that those investments didn't come through the regular budget process. That those investments came from either cycle funding or there's other forms of funding, for example, the American Rescue Plan. And during the 16th VCOEB meeting, there is a slide where it said Master Plan 2022 is outside of the VA GLA-HS operating plan. And to the extent there has been delays with respect to housing and the necessary infrastructure, I think that we can look and see it as a budget issue. Where has this thing been in the VA budget? So this recommendation attempts to address that at a high level. So I'll read it. Whereas when the department entered into a principles for a partnership and framework for settlement by and between the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs and representatives of the plaintiffs, Valentini v. McDonald, VA stated that it would, quote, include the objective and goals of the principles document and the new master plan in VA's annual strategic capital investment plan, SCIP, 10-year planning process. Quote. Whereas the VCOEB Master Plan Subcommittee reviewed the VA budget request from fiscal year 2016 to fiscal year 2023, it found no projects identified in the Strategic Capital Improvement Plan, SCIP, specific to execution of the draft master plan. Whereas during the 16th VCOEB meeting on March 31st, 2022, VA GLA-HS stated that VA had obligated $22.32 million in fiscal year 21 and intends to obligate $42.06 million in fiscal year 2022 toward execution of North Campus development activity. Whereas during the May 3rd, 2022 information exchange with VCOEB, VA GLA-HS admitted that the $22.32 million obligated in fiscal year 21 and the 42.05 million planned for fiscal year 22 were not included in VA's budget request to Congress, and were/are instead resourced through out-cycle funding or supplemental funding through the American Rescue Plan. Whereas the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs has been tasked with developing a community for veterans on campus since 2016. Since that time, VA has used a patchwork of funding streams to execute a long-term development project with limited success. And whereas during the 16th VCOEB meeting on March 31st, 2022, VA Greater Los Angeles Healthcare stated that Master Plan 2022 is outside of the VA GLA-HS operating budget. Now therefore, let it be recommended, recommendation 17-02 alpha, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs identify which VA office is most appropriate to lead transformation of the North Campus, consistent with Master Plan 2022, and empower that office with the authority to request, prioritize, and implement projects through VA's regular budget process. Recommendation 17-02 Bravo, Secretary of Veteran Affairs instruct the appropriate office that all budget requests necessary for turnover of VA parcels to lessees appear in the Strategic Capital Improvement Plan by parcel number / descriptor moving forward. Recommendation 17-02 Charlie, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs instruct the appropriate office that all budget requests necessary for installation of required infrastructure projects on campus appear in the Strategic Capital Improvement Plan, SCIP, moving forward. And recommendation 17-02 Delta, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs create a similar budget forecasting mechanism to VA's 5-year development plan for the purpose of advising Congress what future budget requirements are necessary and when to execute Master Plan 2022 and successor master plans. So I know on May 3rd, we had a VCOEB exchange. Hopefully many of you were on that. But Jim, to your point about supporting the housing development, I think that this is something that we can do to demonstrate more transparency and force a planning function that we haven't seen to date with respect to housing.
Yeah, and there's some specific reasons that you drew this up, and I know this is your fingerprints on. There's a frustration, you getting numbers on a whole bunch of different items.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, one of the things that led me to look at the budget was this idea that Master Plan 2022 is outside of the VA Greater Los Angeles healthcare system operating budget. And, you know, I understand that this North Campus development activity isn't considered a healthcare exercise. But I also understand, and I think it's intuitive for all of us, that you can't do anything without a budget.
And they were hiding some of the numbers that seemed to me, or they were disclosed.
I think the issue is that it wasn't being hidden so much as they weren't there.
Thanks.
Okay, do I have a motion?
The last point I'll just make, just as a point of clarification with regard to 17-02 Delta, create a similar budget forecasting mechanism to VA's 5-year development plan. So for example, with the larger major construction projects, Congress has asked VA to not only send us what might be required in the fiscal year, but also for future years. And I think because we know, again, the Master Plan 2022 is not a major construction project. VA is under no obligation to do that. I think the key word here is similar, right? We know that this is a long-term project. I think it would be in all of our best interests if we start projecting out to Congress how much money we might need in fiscal year 24, 25, 26, 27. Not to say that it has to be 100% accurate, but let's get a ballpark. And the whole idea here is that we can start to deliver the parcels to the principal developer team on target. But we need a budget to do that.
Okay. Motion. Okay, Jennifer, okay, motions to approve, a second. Second, discussion. No discussion, Jim, is your, are you still want to talk, Jim? General, Rob, I'm sorry.
I'm happy to tackle this really briefly and speak in support. I think that supporting this recommendation could be decided just simply by the very first whereas clause. So in 2015, when the VA settled the lawsuit over land use practices at this campus, it stated it would do a few things. Only 4 or 5 things it said it would do. This was one of the things. So we are 7 years on, and it hasn't been done consistently. I think this is a perfect example of our board exercising oversight and saying it needs to be done.
Okay. Other discussion? Hearing no more discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, recommendation passed.
Okay, I'm going to brief the group on recommendation 17-03, which relates to the naming of the campus. But you all know at the current time, the campus is known by a very long acronym, Greater Los Angeles VA Medical Center. I think many of us believe that with progress we've seen on implementation of the master plan and the construction activities, we're seeing the hospital operations all consolidate towards the south campus, seeing the north campus become a residential area. So we saw the kitchens being moved, seeing talk about how the steam plant will ultimately be moved. So I think you can start to see this very different character to the campus. I think we've also all been concerned by the idea that if you were someone who lived here, and you had to tell people where you lived, you wouldn't want to tell people you live at a hospital or a hospital complex. While we all agree that the VA's medical services is an incredibly noble mission, I just think that from the point of view of identity, people don't want to describe to people that they live on a medical center campus. I think it's a basic matter of human dignity. And in fact, you heard it today from some of the vets. You heard one of the residents pointing out that he didn't like to be described as a patient. These are real basic fundamental issues. And so we've been struggling as a group, as a subcommittee, to come up with a name. In the times in which we live, it is very hard to achieve consensus on names. So what we did was we went back and we looked at the original name of this. So you all of the recommendation in front of you. I'd actually love if you could turn to the very last few pages. Last page is from a website, and then on the page before it, it's something that's called Pacific Ranch, Los Angeles, California. This is a page from the internet published by the National Park Service. For those of you who don't know, the National Park Service has an Office of Historical Study. They basically have been tasked within the U.S. government for understanding national monuments and national historic places. Agency, they keep a careful eye on this. And what you'll see is that this is established by this chronology. This campus, before it was known as the Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System, West Los Angeles Healthcare System, was known as the Pacific Branch. And this basically recites the history of that. And so our recommendation for the secretary is that given that the Congress and others used the name Pacific Branch going back to the early 1880s, that we revert to that historical naming practice for the North Campus. If the South Campus can continue to use the existing name it has, the North Campus ought to have a new identity that's actually a return to its original purpose. So with that as a preamble, I'll just read into the record the full recommendation. Whereas on March 2nd, 1887, the 49th Congress directed the National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers Board of Managers to, quote, locate, establish, construct, and permanently maintain a branch. Said National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers to be by such board located at such place in the states west of the Rocky Mountains, as to said board shall appear most desirable and advantageous. Whereas on March 3rd, 1888, John P. Jones and Arcadia B. DeBaker donated 300 acres of land to the National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers to establish a branch west of the Rocky Mountains. Whereas on October 2nd, 1888, the 50th Congress authorized the expenditure of $90,000 for maintenance of 600 members at the Pacific Branch. Whereas the name Pacific Branch was the agreed name used to describe the current VA West Los Angeles Medical Center campus for at least the next 5 consecutive Congresses, 51st through 56th Congress. Whereas VCOEB is of the strong view that VA must create a distinction between VA healthcare operations on the South Campus and the community of veterans which will reside, receive services, or leisure on the North Campus as execution of Master Plan 2022 is underway. And whereas VCOEB is of the belief that reverting to the historical name Pacific Branch for the land planned and developed for the benefit of a veteran-serving community on North Campus is advantageous in creating a renewed sense of place and belonging. Furthermore, it emphasizes that medical care is but one of many activities that will occur on campus in support of veterans and their family members. Then we get offered 4 recommendations. Recommendation 17-03-A recommends that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, by precedent established by the 50th and subsequent Congresses, provide a declaration that the existing property within the VA West Los Angeles Medical Center campus located north of Wilshire Boulevard revert to its historical name, Pacific Branch, in honor of its exceptional founding legacy. Recommendation 17-03B recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs instruct the VA Office of Budget to identify the location of future budget requests necessary for execution of Master Plan 2022 and future master plans as, quote, Pacific Branch, close quote, instead of Los Angeles or West Los Angeles. Recommendation 17-03-C recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs work in partnership with the United States Postal Service to create 90073-1887 as the official ZIP+4 code for Pacific Branch, California, in reference to the current VA West Los Angeles Medical Center's North Campus. And finally, recommendation 17-03 Delta recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs request that the Los Angeles Metropolitan Transport Authority refer to the planned metro station on campus as the, quote, Pacific Branch / VA Hospital Station. And then included with the recommendation packet is just some early congressional statute that established Congress's use of the term Pacific Branch repeatedly.
Right. So, after what we heard today, I can't get behind making recommendations about naming. Oh, this is Sean Van Dyver, for the record. I just like, I don't mean to be dismissive, but who gives a shit about a name? Given all of the long-standing, I do think it's worth talking about, but I think it's worth talking about once we have a bunch of wins Like, I don't think we can roll this out, like, if this is a big thing to hang our hat on, what are we doing here? And I think that, and maybe I'm being dismissive because or maybe I'm just new here and I don't understand the significance of this. But like, we're spending time talking about the name and taking years and years and years to get 55,000. We're not on track for our master plan, right? Like, I'd like to focus on things that are of tangible benefits to veterans, not a name that anybody who's still alive and serving. We could have pulled this group earlier today, and I don't think you'd have found one that says, well, we got to change the name. That'll do a lot of it.
John, if I could address that, I heard at least 5 veterans today get up, use the term, this is a home for disabled American veterans. I actually couldn't disagree more. I think there's a huge veteran interest in this issue. And I think whether it's right or wrong, they regard the identity of the campus as a VA campus as something allergic. I've heard a lot of veterans today. They didn't, of course, have prior knowledge of it. I heard a lot of veterans today harking back to the historical thing. The other thought I have is names matter. Names tell you about a place and what you're doing there. And so I couldn't disagree more. I think it's something that's extremely important that we tackle. And by the way, I think in the face of what has been a slow process implementing buildings, which is something very much out of our control, it resides much more between the contract the VA has with the principal developer. This is something over which this board has a lot of control and a lot of perspective. So I take your points, but I don't accept them.
One quick question, have we heard feedback from the community that this is a high priority?
You heard it today. I heard people saying this is a home for disabled.
Oh, we heard the guy say that he wanted housing, not amenities. And I didn't hear anybody say like, you know what we need to do? We need to change the name here.
Okay, Christine. I don't think this is frivolous. We all realize that priority is getting these men and women in apartments, in homes. I think the history of this campus is vitally important. It was the national home started by Abraham Lincoln. This was, I think, the 6th of the national home. Every entrance to this property has a plaque that says National Soldiers Home. I think the veterans that are so disgruntled are that way because it isn't their home. It was the Pacific branch of the National Home for Disabled Soldiers. And I think calling it a home again is vitally important for them to realize that we are creating a home for them again. So it may sound frivolous to you, but I do think that it's going to make a big difference in identifying it as just that. Every entrance, Ohio, San Vicente and Wilshire, entrance to Bonsall, each one has a plaque that says National Soldiers Home with the eagle on it. And those are original. So differentiating between the medical and the North Campus being created as a home, I don't think that's frivolous.
Yeah, Ms. Peck. Yeah, then Jim Zenner, I was going to ask Christine, out of respect what it said is what your opinion was on Bayou's quota. The second piece is just working with homeless veterans for a long time. Meaning is everything. One example, I was fighting the nonprofit that I was working for months because my veterans were complaining about the food that they were being. And finally, I got my boss to come in and hear it directly from the veterans. And I'll never forget this. Is about 8 years ago. One veteran said, "You know what it means? You know what it means to me when you serve this kind of food? I'm not worth it. I don't deserve it. I don't rate it." And so I think this name
has a lot of meaning, especially for our veterans that are struggling emotionally with homelessness. So
You're on mute.
Technologically challenged. Does that mean that the address can be Pacific Branch with 90073, just like Brentwood and Bel Air and those? Yes. It can be either Los Angeles or Pacific Branch for that zip code.
yeah. Yeah.
Dan Rosenfeld, branding is extremely important. We do need a name. I'm a little uncomfortable suggesting a decision of this magnitude. I'm going to call it input into me at this late hour. However, it seems to me that the evidence shows that a specific branch of the national and of something, that basically you do refer it. Specific branch alone to be is confusing. I think what it's always been called. You know, I don't be wanting to disable veterans on an agent of that.
National Soldiers Home on the flag, Pacific Branch. That's
Jennifer Marshall, for the record, I certainly understand, Sean, your feelings on this. I definitely do. I personally stewed in frustration for years of the lack of progress, and actually being here and seeing what has happened and seeing that everything needed to be seismic retrofitted and we had issues with asbestos, removing pipes, removing water mains. All of these things have put it into perspective for me. I think that this tiny allocation of time is worth it, and I think it will allow us to move forward and make this a home for our brothers and sisters. Like one of the veterans said, you know, they don't want to be patients, they're residents. And although this is something very small, I think it's good to get back to where we started. And like Dan said, let's brand this moving forward. This is the start of something really good for our community. So I recognize your points, but I have to disagree on that specific part of that.
Anthony?
Anthony Allen for the record, I would just note that, and John, you're sort of new to the process, right? That the secretary is free to disagree with this recommendation. But I think the broader point is we need to think of something of this place other than a medical center. Because I think as we saw with the budget issue, that the master plan isn't in the healthcare budget. Well, the master plan is a housing community. If we start thinking of it as a housing community, I think perception matters. The only other thing I would say about Pacific Branch Veterans Home, to me, and I would like to thank Rob for sort of suggesting the idea to go back to the historical name. I think when you call something a home in modern times, it may have a stigma associated with it. And so I think reverting back to Pacific Branch is something that is historically significant. The other issue we have, as we've learned in the past with any naming activity, is that Congress needs to name federal property. And its significance here is that Congress has already named it Pacific Branch. So in the past, I threw out as a suggestion, I know some of you laughed or said what the hell is that, for example, what if we think of this place as Fellowwood, right? Something that is historically significant to the military veteran community. But also, if you look at it at a map between Brentwood and Westwood, it doesn't stigmatize anybody. People aren't going to say that's a veteran home, right? So again, I want to thank Rob for the suggestion that we go back to the historical roots of this place. It's a simple idea, and I think it's an elegant solution. So thanks, Rob.
Well, having heard all that, I'm certainly convinced that it's a good idea. But I'd like to move that we adopt this with amending it to include a recommendation that we put this up for competition. this is a great opportunity to include the veterans community and actually take input, engage the veterans community, like our name says. I don't think those of us in this room should make this decision. If we want to have an opportunity to really engage these folks, including the folks that came in here and talked to us, I'd love to hear their input on this. So I don't know where we would put that in here.
Okay, let me tackle that. Because there's a long story. We've been talking about this issue for like a year. The problem is consensus. So the problem is what constitutes a consensus and where does the decision making reside? Then, as I alluded to, we live in this time right now, just to be very candid, where it's extremely difficult to achieve consensus around names. So I believe that a very historically faithful exercise is to recommend that the secretary just refer to its historical name. And back to where I started, I heard several veterans today who had no inkling of this recommendation invoke this exact name. They didn't go to the Pacific Branch, but they did say the National Home for Disabled American Volunteers. So while I would love to be able to put everything up for veteran input, I think the simple way to achieve consensus here is to refer to its historical name.
Have we put anything up for veteran input? I mean, look, I think that it's worth, I think it's worth, we've heard from all these folks today talking about this. I think it's worth engaging them in some way before we make this record. Around like, hey, what do you, I don't know. I think we're missing an opportunity to engage the very population that we want to attract if we don't engage them on this issue. And we can go through the members of Congress here who do town halls, or we can do it through the VA or do it some way. I mean, otherwise,
Okay, so here's the thought. I am generally, I'm in favor. Makes sense, and it's been longer than 1 year discussion. Giving this place a name that resonates with veterans and the place they come seeking refuge, support as a whole. But we have not widely socialized Pacific Branch. It does require a little bit of historic explanation to make everybody understand. So perhaps there's a possibility that we modify the approach here. There is a point to getting wide veteran input before this goes forward. And instead of bringing this forward as a recommendation from the VCOEB that this be the name of our campus, that we toss that to the VA with a timetable that says that they will poll and get veterans' interest and suggestions. Not to say that we can't send this forward with some suggested names, and that the timing be at the ribbon cutting of 205, 208, 209. Picture postcard perfect as we saw yesterday, to not only cut the ribbon on those, but cut the ribbon on Pacific Branch.
I'd be very supportive of that.
Some thoughts. First, I'm sorry, that's wrong. Thank you, reverse. Go ahead. Christine, I'm sorry.
Christine, Mary, I just want to mention that since the inception of this board and since the settlement of the lawsuit, the vision has always been to return this to the home it once was, where 4,000 soldiers were living here, where they were self-sufficient and had 250 acres under cultivation, where they were supported by the community, where the city of Los Angeles was involved in the property itself, but it was a home and people walked San Francisco to live here, and anybody was welcome here. So the word home is all important. And each plaque says on each entrance, National Soldiers Home. Doesn't say National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers. Each plaque says National Soldiers Home. But it was distinguished by the Pacific Branch. I think going back in history, because that's what, in a way, in a modern time, we're trying to recreate what once was, it's not a bad thing. And I think that to confuse it with Arroyo Seco or a brand new name takes away from the integrity of what it once was.
Well, I would just add on to that. I mean, I putting the home anywhere near that. But Pacific Branch, yes, and you know, obviously really effective in showing. But I think what I really heard also, and how we move forward with this and how much the VA is involved in this and so forth. What I heard today was a lot of folks talking about whether it was about UCLA or Brentwood, the school, or you know, reference to the name. They were basically looking for a boundary, trying to draw a line in the sand. Actually, in some ways, make sure the VA was on the other side of that line and say, they reference being able to come, just why can't I come to the 10th here? Why can't I come to 5th here? Why can't I come to 12th here? And all the rest. And obviously with the development team as well, and their effort, I think having some start bringing this. Not sure what the best path to proceed with that, but I brings a lot of opportunity.
Christine Stomach. I feel like as a board, embracing this and taking us back to where it began, and you know, that's what we're here for. Interested in entertaining all of these conversations, and you know, look forward to what's best for our brothers and sisters. But taking this name from the board and moving with it as a recommendation, and then possibly opening up the neighborhoods to the community as the veterans come in, and maybe as they move into it, or we're going to open these buildings, offering them the opportunity to name that neighborhood to, you know, to set this is a foundation of what we believe in as a board member and as a collective group to take it back to where they, you know, where it began, and then giving them the opportunity to create something current and meaningful to them as we move forward. So getting at is we move forward with this, and then open naming of buildings or neighborhoods to the community.
I just had a quick question. Is part of the benefit of using Pacific Branch that it wouldn't have to go through Congress? Like, it's a decision that you can make quickly, which is not common. So I was going to suggest the same thing as Christine, is moving forward with returning and restoring to what it was, but offering up, but we can't promise that Congress would approve anything that veterans say. We can start to shift away and give space for that naming and that veteran input, which I'm totally a proponent of.
Yeah.
I think that's a great suggestion, because I think we have to keep on that. You know, our experience as a board has been that the secretary has been slow to move on our recommendation. It's not to say that he's to blame, it's that VA has 9 offices that have to look at things before they get them. And I think this chance we have with these new buildings coming online to rebrand the North Campus is a massive opportunity. I think that we need to lead here. I don't think we should expect a very big federal agency to move with agility. This is an area where we as a board, but I think the suggestion It'd be simple to do. We could just add a fifth recommendation, is the Secretary of Veteran Affairs develop procedures and opportunities for veteran input on the naming of neighborhoods, communities, and particular buildings. And then I would think that would be a way of addressing what I'm hearing is the group where there's sufficient veteran and
Yeah, I like that idea, Rob. I think that's the way it works. Quick way of getting, I think just making a decision unilaterally on something would be a mistake without opening a door for a veteran.
If you want to go for naming rights, my bias is to have the private industry pay for naming rights and not give it to the veterans for free. So I would rather, if we're gonna throw it out there to the veterans, limit it to this. My bias would be to get it done and get it in the system now, like Rob suggested, because it may take a while.
Dan?
Respectfully, I just think your research is wrong. I think it is a specific branch of the national folder. If you look at the index, for example, pages that you didn't include, it's a specific branch of something. And I think the word specific branch are confusing. It is a branch of a tree, a branch of a river. This is the congregation of national homes. I'll refer to very, has lived this all her life. What's the right name?
It's the National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers, Civic Branch. Every plaque on every entrance here says National Soldiers Home with an eagle in the middle. But it was, the first was the Eastern Branch. There were 13 altogether. Then there was the, I mean, I don't know the order, but this was the sixth and called the Pacific Branch. National Home for Disabled Volunteer Soldiers.
Where's national home?
National Home.
National Soldiers Home would be consistent.
And on our plaques on this property, it says National Soldier. So, but it was, yeah. And it was Abraham Lincoln in 1865 that started. I have a picture for you.
You're missing the first page.
I don't really think that everybody in the same place here.
Yeah, sorry. But getting back to the point of view. You go down that rabbit hole pretty fast. Anything past the two words. I'm sorry, you can't hear me. Say that if you went even with soldier's home or in the word soldier, would immediately exclude Marines and airmen. So if you go down that path at all, I mean, it gets really convoluted fast. So what the actual name? Probably. We do it with the minimal amount of words. So.
Like Pacific Branch, but you can't change the flags.
I don't think it's clear that we have consensus here. And I agree that a lot of room for establishing for like messing up here. Generally, when they're going to rename something, they establish, like we just renamed the VA facilities in San Diego. Commission put together the members of Congress, like brought people together and said, hey, we want you to help us name this. And if that generates buy-in from across the community, you get a representative group and you put forward your recommendation
They put forward their recommendation to Congressman Mike Lemon, Vice Chair of the Veteran, and several others, and then Congress voted on it. Sounds like we don't have to worry about Congress voting on it with the name, well, the position is that we don't have to worry about Congress voting on it with the name Pacific Branch. I don't know that that's true because what the facts say. What I do know is that, so, I mean, I hate to belabor this because again, we're spending an hour talking about something that is important, what we call this place. But it's us in a room, not the folks that are going to be living here. So I wonder if we couldn't recommend that a commission like that be established. Or I know that the principal developer has a community outreach plan to address just this. So we could put it back on the principal developer. I mean, you laugh at that, but I mean, if they're gonna do it for us, then they're not gonna charge us for it, why not? If it's a good plan, we haven't seen it.
I think we got to bring this to a close. I just would like to know by a show of hands, who in the group supports the use of it? We have almost. So, I would suggest that we bring this to a close. The recommendation as stated to include point number 5. There will be opportunities for veteran input on naming building. We could, to address Jim Hurley's concern about corporate naming rights, we could make the naming opportunities specific to the residential areas on North Campus. I don't know if that would be of importance to you, but I do think we've got the consensus here to move on in this area. Jim Hurley.
Yeah, Jim Furley,
I want to save the naming rights, just in case we get corporate. I mean, if we raise enough money that the VA doesn't have to spend as much money, it can do it for other things. That's a good thing, in my opinion. The other thing is we can go faster, so. Look at Peter Ueberroth. People are old enough to remember Peter Ueberroth when he ran the Olympics. And he, for sponsorships, everybody wanted to jump in. And he raised so much money that I guess thought the Olympics made $1 billion or something like that. He kept projecting we're going to break even, and people kept giving. I'm not sure we want to do that, but let's not give it away.
I'm of the opinion that land use and name use always in, and I'm not willing to wear the necklace that says that you auctioned off all the land and you're going to auction off the name. Can't deal with that one. I think that as stated, the 5th recommendation can say develop a procedure and opportunity for veteran input on naming of neighborhoods, communities, and buildings on the residential campus. Doesn't mean that the veterans will have a veto. It doesn't mean that corporate naming rights couldn't be the subject of input. I mean, it's just to establish a process for veteran. Telling the secretary how he ought to decide these issues.
And I think we shouldn't have numbers as building names, right? We should have.
So, okay, General, we've got a lot to get through. I'd recommend we move.
You can always bring it forward. Who made the motion? Anybody? Okay. Do I have a motion? Do we have a second?
Jennifer Marshall, I'd like to move in to vote with the amended.
Okay, do I have a second? Second, Ms. Stanley. Any more discussion? Stanley. Hearing none, all in favor of the amended recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, we need a roll call to make sure we get. Emma Hopper.
Anthony Allman. Aye. John Vanderburg.
Center.
Aye.
Stanley, Ms. Stanley.
I got. You got it.
Okay, the motion passes, the recommendation passes. I don't know what's the count. The recommendation passes 9 to 2. Should have been, or 8 to 2. Dan, you voted no, right? Correct. Yeah. So the recommendation passes 8 to 2. Okay, we have, that was recommendation. Number 3. Now we're recommendation 4. And just to make you feel comfortable, we've checked with GLA and we can stay here as long as we want. So, amen.
Anthony Allman for the record, reading master plan, recommendation 17-04. And just as a high level overview, I mentioned to the chief yesterday that one of the positive changes I think in that too is VAs coming around to workforce development as something that they will prioritize moving forward. And so the final master plan 2022 puts conceptual project area D back in play. It was historically known, not historically, but since 2016 as the Enterprise Center. But there was a brief footnote at the bottom of page 162 in master plan 2022 that says no development in the auxiliary services area is not addressed in the PEIS. So simply, this makes a recommendation that VA determine what assets they need in that area and move forward with environmental analysis so that they can hopefully, ideally, begin construction sooner than later or identify a lessee who has the capability to construct and operate a workforce development center. So with that, I'll just read it into the record. Whereas the 2016 draft master plan contemplated a quote, veterans vocational enterprise and cultural center occupying the lower land of the southeast corner of the North Campus, accessed from Sepulveda Boulevard. Whereas Master Plan 2022 reaffirms VA's commitment to developing job training opportunities for resident and non-resident veterans in the auxiliary services area. Quote, job training that is related to technical or trade skills requires facilities that are generally larger and more appropriately located in industrial areas. Master Plan 2022 conceptually locates this type of job training in the auxiliary services area. This concept requires further study of VA support services and land availability. In addition to job training, Master Plan 2022 notes the auxiliary services area could be primed for, quote, small business development opportunities, end quote. Master Plan 2022 identifies the lower lying land at the southeast corner of North Campus as conceptual project area D. D as in Delta. Master Plan 2022 offers that quote, a potential area for job training is the Knoll area on the southern edge of the auxiliary services area, which is highly visible from the I-405 and Wilshire Boulevard and could be a gateway project for the entire property, close quote. Whereas on April 19, 2022, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs provided a concurrent and principal response to recommendation 15-01 Charlie, requesting that the department issue a request for qualifications solicitation for development of a veterans vocational enterprise and cultural center in the area now referred to as conceptual area D. And whereas during the May 3rd, 2022 VCOEB IPT exchange, VA referenced potential construction of a job training facility for veterans in fiscal year 2024, subject to further review. Whereas page 162 of Master Plan 2022 provides a disclaimer that, quote, no, Development in the auxiliary services area was not addressed in the PEIS, close quote. Now therefore, let it be recommended, recommendation 17-04 alpha, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs task the appropriate VA office to complete further study of VA support services required for sustainment and land availability in the auxiliary services area. Again, VCOEB encourages the department to evaluate the feasibility of constructing new VA support facilities in South Campus Opportunity Area, which refers to recommendation 15-01 echo. Recommendation 17-04 Bravo, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs tasked the appropriate VA office to begin environmental analysis studies required for development of conceptual project area D identified in Master Plan 2022. So essentially what the recommendation asks VA to do is identify which assets in the auxiliary services area are required. VA operations, because we learned in Master Plan 2022 that it requires further study on VA's part. And then to begin an environmental analysis of that area. Very straightforward recommendation, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do I have a motion? Motion to approve the recommendation from Mr. Roosevelt. Second. Second from Ms. Purley. Discussion. Hearing no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? And the recommendation passes. Recommendation 1705.
Back to me, General, Robert Peck. So if you take a look at the packets for 1705, it's a long recommendation. On a preview for everyone, basis for the recommendation. The very first exhibit is the excerpt from the West LA Leasing Act. And what it said was that under B1, you could have leasing activity on this campus so long as it was an enhanced use lease. And it explains where that's defined. Section 8161. 3. So this is what the principal developer's current leasing authority is. It is an enhanced use lease for a term up to 75 years. And then if you turn to the next page, this is the definition of what enhanced use leases permit. And on the second of those two pages, if you look at bullet 3, it says the term supportive housing means housing that engages tenants in on-site and community-based support services for veterans or their families that are at risk of homelessness or are homeless. And it goes on to identify certain types of housing that qualify as supportive housing. So for those of us who have sat down and tried to study the principal developer's current leasing authority, we've always understood that they had sufficient authority under law to engage in supportive housing. So for example, today I put the question to the principal developer, in order to enact or implement Building 300, where they're going to have virtually all their supportive services for the North Campus, do you have the authority you need to do that? I think you remember Mr. DeAndrea looked to his colleagues and they said yes. So the reason that we're making this recommendation is, of course, the principal developer is now suggesting that they want additional authority beyond that of supportive housing. They want to be able to implement the town center concept. So if you flip back to the West LA Leasing Act, the activities that Congress talked about under the West LA Leasing Act for the town center are B2. Yeah. And so, what came as a surprise to many of us in this information exchange that took place just 2 weeks ago was the principal developer saying, well, we want the leasing of power under B2 to be rewritten. We want to change the definition of supportive housing that, by the way, applies nationwide, politically neutral test for enhanced use leases. But we want it changed at this campus so that we can take on the law. I heard that as a basic matter of integrity, given the land use practices at this campus. My alarm bell. I thought to myself, well, what was the original defined role of the principal developer? So then we went back and looked at the MOU, which is the 30 years. And if you all look at this MOU, Anthony did a great job of blocking out the agreement that was reached between the VA and the principal developer over what their work would be. What you'll see in the MOU, which has never been amended, it's never been superseded by another document. They could enter into an exclusive rights agreement. Still haven't done that. So this is what controls the relationship between the principal developer and the VA. It repeatedly says supportive housing. Never talks about the idea of the town center. And to the idea that it talks about a community plan, it uses the term community plan to describe the supportive housing. So what this recommendation is meant to do is try to restore a lot of integrity to this process. I think it's, while it's wordy, it's the type of thing where we have to lay it out, I think, to kind of establish all the predicates. So you'll forgive me, this will take a few minutes, and you'll be read into the record. Whereas Section 2B1 of Public Law 114-226, West LA Leasing Act, provides the Secretary of Veteran Affairs the authority to enter into, quote, any enhanced use lease of real property under subchapter Chapter 81 and Title 38, United States Code for purposes of providing supportive housing, as that term is defined in Section 8161, Rens 3 of such title, that principally benefit veterans and their families. Whereas the term supportive housing is defined by federal law as, quote, housing that engages tenants in on-site and community-based support services for veterans or their families that are at risk of homelessness or are homeless. Such term may include the following: A, transitional housing; B, single occupancy; C, permanent housing; D, congregate living housing; E, independent living housing; F, assisted living housing; and G, their modalities of housing. Whereas on March 21st, 2019, the department entered into a memorandum of understanding between the United States Department of Veteran Affairs and West LA Veterans Collective LLC, the VA principal developer, and assigned the principal developer with responsibility for housing homeless veterans and their families at VA's West Los Angeles campus. And there's a series of quoted excerpts from memorandum of understanding. Whereas the VA principal developer MOU identified 4 specific expectations for the principal developer. First, accelerate delivery of supportive housing for homeless and at-risk veterans and their families on campus. Second, provide veterans with the rights of tenancy and links to voluntary and flexible support services for people who are experiencing or have experienced it. Third, develop a housing model geared toward enabling veterans to achieve self-sufficiency and live independently. Fourth, repurpose vacant and underutilized land and buildings on the campus for purposes of supportive housing and or associated services within a neighborhood setting. Whereas the VA principal developer MOU did not assign the principal developer any role with respect to the town center area that had earlier been identified in the 2016 draft master plan. Whereas the VA principal developer MOU did task the principal developer to prepare a, quote, community and neighborhood plan that is, quote, consistent with the final PEIS for supportive housing for veterans and their families on the campus. Whereas none of the alternatives outlined in the June 2018 final programmatic environmental impact statement contemplated supportive housing in existing buildings or new construction identified within the town center. Whereas a review of alternative D impacts from operation assessed for the West LA campus operations under alternative D would not permanently displace any populations or businesses. There would be no adverse impacts based on that evaluation criteria. Instead, some new businesses would be created on the West LA campus through development of the town center. Whereas in September 2019, VA issued a record of decision stating its preference to execute alternative D study and final PEIS. Whereas alternative D includes the renovation or replacement of 703,832 square feet of existing buildings that are vacant or underutilized to provide supportive housing for veterans and other campus support operations. In addition, approximately 680,852 square feet of additional buildings would be constructed on currently vacant or underutilized land to accommodate new supportive housing for homeless veterans. The potential locations considered for new buildings construction include Peck Field, Hebrew's Golf Course, the northeast corner of Veterans, Barrington Park, parcel between the golf course and Veterans, Barrington Park, and or land south of the Veterans Home of California, West LA Outlet facility. Whereas apart from the renovation of existing buildings and new construction on currently vacant or underutilized land for supportive housing, alternative D also studied up to 450,000 square feet of new construction for the purposes of a town center on existing vacant land and parking lots. Whereas Master Plan 2022 maintains VA's commitment to create 1,200 supportive housing units for veterans on the West Los Angeles campus. Whereas the principal developer's draft community plan attached as Appendix B to the Master Plan 2022 calls for the creation of 1,694 units on campus, exceeding VA's target by 404 units. Whereas the VA may still accomplish its goal of creating 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing for veterans on campus by adapting the priority order of EUL projects, availability of land assets without developing the area identified for purposes of the town center in a draft master plan, final PEIS or Master Plan 22. Whereas during an information exchange between the VCOEB and the principal developer that took place on June 7, the principal developer stated it was seeking an amendment to Section 2B1 of the West LA Leasing Act so it could conduct activities described in Section 2B2 of the Act as part of enhanced use leases for quote, supportive housing on campus with the following implication. If the amendment were made by Congress, the principal developer could now become the lessor of activities concentrated at the town center under the VA principal developer MOU for the purpose of providing supportive housing. Whereas in response to VCOEB recommendation 15-01-B, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs has provided a concurrent in principle response for a request for qualifications process to identify qualified candidates for town center development as contemplated in the 2016 draft master plan using existing authorities contained in Section 2B2 of public law. Whereas given the history of land use challenges on the West Los Angeles campus, VCOEB is of the opinion that VA should take extraordinary precaution to ensure its actions are consistent with regulatory, legal, and environmental considerations, as well as applicable public laws governing the campus. Therefore, let it be recommended, and we've offered two recommendations. 1705A recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs direct the Office of General Counsel determine whether the operation of the town center by the principal developer is something that was contemplated by the VA principal developer MOU, and if not, whether selection of a new town center operator should be the subject of a competitive bidding process. Recommendation 1705-Bravo recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs obtain technical assistance from an objective third party for the purpose of appropriately defining the parameters of a vibrant town center on campus. Product of this engagement may assist the department in assessing the feasibility on a request for qualification solicitation per the Secretary's response to recommendation 1501 profit, or as a supplemental resource to master plan. Anthony should have read that because he drafted. Jim Crowley.
I strongly oppose this. And the reason, a couple reasons. First of all, it's unclear whether they have authority to do it or not. I think they're looking at documents we're not looking at. Number two, they've already spent pre-development money with the assumption they were going to do this. Number three, they're with villages at Cabrillo and other facilities. They're the premier developer of homeless with services in the nation. And four, this is a very difficult, tricky project. It's a balancing act to get tax credits, project-based vouchers, taxes and bond financing, which you have to do for every tax credit property. And the other thing I would say is, you know, these here in at Villages Cabrillo, every month they pull the residents. And I really believe these guys know best what to put there. Now, let's devil's advocate. Suppose this goes out to bid. First of all, principal developers wasted time and money and it's put back. And suppose somebody else gets the bid. They may never have previously developed town centers for homeless. I mean, it's a very big specialty. And if they do, this cannot be funded with tax credits like the housing can. So it has to be done by donations. And I could see a big tug of war between the principal developer and the selected developer, tugging for funds, lawsuits, slows the project down. This will slow the project down. And if we want to go fast and bring this on board faster, I think it's a mistake. I don't think this is a cram down by the principal developer. I think it's a misunderstanding. So, you know, I strongly oppose this.
Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, General Hopper. Jennifer Marshall for the record. Mr. Curley, you mentioned that the PD was operating under the assumption. And it definitely was an assumption in my point of view, because there is a question as to whether or not this was in the MOU. And I think with all of the issues that we've had, ethics, transparency, we've had public comment of people saying, why is this not being done correctly? We are not in a position to just say, it's fine, we can amend the law. We need someone else to look at this for this to be in accordance with the law. This morning, I was shocked when the PD was gently reminded to focus on the work that was described in the MOU and not to invest time or resources into the town center. And that suggestion was immediately rebuked, which I found very odd. Yes, they've spent time. Yes, they've spent money. That does not mean that we have to amend the law because they have invested these resources. Lastly, I do kindly disagree that this will slow down the process. This inherently won't slow down the housing. It will slow down the building of the town center, but the housing is what we're focusing on to get veterans housed first and foremost.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan Rosenfeld. I feel I should weigh in on this because I'm the person who's been asking the question by email. What is a town center? We have it here with capital letters, capital T, capital C, but nowhere is it defined. Is it a regional shopping center? Is it a grocery store? Is it a VX? Is it a convenience store? Is it a bunch of government offices? Is it a bunch of trees like the Boston Common, which is a big town center? Until we define what the town center is, I don't think we can make suggestions on how to cure it. And I say that with some experience. I've spent a substantial portion of my career designing and developing town centers for cities, including big cities like Los Angeles Civic Center, San Francisco, Sacramento, and small communities. And every town is different, with different aspirations and different people, different economy, different history. Therefore, to be successful, every town center needs to be tailored to the location. So there are three things I think we need to identify before we can say what a town center is. They are, what is the audience? Is the town center for residents on the campus? Is it for all veterans? Or is it for the general public? Or what balance of those? I'm suggesting we solve that today, but that question has to be answered. The second question is, what is its purpose? Is it to bring people together? That's a good purpose. Is it to provide goods and services? Is it symbolism, which I think is very significant? Most town centers have great symbolic significance. The Zocalo of Mexico City or the National Mall. And once we know the audience purpose, then we can come up with a program. What kind of retailer, what kind of services, what kind of public events should be there? So I think the committee is asking the right one, is it pointed in the right direction? I have a couple of amendments I would make to this recommendation because I think we need to move this forward. But I would amend like specifics. On the first recommendation, just take out the last line and a half. Ask the secretary to determine whether the town center something contemplated in the period. See what they come back with. And then not speculate about whether it should be subject to a competitive bidding process. If the town center is just one 7-Eleven store, you don't need to be town center is what we saw to real villages. On the second recommendation, I would just take out the last one. I think the idea of taking technical assistance from an objective third party to define the parameters of a hybrid town. Absolutely something. Let's figure out what it is. And I would add the words including its audience, purpose, and program. Let's figure out, so in summary, let's figure out what the town center is, small d, small c. And then we can recommend ways, the best way to actually get it developed. It should be done by principal developers. Those are my thoughts. Sorry, I can discuss it further, but it's 6 o'clock.
After 6.
I agree. I think those are all good clarifications to make. I also just read a lot of this as feeling like an end run around the VA. I feel like if we're changing legislation or we're advocating, that really needs to come through VA as well. And VA needs to weigh in and be on board with any legislative changes that are going forward. And de facto, just awarding it to the principal developer feels counter to the FAR and counter to Kingdomware, and they could bid for it potentially and win. There's a lot of options. It just feels too fast, even if we go back and we don't even know what it is.
Yeah. Jim Zenner. Yeah, Jim Zenner. Yeah, what I would add is again, talking about the, so that I know a lot of us are talking about going beyond homelessness. And I'm particularly interested in putting ourselves out of the homeless business, essentially. And if we don't get out in front of the transition, which we haven't really talked enough about, you know, we build this thing like Villages of Korea, and then it becomes like a homeless people, you know, veterans out in the community and other people will come and take part in the community. So that's just my thought on that. I agree completely with Dan. I think we should make those changes, amendments.
Well, I just say, you look at the MOU, page 2, the part that's blocked out in red, paragraph above that, use the paragraph that I think development team, at least after the other point. I think that's the part that they would say, that they would hang their hat on in terms of feeling that it's an act and where the connectivity is there for
Again, though, I would say, I think the recommendation good, because I think in terms of what they think, is the authority there. I didn't think it was sold as a change in legislation. I think they're very clear today in terms of they feel they do have the authority, however, they're seeking additional clarification legislatively, so I didn't feel it was a end around, so to speak, in trying to avoid the VA. I think they're looking at it as an opportunity question, and they're looking for some additional clarification on that. But I think the recommendation overall is good because it's we need you to make a decision. So.
Yeah, I'm supportive of asking the question here, but I'm looking at their phase 2, the map. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 buildings of housing. And there's, like, within that same area they're developing, there's two very small buildings that are all going to get torn up and forced of this. So I understand why they would think that they could do this. Adding community amenities, which we saw amenities being added in the buildings we were in. So I guess I just don't know why we're fussing about this. If a lawyer signed off on this already, it's like the OGC said, hey, this is good. And maybe they haven't. So that's why I do support the recommendation. I mean, we've got to just get an answer on it. But if the answer is this falls within the scope, then okay. Great.
Yeah, I think the operative word was, not the bullshit part, but we just need to get an answer, whichever way it goes. Rob Edward.
I think we're getting close to consensus among the board. I want to agree that all of Dan's suggested edits, I think, are sensible. One thing I offer up for the group's consideration is in that second recommendation, where we say the product of this engagement may assist the department in assessing the feasibility of an RFQ per the Secretary's response to recommendation 15-0. I think that's worth leaving in, Dan. And the reason is these recommendations, for better or worse, are our lifeblood as a committee. And this will show the continuity of our concern about this, as well as there should be significance to a concurrent principle. I don't want people to think that when they respond concurrent principle, including the Secretary, that's a willy-nilly response. I want there to be an understanding that a year and a half ago we visited this issue, and that was the response we got, and we think we're building on the progress. So I'd be curious if keeping that language in is offensive to anyone, or if the group supports keeping that portion in.
No, I didn't. I just left that on.
That's all wrong. I mean, at some level, I disagree with you, but not to the point where I would want to end this discussion. I think leaving the second sentences in the define, I would add under defining the parameters with audience purpose. What kind of parameters we're trying to define. What they showed us, we got a ton of papers the last 2 days. Sketch here is the town center physically, as they describe it, 90,000 feet of ground floor space on a half a dozen residential buildings, plus the use of building 13, which is an impressive former dining hall. It's a major building. But the question is, what goes in that space? And I'm not convinced. I think Mr. Furley would agree that you can rent 90,000 feet. Maybe government offices. So I mean, this is what we need to define, because if we blow it, we're going to have vacancies. Now, put your paper. It goes on the ground floor, and it's going to look terrible. So whatever goes on the ground floor, you have to be confident will be successful. So, Rob, if you want to leave the threat of an RFQ in, I'm not sure who would bid on it, but like I said, we need to figure out what it is before we put it on the bid.
Okay, so with that as a proviso, let me see if I can read the provision. So recommendation 17-05 Bravo recommends that the Secretary of Veteran Affairs obtain technical assistance from an objective third party for the purpose of appropriately defining the parameters of a vibrant town center on campus, including audience, purpose, and program. Period. The product of this engagement may assist the department in assessing the feasibility of an RFQ solicitation for the Secretary's responsive recommendation. 1501.
That's funny. Can you take the last sentence and out?
Yes, I think I'm fine with that. Does anyone suggest? I'll read the first recommendation of the record as well. 1705 Alpha, Secretary of Veteran Affairs, direct the Office of General Counsel to determine whether the operation of the town center by the principal developer is something that's contemplated by the VA principal developer, MOU, period.
Okay, but maybe there, I can get a motion. Hamilton Underwood, motion that the recommendation be approved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Shaw. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. All in favor as amended. One more time, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, so the recommendation is approved, 9 votes to 1. I think that's it. Okay. That's plenty of, Betty, you have used up all of your.
I want the record to reflect we did not offer a single recommendation last cycle because we knew this was coming.
So, let's wrap this up, everybody. Everybody, I'm sure it's been a long day, so let me just cover a couple of things as we close it up here. First of all, I apologize for the agenda. I was naive enough of this. Guided all that, but and there's some areas that we wanted to discuss more and we just didn't have time. So perhaps next time, or like we'll let it go for 3 days as opposed to 2. For those questions that did not get addressed, please send those to the DFO. We'll gather those up, bundle them up, and one of our information exchanges try to get those questions answered. Looking at our next meeting, DFO and I had looked at it, and if you go out 90 days, that's September 20th or thereabouts. I'd like them to look though and coordinate with GLA if there's going to be a ribbon cutting in October for 205, 208, to have the meeting at that particular point in time and be able to participate in that. I think that'll be a significant event, and certainly you all are a chance to see product some of your hard work. So we'll let you know, which would mean that the next meeting is not in Washington, D.C. So we'll look to do that after the first of the year, probably. You'll like it there in February. Much better, much better.
It'll be nice and cool. Yeah, way better.
Much better.
We could do March and get to the cherry blossom. That's a good idea.
Just one other thing on the, I apologize to the public. So broken up today just because I had to discuss a medical restriction. And
wanted, it's not what Raven wanted, what we had to do, everybody say. And I'm reminded again of Heidi's comment that you go, that in the public comments, it's a case of who can be there. It's a case of who can be there, and they speak with the voice that represents certainly many veterans, but there are many others that we have not heard from. We need to continue to seek that, broaden that feedback that we get, particularly in the public comment period, but throughout our movement around the campus and around the Los Angeles area and wherever you might live. So that obligation, I think, is a little bit on all of us. You can't just dump it on the folks that live here. Veterans in Virginia might have a thought about this, taking care of their brothers here in West LA as well. Okay, I think that's all that I have. I will give it over to Dr. Grayson and ask him if he has.
Sure, thank you. This will be quick. One of my trips out the door was to take a call from Chief Ratcher. She wanted to express her gratitude to everybody for taking the time to come out here, engage with us, engage with the veterans who spoke with you and the non-veterans who spoke with you today. We believe that we tried to provide an opportunity for you to learn more about what was going on that you could only experience in person and not just from the virtual way in which we've communicated over the last couple of years, and hopefully you got something positive out of that. We recognize that I believe, have made a lot of progress since the last time you visited here, but it's not perfect. And we appreciate the engagement to get ideas and opinions on how we can do better. And we look forward to taking a look at those recommendations when they're finalized, but more importantly, learning from the engagement that we had over time. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Braverman, and please pass our thanks to your staff. They did a great job hosting us and really made things go very smooth. The only thing they could have done better is perhaps kick this out of the Good. Dr. Harris, you got a mic, so you get a chance here.
Okay. Well, I want to acknowledge the frustration we all heard in the public comment period. I understand it. It's a reminder for all of us to work as hard as we can, as fast as we can to bring these projects and these housing units forward. And I also want to just reiterate where I started yesterday, which is there is a great deal of reason for optimism. Such passion, such skilled people, resources, legislative flexibility, et cetera. Let's just work hard and get it done. Thank you all.
I'd also like to thank the folks that hung with us for the last couple of days. I think OEM is still here. God bless you all. Yeah, just General Counsel, Legislative Liaison, and all representatives. Appreciate the support that your presence. Thanks so much. Finally, I'd like to thank the DFO staff. This tough day to get through yesterday. It was a great tour. We all enjoyed that, but we really had to do some management shenanigans to get through the day. So the board, I thank you as well for hanging with us through everything. And at the end, I really appreciate the discussion on these recommendations. And I'm reminded that we probably need to set aside more board discussion just to talk through some of these things, because we still have some tough issues coming up. That was impressed on me yesterday, when just hearing that we're going to deliver some of these buildings in the October timeframe. So there is a lot of stuff that has to get done between now and then. Things that I clearly don't understand about income levels and setting income levels and making the selection on which veterans will go into which buildings and when.
how they bubbled to the top in that process. So we're just start getting our stride now, because there's still a lot of work to be done. But thank you for your support. Thanks for hanging in with us for the last couple of days. Safe travels to wherever you may be going, and we'll chat soon. Zoom. September. Thanks very much.
Oh,